The Pill Sage's Discarded Grandson Chapter 1. The verdict, fellow cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The ceremony began at dawn. Wei Liang had known it would. His uncle had chosen the hour deliberately. The first light of day meant every merchant in the Wei family's outer compound would be setting up stalls. Every junior cultivator would be at morning drills. Every elder would have gathered for the communal qi cultivation that the family performed at sunrise without exception. An audience of 200, minimum. His uncle Wei Songlong had always understood the value of an audience. Wei Liang stood at the center of the family's testing courtyard, which was paved in white stone that showed every stain and every shadow with perfect clarity. He wore his family uniform, gray silk embroidered with the Wei clan's alchemical furnace crest, and he kept his hands loose at his sides and his face composed. He was 17 years old. He had known this day was coming for 2 months, since the moment Elder Wei Shuai had pulled him aside after a routine assessment and said, with practiced regret, that there were concerns about his qi perception results. Concerns. That was the word. Wei Songlong stood on the elevated dais at the courtyard's north end, dressed in the deep crimson robes of the clan patriarch. He was a broad-shouldered man of 42 with a cultivator's stillness and an administrator's eyes, always calculating, always watching the room rather than the person in front of him. He had Wei Liang's grandfather's bone structure, but none of his grandfather's warmth. When Wei Songlong looked at Wei Liang, he looked the way a craftsman looks at a tool that has been found defective, not with cruelty, but with the flat, practical assessment of something that cannot be used. "We gather," Wei Songlong said, his voice carrying across the courtyard with practiced resonance, "as a family and as a clan. The Wei alchemy family has, for 4 generations, been the most respected name in medicinal refinement across the 3 northern provinces. That reputation was built by our ancestors' dedication to precision, to integrity, and to the honest assessment of talent." Wei Liang listened. He kept his breathing even. In his left boot, pressed flat against the inner lining, was a folded square of paper, 4 pages of dense notation that old carpenter Feng had pressed into his hand 3 nights ago, with shaking arthritic fingers and a whispered instruction that Wei Liang had not yet fully understood. Wei Liang, son of Wei Minghua, grandson of Wei Zhonghe, the Pill Sage himself. Wei Songlong's voice softened with the particular texture of performed sorrow. "We have subjected you to every available assessment over the past 6 weeks. The results have been consistent." Elder Wei Shuai stepped forward from the dais's left side. He was a thin man of 50 with a senior alchemist's silver-threaded robe and the kind of face that always seemed to be wearing an expression of reluctant duty. He held a folded document that he did not need to unfold, because he had written it himself and memorized it. Wei Liang. Assessment summary, conducted over 6 sessions. Qi perception gradient, absent at all test frequencies. Meridian sensitivity to pill qi, not detected. Flame affinity assessment, no measurable response to any of the 12 standard flame types. The crowd was quiet. Wei Liang could feel the quality of that quiet, some of it pitying, some curious, some satisfied. The family had junior members who had always resented that he was the Pill Sage's blood grandson. A few of them were failing to conceal their satisfaction. In conclusion, Shuai continued, "The subject demonstrates what the Wei family assessment protocol classifies as complete qi perception absence, the condition colloquially described as pill blindness. A person in this condition cannot perceive the qi gradients in raw ingredients, cannot feel the heat modulation of a furnace in the ways required for refinement, and cannot safely participate in the pill-making process without risk to both the product and themselves." Wei Songlong let the silence run for a moment. Then he stepped down from the dais and walked toward Wei Liang, and his expression shifted into something that Wei Liang recognized as genuine. Genuine regret, not for Wei Liang's sake, but for the narrative inconvenience. The Pill Sage's grandson, pill blind. It was the kind of story that complicated legacies. Wei Liang. His uncle's voice dropped to something quieter, still audible to the front rows, but pitched as a private register. "You carry the blood of the greatest alchemist in living memory. That will always be true. But the alchemy path requires more than blood. It requires the innate ability to perceive what cannot be seen, to feel what cannot be touched. Without that, the furnace is simply a metal box." "I am sorry." Wei Liang's mother was standing at the courtyard's edge. Wei Meihua was 43, a woman who had never been given a formal role in the family's operations because she had married and rather than been born Wei. and who had devoted herself to Wei Liang's development with the focused intensity of someone who understood that her son's success was her only currency in a clan that valued production above sentiment. She was weeping, silently, with the careful restraint of a woman who had learned that visible emotion in the Wei compound was a weakness to be exploited. Wei Liang looked at his mother for exactly 1 second. He would not add to her display. "The family has decided," Wei Songlong said, returning to the dais, "that effective today, Wei Liang's clan membership is placed in abeyance. He will be provided with a travel allowance of 3 silver coins and escorted to the outer gate. He may, of course, return to visit on approved family days. His name remains in the clan register, but he is released from training obligations, from residency in the compound, and from any formal role in the clan's alchemy operations." Released. It was a cleaner word than expelled. Wei Liang bowed. One precise, shallow bow, the bow of an equal acknowledging a decision, not the deep bow of a subordinate accepting a judgment. Wei Songlong noticed. His eyes narrowed by precisely 2 degrees. Wei Liang did not bow to Elder Wei Shui at all. He walked out of the courtyard through the crowd, which parted for him with the careful social distance people maintain from anything that carries misfortune. He kept his head level and his pace measured, and he did not look back. In his left boot, the 4 pages of notation pressed against his ankle with each step like a quiet reminder. At the gate, one of the family guards handed him a cloth pouch with 3 silver coins. The guard's name was Brother Tao. He had taught Wei Liang to spar when Wei Liang was 9. Brother Tao pressed the pouch into Wei Liang's hand, and then, very briefly, closed his fingers around it in something that was not quite a handshake and not quite a farewell. "Safe roads," Brother Tao said. Nothing else. Wei Liang walked through the gate. It closed behind him with a sound like the first stroke of a furnace bell, clean, definitive, and marking the beginning of something rather than its end. He did not cry until he was half a li down the road, and certain he was out of sight. And then only for a few minutes, because there was a great deal to think about and not much time. He had 3 silver coins, for pages of cipher notation, and somewhere in the traveling pack on his back, in a hidden compartment that he had sewn himself, following instructions his grandfather had given him 3 years ago with no explanation beyond, "Keep this safe and tell no one." 37 notebooks written in his grandfather's hand. He had always assumed the notebooks were personal journals. He had never tried to read them, because the cipher had seemed impenetrable and because his grandfather had died before Wei Liang could ask for the key. In his left boot was the key. Old carpenter Feng had found it in a hollowed beam in Wei Zonghe's private workshop, the workshop that Wei Songlong had archived, stripped, and repurposed within 6 weeks of the old man's death. Feng had kept the cipher key for 2 years, waiting for the moment when it would do the most good. Wei Liang stopped walking, sat down on a roadside rock, and took the 4 pages out of his boot. He unfolded them carefully. The first page was a notation key, symbol substitutions, directional markers, number-to-character mappings. The second and third pages were explanatory notes about the cipher's structure, written in the same cramped hand, but in plain script. The 4th page was a short personal message. "Liang," it read, "if you are reading this, I am gone and things have gone badly. The notebooks are real. Everything in them is real. The formulas, the techniques, the theory, all of it. What the Xinyan sect received after my death was a copy I prepared for them. Incomplete, deliberately flawed in ways that would not be obvious for years. The real work is what you carry. You will not understand it yet. Read the first section, then find somewhere quiet to practice. You have my hands, my patience, and better eyes than I ever had. That will be enough." Grandfather, Wei Liang read the message twice. Then he folded it back with the cipher key and placed it inside the front cover of the topmost notebook. He put the notebook back in the hidden compartment and secured it carefully. He stood up. He put the 3 silver coins in his belt pouch. He picked up his pack and settled it on his shoulders. 40 li to the east was Iron Petal City, where the Wei family had no formal presence and where no one would know his name on sight. He started walking. He did not know yet what was in the notebooks, but he knew his grandfather, and he knew that a man who could write the foundational theory of 3-province pharmaceutical alchemy and have it credited to him by every serious cultivator in the region did not leave his real work in the hands of people who had stolen from him. Behind him, the Wei family compound's gate remained closed. Ahead of him, the road curved east through pine forest that smelled of resin and morning cold, and somewhere beneath that smell was the faint, metallic sharpness of or dust from Iron Petal's distant smelters. Wei Liang walked. He had work to do. Chapter 2. Exile. He reached the abandoned furnace shed outside Stonegrit town at sunset. It was not an accident. He had known about the shed from a survey map he had studied 2 years ago during a family supply route review. the sort of meeting junior members attended to learn logistics. The shed had been a minor alchemical outpost belonging to a merchant family that went bankrupt during the Reed Blight of 3 seasons past. The merchant's furnace equipment had been seized by creditors. The building itself, being stone and clay, had been left to whoever wanted it. Nobody had wanted it. Wei Liang pulled aside the wooden board that served as a door and stepped inside. The interior was roughly 3 paces wide and 4 paces long, with a raised clay platform at the far end that had once held a refining furnace. The platform was cracked, but intact. The walls were smoke-stained, but structurally sound. A horizontal window slit near the roof provided ventilation. He set his pack down on the clay platform, sat cross-legged on the floor, and opened the first notebook. The first section's cipher key was now decoded. He had worked through the notation system during the afternoon's walking, matching symbols to characters from the key Feng had given him. It was complex, but not unbreakable. His grandfather had not designed it to be unbreakable. He had designed it to be unreadable to anyone who did not have both the key and the patience to sit with it. The first section was titled, On the Fundamental Error in Contemporary Pill Path Theory. Wei Liang read it 4 times before he slept. The argument was dense, technical, and built on observations his grandfather had gathered over 30 years. But the core of it was clear by the 3rd reading, and by the 4th it was obvious in the way that the most important truths always become obvious. Not because they are simple, but because once you see them you cannot imagine how you failed to see them before. Standard alchemy theory held that chi restoration rate in damaged meridians followed a linear principle. Small restorations were safe, large restorations were dangerous, and above approximately 40% of a meridian's total capacity. The process of forcibly pushing chi back into damaged channels caused the walls themselves to rupture from internal pressure. This was the established ceiling, 40% restoration, maximum, for any single treatment. It was in every textbook. It was the first principle taught to apprentice refiners. It was why certain injuries were classified as permanent. His grandfather had spent 15 years proving that the principle was wrong. Not wrong in its observation. It was true that 40% restoration by standard method caused rupture. The error was in the mechanism. The textbooks said rupture occurred because the chi restoration pressure exceeded the wall's structural tolerance. Wei Zonghe had discovered and documented, with 17 sets of supporting experiments, that rupture actually occurred because the restoration chi and the residual damaged chi in the meridian walls had incompatible temperature signatures. They were introduced simultaneously at the same temperature. The interaction created an interference pattern at the cellular level that the walls could not withstand. If you introduced restoration chi in 3 sequential phases, each phase at a slightly different temperature, calibrated to the specific damage pattern of the individual meridian, the interference pattern was suppressed. The walls experienced no rupture stress. 100% restoration became not only possible, but predictable. His grandfather had called this 3-phase temperature modulation. He had developed a pill formula to deliver it. The jade marrow condensing pill. And next to the formula, in the notebook's margin, in handwriting slightly shakier than the rest, suggesting it was added later, a single note. They stole this. The version they have is the 1-phase version. It will work to 35%, reliably. The 3-phase requires knowing why the phases matter. They don't know why. Wei Liang closed the notebook. Outside, Stonegrit Town was quiet. A dog barked somewhere. The clay platform beneath him still held a trace of warmth from the day's sun, absorbed through the south-facing wall. He thought about Elder Wei Shuai saying, Chi perception gradient, absent at all test frequencies. The assessment had not been fabricated. Wei Shuai had genuinely run the tests. The problem was that the tests measured chi perception in the standard way, by placing a cultivator's hands near a resonating furnace and checking for the fingertip sensitivity response that indicated gradient awareness. Wei Liang had no fingertip gradient response. This was true. He had known it since age 14. He had also known, since shortly after, that it didn't matter, because his grandfather had quietly explained to him that fingertip gradient response was how the test worked, not how alchemy worked. You needed to feel chi gradients, yes. The question was where you felt them, and some people, a very small number, felt them in the palms, the wrists, the forearms rather than the fingertips. The standard test would always show such a person as pill-blind. Wei Zonghe had been such a person. He had never told the family. If I had told them, the letter had said, they would have changed the test. I preferred to let them keep administering the wrong test. It is considerably more peaceful to work when everyone thinks you are mediocre. Wei Liang lay down on his pack and stared at the ceiling of the abandoned shed and thought about his grandfather building a life's work on a quiet private joke. And he felt, not happiness exactly, but the particular warmth that comes when you understand that a person you loved was exactly as strange as you always suspected. He slept with the notebook pressed against his chest. In the morning, he ate the last of the dried biscuits he had taken from the family kitchen before the ceremony. Brother Tao had quietly unlocked the pantry door the previous evening, no explanation offered, and he began to walk toward Iron Petal City. He had 2 silver coins left after purchasing the biscuits. 1 silver coin could rent a storage room for 3 months in Iron Petal's outer district. The remaining coin would need to cover food while he established himself. He needed work that would let him use his hands without anyone watching his technique too closely. In Iron Petal's outer market, according to the supply route survey, there were 3 herb shops. Herb shops always needed someone to grind, sort, and prepare raw materials. It was the lowest grade work in pharmaceutical production, paid accordingly. It was also the work that would put him in proximity to the raw ingredients he needed. The road through the pine forest was cold in the early morning, and the mist sat low between the trees and turned everything silver and indistinct. Wei Liang walked with his pack on his back and the notebooks in their hidden compartment and the cipher key in the front cover of the first notebook, and he thought about the formula he had read, the 3-phase temperature sequences, the timing, the catalyst compounds. His hands felt steady. His heartbeat was even. He was going to need a furnace. Chapter 3. The cipher. He reached Iron Petal City's eastern gate in the afternoon of the 3rd day. The gates were standard merchant city design, 2 stone pillars with a wooden crossbar that could be dropped at night, and a customs booth where a guard with a bored expression collected the entry tax of 1 copper coin per person. Wei Liang paid his copper, stated his purpose as seeking work in the outer market, and was waved through without a second glance. Iron Petal was a mid-tier city built on the pharmaceutical trade, specifically the processing of iron petal vine, a medicinal herb that grew only in this particular river valley soil, with a distinctive iron-rich content that made it valuable as a base for qi-stabilizing compounds. The outer market smelled of drying herbs and iron dust, and the specific acrid sweetness of furnace-fired ingredient preparation. Wei Liang breathed it in and felt something settle in his chest. He found a room at a boarding house in the outer market's north quarter, a storage loft above a barrel maker's workshop, accessed by an external ladder. The barrel maker, a heavy-set woman named Mistress Go, rented it for 8 coppers a week and did not ask what the young man with the large pack and the careful eyes intended to do there. She was a practical woman who valued rent payment and quiet tenants. Wei Liang paid 2 weeks in advance, thanked her, and climbed the ladder with his pack. The loft was barely 2 meters high at the peak, with a slanted ceiling and a single window that faced north over the barrel maker's lumber yard. It smelled of pine resin and wood shavings. It was, Wei Liang thought, considerably better than the abandoned furnace shed. That evening, in the loft by oil lamp, he decoded the 2nd and 3rd sections of the first notebook. The 2nd section covered what his grandfather called ingredient affinity calibration, the process of assessing each ingredient's individual qi signature before beginning refinement, rather than relying on standard quality grade classifications. This was not, technically, revolutionary. Every serious alchemist understood that ingredient quality varied. What was revolutionary was his grandfather's claim that 2 ingredients of nominally identical quality grade could have qi signatures that differed by as much as 30% in peak intensity, and that this variation, if not accounted for, introduced compounding errors in every temperature calculation downstream. The reason most alchemists believe purity depends primarily on technique, the notebook said, is that they have never been trained to feel the difference between a grade 3 ashroot that produces 78% baseline qi and a grade 3 ashroot that produces 102% baseline qi. To untrained senses, they are identical, same weight, same color, same texture. But the pill that uses the 102% root at temperatures calculated for a 78% root will be unstable at the margin in ways the refiner will never understand, because the refiner has been taught that grade 3 means grade 3. The 3rd section was a practical guide to developing the sensitivity to distinguish these variations, a set of progressive hand placement exercises, each taking approximately 4 hours, designed to train the palm-based qi perception that Wei Liang had naturally but had never deliberately developed. He had done the exercises. He had done them with his grandfather, every evening for 2 years before the old man died, under the pretense of calligraphy practice, because his grandfather had thought it wiser not to explain to a 15-year-old why the exercises were important. Wei Liang had done them because his grandfather asked him to, and because he had found them interesting. Feeling the faint differences in qi emission between seemingly identical objects, developing a sensitivity that he had never had language for until now. Now he had the language. Now he understood what he had been building. He sat with the notebook in his lap, and allowed himself to feel the full weight of what his grandfather had done for him. Not just the notebooks, not just the cipher key, not just the hidden compartment in the traveling pack. 2 years of quiet evening exercises, building the perceptual foundation for everything the notebooks would later teach. His grandfather had been training him before Wei Liang knew he was being trained, before Wei Liang was old enough to understand what the training was for. The old man had known. He had been dying, a slow decline from a degenerative lung condition that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with 60 years of breathing furnace smoke. And he had known it, and he had used the time he had. Wei Liang pressed the back of his hand against his mouth for a moment. Then he opened to the 4th section and began reading. The jade marrow condensing pill formula was laid out across 7 pages. The ingredient list was mostly standard, 12 base compounds, all available in any mid-tier herb shop, nothing restricted or rare. The process instructions were where it diverged from the standard formula. Step 4 was where the 3-phase temperature modulation began. Phase 1, the notes read, is established at the baseline temperature appropriate for the patient's meridian damage pattern, typically between 140 and 160 degrees of Qi heat, calibrated by ingredient affinity assessment of the marrow vine extract in the current batch. This phase runs for precisely 40 heartbeats. Do not count mechanically. Feel the phase's completion in the ingredient response. There is a slight drop in Qi emission intensity, like a breath held and released, that marks the end of phase 1. Wei Liang read the description and recognized what it was referring to. He had felt that exact sensation while doing the calligraphy exercises, when working with heated ingredients. He had thought it was a normal variation in the material. It was a phase boundary. Phase 2 increases temperature by exactly 1/3 of the phase 1 baseline. The key word is exactly, not approximately. This is why standard techniques fail above 40%. No one measures their temperature increase precisely enough. An approximately 1/3 increase varies between 28% and 42% depending on the refiner's feel, and the resulting interference either does not occur or is only partially suppressed. Use the wrist calibration technique from section 3 to verify the temperature at the transition point. He continued reading for 2 more hours, through phase 3 and the final stabilization step, and by the time he set the notebook down his lamp oil was running low and his neck was stiff and his mind was very clear. He could do this. Not immediately, not without practice, and not without a furnace. But the theory was inside him now, fitted together with the perceptual training he had already built, and he could feel with the specific clarity of genuine understanding. Not confidence, which is about feeling good, but understanding, which is about knowing where the edges are, that this formula was within his reach. He needed 4 things: a furnace, the 12 base ingredients, a patient with damaged meridians, and enough privacy to work without being interrupted or observed. The first 3 were matters of time and money. The 4th he would need to think about carefully. He blew out the lamp and lay down on his bedroll in the dark and listened to the barrel maker's workshop settle for the night, creaking and ticking as the temperature dropped. Outside, Iron Petal City's night sounds drifted up through the slanted ceiling. The watchman's bell on the hour, the distant call of night vendors, somewhere a baby crying briefly and then going quiet. He was going to need to find a broken cultivator. In Iron Petal City, he suspected that would not take long. Chapter 4. Iron Petal City. The herb shop was called the Shun Family Apothecary. It was the smallest of the 3 herb shops Wei Liang had identified from the supply route survey, occupying the corner unit of a 2-story building in the outer market's west quarter. The ground floor was shop space, shelves of dried and processed herbs in labeled ceramic jars, a wooden counter with a balanced scale, and a pair of mortars, the particular compressed smell of dozens of medicinal plants sharing a small space. The second floor was clearly residential, judging by the laundry visible through an upper window. The person behind the counter when Wei Liang arrived was a young woman of approximately 19 with her hair in a practical knot and ink on her left hand from what appeared to be inventory records. She was writing in a ledger when he came in, and she looked up with the quick professional assessment of someone accustomed to determining what a customer needed from the first few seconds. "What are you looking for?" she asked. "Work," Wei Liang said. "Grinding, sorting, preparation. Whatever you need done." She looked at him for a moment longer than courtesy strictly required, the kind of look that was not rude but was genuinely evaluating. Her gaze dropped to his hands, which he had placed flat on the counter in the habit cultivated by years of formal family training, where hand placement was considered an indicator of character. She registered something. He could see it in the slight shift of her focus, and then she set her pen down. "Can you identify iron petal vine by smell?" she asked. "Yes." "Grade sort dried ashroot without a reference sample." "Yes." "Have you worked a mortar before?" "Since I was 12. She closed the ledger. My father's back in the storeroom. He'll want to meet you. 4 coppers a day plus 1 meal. We start at sunrise. Her name was Shun Yu, as he found out when her father, a stocky, gray-haired man named Shun Baran who moved with the mild caution of someone with chronic joint pain, emerged from the storeroom and conducted the hiring conversation with the direct efficiency of a man who had made many practical decisions and had no patience for preamble. The shop employed 2 other workers, both older women who handled the morning and afternoon shop shifts respectively. Wei Liang would handle the backroom preparation work, which required someone with enough pharmaceutical knowledge to do the grinding without damaging ingredient potency. You know your plants, Shin Baran said after testing Wei Liang with a tray of mixed cuttings. I was trained in alchemy, Wei Liang said. Which family? He hesitated for exactly 1 beat, which was enough. Family training, not a formal apprenticeship, he said. I've moved on. Shin Baran looked at him for a moment with the same evaluating quality his daughter had. Then he nodded. 4 coppers, 1 meal. Start tomorrow. That evening, Wei Liang spent 2 hours in the storage loft working through the wrist calibration exercises from his grandfather's notes, practicing the temperature sensitivity he would need for the refinement's Phase 1 boundary. He used a handful of dried ashroot he had bought from the shop for 1 copper, standard grade 3, which he calibrated as producing approximately 84% baseline qi, higher than average for the grade. He practiced feeling the phase boundary at different simulated heat levels by cycling qi through his wrists at controlled intensities, holding each level for exactly 40 heartbeats before releasing. It was painstaking work. Each session produced a specific kind of fatigue, not physical tiredness but the precise exhaustion of sustained attention, like reading in poor light. He worked until the headache arrived, then stopped. In the following days he settled into the shop's rhythm. The work was honest and the pace was steady, sorting, grinding, weighing, labeling. Shin Yu worked at the counter or in the back room alongside him on inventory days, and she spoke sparingly and observed a great deal. Wei Liang noticed this about her early. She had the specific quality of attention that his grandfather had also possessed, the habit of watching with genuine interest rather than with the restless half-attention that characterized most people's observation of the world. She noticed his hands again on the 3rd day, when he was working a mortar with a technique his grandfather had taught him, a circular wrist motion that distributed pressure evenly rather than the standard overhead strike method most preparers used. The technique preserved volatile compounds that the strike method destroyed. That's not standard grinding form, she said. No, he said. Where did you learn it? From someone who understood why the standard form was developed and what it sacrifices to be standardized. She considered this. That sounds like a thing someone says when they know more than they're letting on. Probably, he said. She went back to her inventory, and Wei Liang went back to his mortar, and neither of them said anything more for the rest of the afternoon. But that evening, she had left a small stack of books on the preparation table when she went upstairs. Pharmaceutical theory texts, mid-level alchemy manuals, the kind of thing that would be useful to someone who was studying privately. He read them that night. They confirmed what his grandfather's notes had already shown him. The standard theory was self-consistent, but built on an empirical foundation that had simply never been questioned. His grandfather had not worked against the theory. He had worked from its first principles and followed the evidence further than anyone else had been willing to go. The books were good. They were the best available understanding, written by the field's most competent practitioners. They were also, by Wei Liang's assessment, about 20 years behind the real edge of what alchemy could achieve. He thought about this as he read them in the quiet of the storage loft. His grandfather had been working alone, in a family structure that gave him resources but not collaboration, building theory that no one else in the world had reached. He had not published it because the family would have appropriated it, and because the alchemy world was not ready for it without explanation, and because explanation required public standing that the family context didn't provide. He had been isolated by the very excellence of his work. Wei Liang understood this differently than he had before starting the notes. He had thought, in the compound, that his grandfather was simply reserved, private, perhaps, with the natural reticence of an elderly man who had earned the right to keep his own counsel. He understood now that the privacy had been a form of protection. The notes contained things that, if publicly discussed before their time, would either be dismissed or stolen. He had been right on both counts. In the 5th day's evening light, Wei Liang turned a page of pharmaceutical theory and made a small note in the margin, one of Xin Yu's spare pencils, alongside a passage about single-phase restoration limits. The ceiling is theoretical. The theory is wrong. He was not sure Xin Yu would find the note, but he thought she might. On the 6th day, a man came to the shop with a problem that needed more than herbs. Chapter 5. The broken cultivator. His name was Luo Changfa, and he was 41 years old, and he walked with the careful gait of a man trying not to jar his torso. The particular motion Wei Liang recognized as someone managing meridian damage rather than joint pain, because with meridian damage, any significant internal movement sent the damaged qi channels into a spasm that was described uniformly as feeling like hot wire drawn through the body. Luo Changfa had, 3 months ago, taken an advancement pill that had cracked his foundation meridians at the 7th subrank stage. He had been attempting Foundation 8. The pill had been purchased from a Wei family pharmacy outlet, one of the standard branch products, specifically the flowing stone advancement formula that the family had been producing in volume for the past 8 years. He came into the shop with the look of a man who was out of options, having tried the 3 standard healers in Iron Petal, the city's cultivation hall healer, and 2 traveling physicians who had both told him the same thing. The meridians were at 78% capacity in the 2 primary channels, 52% in the secondary network. Standard restoration could bring the primaries back to perhaps 85%, the ceiling problem. The secondary network was beyond standard help. He would be able to cultivate, weekly, for the rest of his life. Foundation 7, permanently. No advancement possible. He was not weeping. He was past the stage of weeping. He had the flat, dry composure of someone who has processed a catastrophe and arrived at the question of what remains possible. I heard, he said to Xinyu at the counter, that your shop carries a newer stock of marrow vine. I want to talk to whoever prepares the stock. It was an unusual request. Xinyu looked at Wei Liang, who was in the doorway of the back room. Wei Liang looked at Luo Changfa. He had registered, in approximately 3 seconds, the gate, the faint qi disruption visible around the man's midsection to anyone sensitive enough to perceive it, and the very specific way he had been holding his arms slightly away from his body for the duration of his walk from the door to the counter. Come through to the back, Wei Liang said. Xinyu raised her eyebrows very slightly, but said nothing. In the preparation room, Wei Liang had Luo Changfa sit on a stool and describe the incident. The pill, the advancement attempt, the failure, the healer's verdicts. He listened without interrupting. When Luo Changfa finished, Wei Liang asked 3 specific questions. Which family pharmacy outlet the pill had come from, how long after taking the pill the symptoms had begun, and whether any healer had attempted single-phase restoration. They tried single-phase at Foundation Hall, Luo Changfa said. Got the primaries to 82%. Then it stalled. The healer said it was the meridian wall integrity, said pushing past 82% would cause rupture. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is what happens with single-phase restoration. Luo Changfa looked at him carefully. The healer used the word will, not might. The healer was correct for single-phase, Wei Liang said. There is a different approach. I need to be clear with you about several things before we discuss it further. First, I am not a certified physician or healer. Second, the technique I am describing has not been publicly tested. To my knowledge, it has never been attempted by anyone other than the person who developed it. Third, the person who developed it is dead, and I am working from written documentation. Luo Changfa held his gaze for a long moment. Is the written documentation credible? Yes. How confident are you? Wei Liang thought about the right answer. I have read the theory 4 times and the procedure 7 times. I understand the mechanism clearly. I have the perceptual training to execute the technique's precision requirements. I would be attempting this on a human patient for the first time, and I will not pretend that is not a risk. The current alternative, Luo Changfa said slowly, is Foundation 7 for life. Yes. Then I want to hear the technique. Wei Liang explained 3-phase temperature modulation in enough detail for Luo Changfa to understand what was being proposed and why. He did not oversimplify. Luo Changfa was a cultivator who had reached Foundation 7, that required intelligence, dedication, and sufficient theoretical knowledge to manage one's own meridian development. He could follow a technical explanation. When Wei Liang finished, Luo Changfa asked, the pill. You'd need to refine it fresh. Does the shop have the ingredients? Mostly, Wei Liang said. I need 2 compounds that aren't in standard inventory. I know where to purchase them. I'll pay for the ingredients. What's the fee? There's no fee until it works, Wei Liang said. If the restoration succeeds, full restoration, not partial, then you pay what you feel it was worth. It was not a business arrangement that made commercial sense. He knew that. He was not doing this primarily for money. He was doing it because he needed to know if the technique worked. And because Luo Changfa had taken a Wei family pharmacy pill and had his cultivation broken by it, and Wei Liang felt that fact in his chest like a coal. I'll come back tomorrow evening, Luo Changfa said. He stood up with his careful, braced posture and nodded once. The nod of a man who has made a decision and knows the weight of it. What do you need from me tonight? Nothing. I need this afternoon to acquire the remaining ingredients and prepare the base compounds. After Luo Changfa left, Xinyu came to the doorway of the preparation room. She leaned against the frame and looked at Wei Liang for a long moment. "You're going to refine a pill," she said. It was not a question. "Yes. In the storage room. If that's acceptable. I'll work at night. The furnace noise won't carry downstairs." She was quiet for a few seconds. "We have a portable furnace in the storage room. Old one, cast iron. My father used it for home brewing before his hands got bad. It holds heat reasonably well. That will work." She straightened and returned to the counter. Then she said, over her shoulder, "There are privacy screens in the closet if you want to keep the light from showing under the door." He looked at the back of her head for a moment. "Thank you," he said. He went to purchase the 2 missing compounds before the market stalls closed. Chapter 6. First refinement. The Shun family's portable furnace was a squat iron cylinder with a hinged lid and 3 chi circulation vents at the base, a home-grade unit not designed for serious alchemy, but serviceable for basic work. Wei Liang spent an hour before beginning the refinement recalibrating its internal chi distribution using a technique from his grandfather's section 2 notes, packing fine-ground iron petal vine ash into the vent channels to control the heat circulation rate more precisely than the standard open vent configuration allowed. This was the kind of modification that a formally trained alchemist would dismiss as improvisation. In his grandfather's notes, it was described as making a poor instrument honest rather than assuming it performs to specification. He began at the 8th hour of evening and worked through to the 3rd hour of morning. The 14 ingredients were laid out on the preparation table in the order the formula specified, each pre-assessed by hand for its individual chi signature intensity. The marrow vine extract, the formula's primary active component, calibrated at 91% baseline intensity, which was higher than average. He noted this carefully. It meant Phase 1's temperature baseline would need to sit at the upper end of the 140 to 160 range. He chose 158 degrees of chi heat for Phase 1. The first challenge in the early stages of the refinement was not technical but attentional. Standard pill refinement requires the refiner to maintain continuous awareness of the furnace's internal state while simultaneously managing multiple active processes. The difficulty scales with the number of processes, the precision required, and the duration. Basic apprentice-level refinement involves 1 active process. The jade marrow condensing pill at its 3-phase level involved 5 simultaneous processes: ingredient dissolution, primary compound integration, temperature phase monitoring, phase boundary detection, and catalyst introduction timing. Wei Liang had never attempted 5 simultaneous processes. His previous refinement experience, conducted under his grandfather's supervision before age 15, had reached 3. He had not refined anything in 2 years. He built up carefully. The first 2 hours covered ingredient dissolution and primary integration, standard work, familiar ground. He kept his breathing regulated and his palms open against the sides of the furnace, feeling the chi emissions through his wrists in the way the training had prepared him. The iron cylinder's repacked vents were working correctly. The heat distribution was even. At the 2-hour mark, he introduced the marrow vine extract and began Phase 1. 158 degrees of chi heat, held steady by continuous micro-adjustments through his left palm while his right hand managed the catalyst timing. The 40 heartbeat count was not counting but feeling. His grandfather's instruction had been precise about this. He was waiting for the specific sensation, a slight drop in the extract's chi emission intensity, like a flame that has found its steady burn after the initial flare. He felt it at heartbeat 37. Recognized it immediately, not because he was certain, but because it was so specific, so distinct from the general fluctuation of the refinement process, that it could not be mistaken for something else. Phase 2. He increased the temperature by exactly 1/3 of 158, which was 52.67 degrees, a precise value that he had calculated in advance and confirmed with his wrist calibration technique before beginning. The increase needed to reach 210.67 degrees within 5 heartbeats. He brought it up in 4. The residual damaged chi in the marrow vine extract, which he was using as a proxy for the damaged meridian environment, following his grandfather's preparatory technique for pre-assessing the restoration conditions, responded immediately. He felt the phase interaction begin. The 2 chi signatures meeting, the potential interference point that standard technique would allow to build until it caused structural rupture. But at this temperature, in this phase sequence, the interference was suppressed. The 2 signatures met and integrated rather than competed. He could feel it in his palms, not a dramatic sensation, but a specific one, a quality of flow that was different from the static turbulence he would have felt if he were running the standard single-phase approach. Phase 3 was the most demanding. Phase 3's temperature increase must not follow the same proportional rule as Phase 2, the notes said. It must be calculated individually for each refinement based on the specific chi signature profile of the patient's meridian damage pattern. Since you cannot have the patient's meridians in front of you during refinement, Phase 3 temperature is calculated from the Phase 2 integration response. The rate of interference suppression during Phase 2 tells you the meridian wall's remaining structural elasticity. He had read this instruction 12 times and puzzled over it for 2 evenings. His grandfather had not provided a formula for the calculation, only a description of the felt experience that the correct Phase 3 temperature would produce. The Phase 3 entry should feel like stepping from cold air into warmth, not abrupt heat, but a natural transition that the body would accept without tension. If the entry feels sharp, the temperature is too high. If it feels insufficient, too low. The Phase 2 response is the guide. Wei Liang held Phase 2 for the exact duration the notes specified, 22 heartbeats, and paid absolute attention to the integration response he was feeling through his palms. The rate was moderate. The elasticity estimate the rate implied suggested a Phase 3 increase of between 18 and 24 degrees above Phase 2. He chose 21, the midpoint, because the response had felt balanced rather than skewed. The Phase 3 entry did feel like stepping into warmth. He held it there, adjusted by 2 degrees when a subtle sharpness appeared at minute 3, and brought it back to smooth. The integration proceeded. At the 40-minute mark of Phase 3, he introduced the final catalyst compound, the ashroot derivative that would bind the completed multi-phase chi integration into stable pill form. The timing here was absolute. Too early and the phases had not fully integrated. Too late and the compound's chi signature would have degraded below the threshold needed for binding. He felt the integration reach its completion point the same way he had felt Phase 1's boundary, that specific held breath then release quality. He introduced the catalyst. The binding was clean. He felt it complete through his palms, a solid, settled quiet that replaced the active process noise entirely. The refinement was done. He opened the furnace. The pill sat on the catch plate at the bottom of the cylinder. It was smaller than a standard jade marrow condensing pill, about 2/3 the usual size. Standard pills were pale gray. This one was jade white, self-luminous in the dark storage room with a faint clean glow that was neither blue nor green, but partway between. He lifted it with the flat of his palm. It was warm against his skin. He could feel its chi signature clearly, a complex, layered quality that the standard pill did not have. The 3-phase integration giving it a harmonic structure rather than the simple single-frequency emission of standard work. He placed it carefully in a jade box, one of the small containers he had purchased with the missing ingredients, and set it on the preparation table. The oil lamp was very low. His hands were trembling slightly from the sustained concentration, not from structural fatigue, but from the very specific depletion of the sustained attention faculty that his grandfather had called focus burn and had treated with sleep and plain food. Wei Liang blew out the lamp. In the darkness, the pill's jade-white glow was clearly visible through the translucent sides of the box. His grandfather had been right about every single thing. He put the jade box carefully inside his shirt, against his chest, and went to sleep on the preparation room floor with his pack as a pillow. Chapter 7. The healing Luo Changfa arrived the following evening at the 7th hour, when the shop was closed and the street outside was settling into night quiet. He looked exactly the same as the day before. The careful gait, the slightly lifted arms, the compressed cold composure of a man who had made his decision and was not going to waste energy on doubt. He sat on the stool in the preparation room and watched Wei Liang take the jade box from the shelf. When Wei Liang opened the box, the jade-white glow lit the lower half of his face. Luo Changfa looked at the pill for a long moment. "It's not the right color," he said. "No," Wei Liang agreed. "Standard jade marrow pills are gray. Standard jade marrow pills are produced with single-phase temperature, which means the 3-phase chi integration that produces the jade-white color signature never occurs. The color is a direct result of the 3-phase harmonic structure. It is, in a sense, more correct than the standard color." Luo Changfa looked at him. "You said this has never been tested on a human patient." "That's correct. And yet you seem calm." "I'm not calm," Wei Liang said. "I'm confident in the theory, which is different. If the theory is wrong, I will know very quickly, and we will deal with what that means. But I have read my grandfather's documentation thoroughly, and I have understood his reasoning at every step, and there is no part of the theoretical argument I find questionable." "Your grandfather," Luo Changfa said, slowly. "Wei Zongha." The silence that followed lasted approximately 4 seconds. "The pill sage," Luo Changfa said, very carefully. "Yes." Another silence. "The Wei family expelled you." "Yes." "And they stole his notes." It was not a question, which meant Luo Changfa had already worked it out. The pill that had broken his meridians, the Wei family pharmacy, the specific flaw that fit with what Wei Liang had said about single-phase versus three-phase technique. The notes they have are incomplete, Wei Liang said. The formula that produced the pill that broke your meridians uses a variant of my grandfather's flowing stone advancement technique, missing a critical catalyst step in phase 4. It works well enough for standard cases, but fails at a specific interaction point when the patient's meridian baseline is above foundation 6. My grandfather documented the failure mode in the real notes. He documented the correction as well. Luo Changfa was quiet for a long time. If you're lying, he said finally. If this pill does what the healers said a restoration attempt above 40% would do, I will have lost nothing that I haven't already lost. I know, Wei Liang said. Give it to me. The pill dissolved in his mouth in approximately 10 seconds. Luo Changfa swallowed and sat very still on the stool with his hands flat on his thighs and his eyes forward, and Wei Liang watched and waited and placed his fingers lightly on Luo Changfa's wrist to monitor the qi flow response. Phase 1 integration began at 15 seconds. Wei Liang could feel it in the wrist contact. The restoration qi moving outward from the pill's absorption point, finding the damaged meridian channels. The primary network first. The qi flow had the three-phase harmonic signature. He was looking for the specific response that would indicate successful phase integration rather than single-phase rupture buildup. At 40 seconds, he felt it. The phase 2 response. The integration suppressing the interference pattern, the channels accepting the restoration qi without the turbulence that preceded rupture. At 90 seconds, phase 3, Luo Changfa made a sound. Not pain, but the sound of enormous pressure releasing, like a door that has been held shut by force and is finally allowed to open. His whole torso expanded with a full breath. The first unrestricted breath he had taken in 3 months, Wei Liang suspected, now that the secondary network was no longer in constant low-level spasm. He exhaled for a long time. It doesn't hurt, he said. His voice was different, steadier, fuller, without the compression. The primary network's restoration should be complete, Wei Liang said, still holding the wrist. The secondary network will take another 20 minutes. Try not to move much during that time. Luo Changfa nodded. His eyes were wet. He was not crying precisely. He was just someone experiencing the reversal of something catastrophic, and tears were apparently what the body offered for that particular event. Xinyu was in the doorway. Wei Liang had not heard her come downstairs. She stood there, watching, with an expression that was carefully neutral in the way that extremely careful people are neutral when they are actually experiencing something quite large. She watched the color return to Luo Changfa's face, watched his shoulders drop from their braced position, watched his hands relax flat against his thighs for the first time. At the 20-minute mark, Wei Liang checked the wrist again. Both networks, primary and secondary, registered full. Not 82%. Not 85%. Full. Done, he said. Luo Changfa stood up slowly, without the careful bracing motion. He stood fully upright. He took a step, and another, and his gait was different, the walk differently, without the guarding adjustment. He looked at his own hands as if they were new objects. After a moment, he turned to Wei Liang. Name your price, he said. When you tell me what it's worth, Wei Liang said, I'll take that. Luo Changfa reached into his coat and produced a coin purse. He set it on the preparation table. It was heavy enough that it made a definite sound when it landed. Wei Liang did not count it then. When Luo Changfa had gone, Xinyu came fully into the preparation room and stood at the preparation table and looked at Wei Liang for a long, level moment. You're not pill-blind, she said. Who lied to you? Wei Liang looked at her. He considered how much to say. She had given him the storage room without being asked. She had left the furnace ready and the privacy screen in place and had not mentioned any of it. She had watched the healing without comment, interfering only with her presence, which was a form of witness. My family, he said, for reasons that had nothing to do with my abilities. What are you carrying in that pack? He held her gaze. My grandfather's real notes. The actual ones, not the copies that went to the people who currently claim to hold his work. She was quiet for a moment. Are you going to do something about that? Yes, he said. I intend to prove something publicly before I do anything else. A competition, ideally. Something with formal judgment and witnesses. The Iron Petal City Open Pill Competition is announced for next month, she said. Open to unaffiliated alchemists. Registration is at the City Alchemy Hall. He looked at her. It was in the morning notice board, she said. I read the notice board. Thank you, he said. She turned to leave and then stopped. Whatever you're carrying, she said, it's worth protecting. This room has a bolt on the inside. He looked at the door, and then at her, and after a moment he nodded. She went upstairs. He sat down at the preparation table, looked at the empty jade box, and began to plan. Chapter 8. The competition noticed the registration desk at the Iron Pedal City Alchemy Hall was staffed by a young clerk with ink-stained fingers and a practiced boredom that suggested he had processed a great many applications that would not amount to much. He took Wei Liang's registration form, checked the affiliation field that read unaffiliated, independent, and flipped to a secondary page. First-time applicant? Yes. Any hall certifications, guild memberships, clan affiliation? No. The clerk made a note. Entry is 3 silver coins. You'll refine a single assigned pill during the competition. Assignment is made on competition morning and announced to all participants simultaneously. Standard competition rules apply. No pre-prepared ingredients, no external chi assistance, furnace provided by the hall. Results evaluated by a 3-judge panel on purity grade and structural stability. He looked up. Expected level is at minimum journeyman refiner. Are you a journeyman? I should be able to meet the standard, Wei Liang said. The clerk looked at him. He was 17, with no formal certification and no clan affiliation, entering an open competition. Name: Wei Liang. The clerk wrote it down without reaction. It was not a famous name, outside the Wei family's network. In Iron Pedal, it was nobody's name. Wei Liang paid the 3 silver coins, which was, in fact, every remaining coin from Luo Changfa's coin purse minus his boarding rent, and accepted his registration token. He walked back through Iron Pedal's outer market with the token in his hand. The Wei family's registration, as he discovered 4 days later from Shun Yu's reading of the public notice board, included 2 entries: a junior alchemist from the family's main training cohort, and, added later, Wei Peng, age 20, listed as Wei family senior junior alchemist. Wei Peng was Wei Songlong's son, Wei Liang's first cousin. He had not seen Wei Peng in 2 years, but he remembered him clearly. A boy who had grown up in the exact center of every system of advantage the Wei family offered, who had been told since early childhood that his grandfather's talent had passed to him, and who had consequently developed the particular arrogance of a person who mistakes structural advantage for personal excellence. He was a competent alchemist by standard measures. He was almost certainly capable of placing well in an open competition. Wei Liang heard about the exchange at the registration hall through the market network, the informal flow of information that moved through any merchant district where people knew each other's business. One of Shun Yu's regular customers had been at the hall when the Wei family delegation arrived to register. The older one, the one who's Wei Songlong's boy, he asked the clerk if there were any notable registrations. This customer had told Shun Yu. The clerk mentioned your young man, by name, said he was unaffiliated. She paused for the effect. The Wei boy laughed, said, the pill-blind cousin has come to watch. That's touching. His words exactly. Shun Yu relayed this to Wei Liang in the back room with her usual economy of expression, the tightly contained version of the story, with no commentary about what she thought of it. Wei Liang nodded. He did not feel anger, exactly. He felt the very specific sensation of watching a circumstance arrange itself into exactly the shape needed for the outcome he intended. Wei Peng being there made it better. Wei Peng laughing made it considerably better. He thanked Shun Yu and went back to his preparation. Over the following 3 weeks, he worked through his grandfather's 2nd and 3rd notebooks, which covered a wider range of pill path theory than the first, specifically, a section on how to adapt the 3-phase modulation principle to pill formulas outside the meridian restoration category. The principle was not, his grandfather had clarified, limited to the jade marrow condensing pill. It was a fundamental physical law about temperature phase chi interaction. It applied to any pill in which 2 or more chi types were being integrated, which was most serious alchemy above the apprentice level. The reason standard alchemy has an effective purity ceiling, his grandfather wrote, is not lack of skill. Individual refiners can be extraordinarily skillful within the single-phase framework. The ceiling is theoretical. If you are doing excellent single-phase work, you will produce excellent single-phase results, and those results will not exceed the single-phase theoretical maximum regardless of the skill applied. No amount of technique closes a theoretical gap. You need a different theory. The competition assignment was announced on competition morning. The condensing marrow pill. Wei Liang read the announcement and felt his pulse steady. The condensing marrow pill was related to, but distinct from, the jade marrow condensing pill. They shared the marrow vine base, but served different functions. The condensing marrow focused on chi density consolidation rather than restoration. It was a refinement quality booster rather than a healing pill. The standard purity ceiling was 72% for the best work by a journeyman, 78% for a competent master. His grandfather's modulation principle, applied to the condensing marrow pill's specific integration chemistry, would put the ceiling somewhere north of 90%. He had thought about whether to enter the competition for 3 days before deciding. The risks were real. If he failed or produced only a modest result, he had spent his remaining coin on an entry fee and confirmed Wei Peng's dismissal. The Wei family would hear about it and interpret it as confirmation that their assessment of him was correct. But the risk calculation depended on whether he could achieve the result he planned, and he had been honest with himself about that. He had tested the three-phase modulation principle on 4 different pill classes in the back room of the herb shop over the previous 2 weeks. Each test had come in above the standard ceiling. The principle was not theoretical. It worked. The condensing marrow pill was no different from the formulas he'd already tested except in its specific qi chemistry, which he had reviewed in his grandfather's 4th notebook 3 times. He could do this. So the risk was not really about whether to enter. The risk was about timing. Was this the right moment? Before he had established any public standing, before Zhao Mingzhu's case was ready, before the tournament was positioned? He had decided yes, for a specific reason. He needed to know, publicly and on record, what his work actually produced compared to the Wei family's best. Not for himself, he knew the answer already, but for the case's evidence trail. Results entered in a public competition record could not be quietly erased or denied. They would be there. Wei Liang went to the competition. Chapter 9. Preparation. The competition was held in the City Alchemy Hall's main furnace room. 20 stone workstations arranged in 4 rows of 5, each equipped with a standard hall-grade furnace, a basic set of tools, and a sealed ingredient package that would be opened simultaneously on the head judge's signal. Wei Liang arrived early enough to assess his workstation. The hall-grade furnace was newer than the Shun family's portable unit, a proper standing furnace with bronze vent controls and a calibrated heat distribution chamber. He ran his palm across the furnace body before the competition began, feeling its qi emission patterns, and made a quick mental note of its specific heat distribution characteristics. Every furnace was slightly different. You needed to know the instrument before you played it. 23 competitors in total. He recognized several from the outer market, independent alchemists, and 1 or 2 attached to small trading houses. The Wei family delegation occupied the front row, most prominent position. Wei Peng was at workstation 2, which was the best position for judge visibility. He wore the family's alchemist uniform, gray silk with the furnace crest embroidery in gold thread, which was technically a clan distinction that the competition rules did not prohibit. When Wei Liang took workstation 11, in the middle of the 3rd row, Wei Peng looked over and then looked away again with the particular efficiency of a person dismissing something beneath consideration. He said something to the family's other entry, the junior alchemist at workstation 3, and the junior alchemist looked in Wei Liang's direction and then looked away as well, following the social cue. The head judge was a heavy-set woman in her 50s named Hall Director Chu, whose silver-threaded robe indicated senior alchemist rank. She went through the competition rules briskly. Single pill per competitor, 2 hours refinement window, judging by purity grade and structural stability, no assistance from external qi sources, no communication between competitors during refinement. The ingredient packages were opened. Wei Liang looked at his ingredients. Standard condensing marrow pill set, marrow vine extract, which he assessed with a quick palm check at 87% baseline intensity, along with the supporting compounds. He sorted them in the order his planned 3-phase approach required. Not the standard order, which put the marrow vine extract in 5th position, but his own sequence, which front-loaded the affinity assessment step and put the primary compound in 3rd position where the phase boundary work could begin earlier. He heard Wei Peng's furnace ignite with a crisp activation sound and saw, from the corner of his eye, Wei Peng moving through what was clearly a well-practiced technique, fluid, efficient, with the practiced ease of someone who has done this particular motion 10,000 times. He was good. Wei Liang noted this without concern. Wei Liang lit his own furnace and began. The hall furnace ran hotter than the portable unit at equivalent settings. He adjusted his phase 1 baseline temperature down from 158 to 151 to compensate, noting that the 87% ingredient intensity plus the hotter furnace would produce the same effective condition as 158 in the portable unit with 91% ingredients. The condensing marrow formula's 3-phase sequence was shorter than the jade marrows because the integration chemistry was less complex. 2 primary qi types integrating rather than 3. Phase 1 ran for 32 heartbeats. Phase 2 was a 40% increase. Phase 3 required the same felt calibration he had performed for the healing pill and arrived at a 19-degree increase above Phase 2, which produced the characteristic warmth transition feeling. He finished the refinement at the 1 hour 40 mark. 20 minutes of the window remained. He looked at the result on the catch plate. The pill was smaller than standard, about 70% of the expected size. This was a consistent characteristic of the 3-phase approach. The high-efficiency integration produced a denser pill that required less physical volume for equivalent potency. Standard judges, seeing a smaller pill, frequently marked it down on visual inspection before testing. He placed it on the judging tray with the identifier number from his workstation. Around him, other competitors were still working. Wei Peng finished at the 1 hour 50 mark with the deliberate timing of someone who has calibrated their finishing time for visible authority. Finishing too early looks rushed. Finishing close to the limit with composure looks mastered. Wei Peng's pill was standard size and standard yellow. From where Wei Liang sat, it looked technically well-produced. Uniform color, smooth surface, the visual hallmarks of clean work. Several competitors gathered informally near the front to compare their pills on the judging trays while the remaining refiners finished. Wei Liang heard Wei Peng's voice, carrying naturally, not deliberately projecting, just the voice of someone accustomed to being heard. "The small dark one is interesting," Wei Peng said, in the tone of someone describing a curiosity. "Someone's attempting an experimental compression technique, probably. You sometimes see that from people who haven't had proper formation training. They over-densify the mass to compensate for incomplete phase management." The junior alchemist beside him made a sound of agreement. Wei Liang, at his workstation, was cleaning his tools. He did not respond. He had nothing to say yet. The judges would say it for him. He thought about the comment dispassionately, the way he thought about evidence. Over-densify the mass to compensate for incomplete phase management. That was the interpretation Wei Peng would reach, because it was the only interpretation available to someone working from the stolen formulas framework. The stolen notes described standard density as the target. Anything denser was, from that framework's perspective, a compensatory failure rather than a superior technique. His grandfather had addressed this directly in the fourth notebook. The density increase is a consequence of the three-phase lattice structure, not the cause of it. High-density pills are smaller because the qi is more efficiently bound. This requires more understanding, not less. The standard framework has this exactly backward. Wei Peng was going to be the last person to understand that. He had been trained to see the world through a specific lens. That lens could not see what Wei Liang was doing. He set down his cleaning tool and looked at his hands, which were still faintly warm from the Phase 3 transition. In an hour, the stone would read the result. The hall noise had settled into the ambient sound of 23 people at various stages of their refinements. Furnace sounds, the occasional soft instruction an alchemist muttered to themselves, the dry scratch of someone's notes on paper. The smell of active alchemy work filled the room. The mineral sharpness of heated qi-active compounds, the faint sweetness of the marrow vine's base essence releasing during phase processing. He sat with the work he had done and reviewed it the way he reviewed everything. Looking for what might have been better, not to be harsh with himself, but because the gap between this attempt and the best possible version was where the learning lived. Phase 3 had run 1 degree hotter than optimal. He had felt it at the transition point, the slight sharpness of an over-calibrated heat exchange, but not enough to degrade the result. The three-phase lattice structure had held. The secondary harmonic, which he had seen only once before in practice, had appeared cleanly in the final consolidation. His grandfather had written, in the fourth notebook, when the secondary harmonic is present, the work is complete. When it is absent, there is more to learn. He had understood this to mean that the harmonic was not a performance indicator but a diagnostic. It told you whether the underlying principle had been correctly applied, not whether the execution had been polished. The harmonic was either there or it wasn't. Today it had been there. That was all that was necessary. Chapter 10. The competition, round 1. The formal judging began at the 2-hour mark. Hall Director Chu and her 2 associate judges worked through the competitor trays from workstation 1 to 23, spending approximately 3 minutes at each: visual assessment, qi resonance test, stability check. The purity grade reading came from a standard calibration stone. When a pill was placed on the stone's quartz matrix resonated with the pill's qi output, and the resonance frequency corresponded to a percentage grade on the reference chart. Wei Liang watched from his workstation as the judges worked through the front row. Wei Peng's pill was assessed third. The calibration stone read 69%, solid work for a formal competition setting. Wei Peng accepted the result with composure and the slight nod of a person who expected to be judged favorably and has been. The judge who recorded the result added a notation: standard structure, clean technique, adequate purity. The notation went into the formal record. The judges worked through the second row. One competitor had produced a pill that crumbled during the stability check, a refining error that caused it to dissolve entirely on the calibration stone, producing a score of 0. The competitor accepted this with visible distress. Hall Director Chu noted the failure without cruelty and moved on. The third row began. Workstation 11. The associate judge who handled Wei Liang's tray was a middle-aged man with the reading glasses and careful hand movements of someone who performed this function at many competitions. He picked up the amber-colored pill, a darker amber than Wei Liang had expected from the furnace characteristics, suggesting a slightly higher Phase 3 integration than anticipated, and held it at eye level. Small, he noted, aloud, to the recording clerk. Said the recording clerk. The judge placed the pill on the calibration stone. The stone lit. It was not the standard pale yellow-white resonance that filled the stone at 60 to 70% purity grades. The stone went deep amber, the same color as the pill, with an additional secondary resonance frequency visible as a faint green shimmer that the judge had, Wei Liang suspected, never seen from a calibration stone before. The judge looked at the reference chart. He looked back at the stone. He looked at the reference chart again, with the specific, careful expression of a person who is making absolutely certain they are reading the right line. 94, he said. The recording clerk stopped writing. Pardon, 94%. The judge lifted the pill from the stone, and the resonance faded. He placed it back. The stone returned to deep amber. 94% purity. Secondary harmonic indicator present. That's the green shimmer. I've not seen that from a condensing marrow before. He turned to Hall Director Chu. Madam Director. Chu came over. She looked at the stone. She looked at the pill. She looked at the reference chart. Her expression was the expression of a professional who has spent 30 years in alchemy administration and has just encountered something that does not fit the expected range. Continue the assessment, she said. We'll review the outliers at the end. Wei Liang's pill was set aside in a separate tray with a small flag marker. From the front row, Wei Peng was watching. Wei Liang did not look at him. He looked at the window on the south wall of the hall, which framed a section of Iron Petal City's roof tiles and a strip of gray sky. And he kept his expression the way his grandfather had kept his. Still, specific, not performing anything. He noted a sound from somewhere behind him. A low murmur, 2 or 3 competitors in the back row who had seen the flag tray and were making assessments. The secondary harmonic was visible enough that those with sufficient cultivation sense could perceive it from their workstations. They were reaching for explanations. He heard the phrase, fluke reading, and the phrase, never seen that indicator before, and then a third voice speculating about whether there was a calibration error in the stone. The stone was not in error. The pill was working. The judging continued through the remaining rows. 3 other competitors scored in the 60s range, 4 in the 50s, indicating competent but unpolished work. The lowest score was the 0. The median was approximately 63%. When the individual assessments were complete, Hall Director Chu convened the judges at the central table for the final ranking discussion. Wei Liang remained at his workstation. He was not one of the people crowded at the edges of the central area, trying to hear the judges' deliberation. He already knew what they were going to find. Wei Peng's 69% put him in 3rd place by the initial tally. 1st and 2nd were held by 2 competitors from established trading house alchemy operations who had scored 71% and 70% respectively. Then they tested the flagged pill. Hall Director Chu placed it on the calibration stone herself, with both judges watching. The stone went deep amber and stayed there. The secondary harmonic shimmer appeared again, more visible now that all 3 judges were looking for it. 94%, she said, quietly, to herself rather than the room. She looked at the workstation number. She looked at the registration list. Wei Liang, she said. Unaffiliated. She picked up the pill and held it in the light. It was the color that a condensing marrow pill had never been. A deep amber with the specific dense translucence of a very high Qi concentration structure. Standard condensing marrow pills were pale amber at best. This was a different color entirely, the color of a different theoretical ceiling. She set it back down. Run the secondary test, she said to the associate judge. The associate judge placed it on the alternate calibration stone. The reading was the same. He shook his head once, confirming. The room had the quality of held breath. Wei Peng's head came up. Wei Liang watched this from his workstation and felt nothing he had not already anticipated. He had been watching Wei Peng since they arrived at their workstations and had formed a clear picture, a skilled, well-trained alchemist operating from a framework that was both excellent and incomplete. The framework was excellent because Hui Yuanpeng was a capable teacher and the stolen notes were still substantially correct in the areas they covered. It was incomplete because the copied notes were missing the specific theoretical framework that made the densification technique possible. Wei Peng had commented on the small dark pill as an experimental failure, using the framework he had been trained in to reach the only conclusion that framework made available. He was not being deliberately unfair. He genuinely saw what his training told him to see. He could not see what his training had not prepared him to see. In an hour, he would be seeing it. Wei Liang folded his hands and waited for the formal judging to begin. Chapter 11. The face slap. The final ranking session was technically closed, but in the manner of official processes that are conducted in a room with inadequate walls and a crowd of 23 invested parties directly outside the door, its content was not private. Hall Director Chu announced the preliminary rankings from the judging table, visible through the hall's interior window. The two trading house alchemists in second and third, and Wei Liang's result in first by a margin that made the distance between first and second larger than the distance between second and last. Wei Peng was not in the top three. There was a silence in the hall of the specific variety that precedes either graceful acceptance or its opposite. Then Wei Peng's voice, clear and controlled, the voice of a Wei family representative managing a public moment, said, "I'd like to request a retest of the first place result. The purity reading is outside established parameters for this pill category. That's a plausible indicator of a calibration anomaly." Hall Director Chu looked up from the table. "You may submit a formal retest request. It requires your written signature and a retest fee of 1 silver coin, under Hall Rule 14. Wei Peng produced both without hesitation. The coin and the signed form were placed before Director Chu within 90 seconds. A retest was a public procedure, conducted in front of all competitors and spectators present. The competition's 30 or 40 observers crowded into the hall proper for it. Director Chu stood at the central testing platform with both associate judges flanking her and Wei Liang's amber pill on the platform surface. She placed it on the primary calibration stone. The stone went deep amber with the green harmonic shimmer. She recorded the reading, 94%. She transferred it to the hall's secondary calibration stone, an older, separately manufactured unit kept specifically to prevent single stone errors. The secondary stone went deep amber with the green harmonic shimmer. She recorded the reading, 94%. She held the pill up to the light. It was intact, properly formed, properly stored. "Retest result," she said, to the room. "First place score confirmed. 94% purity. Secondary harmonic indicator consistent across both calibration instruments. Wei Liang, unaffiliated, is confirmed as the competition winner." She placed the pill carefully back in its tray. In the second row of spectators, Elder Wei Shui had gone very still. He had arrived that morning as part of the Wei family delegation, a routine oversight visit to the family's competition entries. He was wearing his silver-threaded senior alchemist robe and the expression of comfortable authority that was his default. That expression was no longer on his face. Wei Songlong had not come personally. He had sent a message bird that morning. Wei Liang heard this secondhand later, because he had other business to attend to in the main compound. The message bird returning to him that evening would carry news he was not expecting. Wei Peng accepted the retest result with the rigid stillness of a person who has exhausted their options and must now choose how to look. He chose the version of composure that resembled disdain. "A statistical anomaly," he said to the junior alchemist beside him, loud enough for several people to hear. "It won't repeat." Wei Liang, in the front of the crowd, heard this. He walked to the competition platform to accept his trophy, a small jade furnace, as was traditional, and the prize packet, which included a hall certification of competition performance and 40 silver coins. Director Chu handed him the trophy and the certificate and looked at him with the evaluating expression of a professional who is revising her assessment. "That's secondary harmonic," she said, quietly, with the other noise of the room covering their exchange. "I've never seen it in 30 years. What causes it?" "Multi-phase qi integration," Wei Liang said. "The standard condensing marrow formula uses single-phase temperature, which produces the standard yellow resonance. With three-phase temperature modulation, the pill's qi structure has a harmonic component that single-phase work can't produce." She looked at him. "Three-phase temperature modulation is theoretical. Wei Zonghe wrote about it in his published notes as a proposed technique, never demonstrated." "He demonstrated it," Wei Liang said. "He just didn't demonstrate it publicly." She looked at him for a long moment. "Your registration says your family name is Wei." "Yes," he said. "Are you his grandson?" "Yes," he said. She was quiet for a moment, holding the trophy. Then she handed it to him properly. "Well," she said. That was all she said. It was enough. Elder Wei Shui was at the hall's entrance when Wei Liang walked toward the door, positioned with the posture of a man who has positioned himself to intercept someone. He had recovered his expression of authority, though it sat differently now. A wall rebuilt after damage, the same shape but visible from different angles. "Wei Liang," he said. "Elder Shui," Wei Liang said. He stopped politely and waited. "The competition result will be noted," Shui said. "The family acknowledges your technical performance today. It does not, however, change the assessment findings. Pill-path performance in a single competition under favorable conditions is distinct from the comprehensive evaluation of foundational ability. Wei Liang looked at him for a moment. He thought about several possible responses, and then he thought about his grandfather, who had spent his life building something real and then watched it be taken from him by people who could only use it without understanding it. The assessment was false, Wei Liang said, simply and clearly, not loudly but without softening. You know it was false. I know you know it was false. I don't need you to acknowledge it to me today. I need you to have heard the result, which you have. That's sufficient for now. He walked past Shui and out into the iron petal afternoon. Behind him, he heard absolute silence. Then Wei Ping's voice, strained. A fluke. It was a fluke. He can't do that consistently. Wei Liang did not look back. He had 40 silver coins, a jade furnace trophy, and a very clear idea of what came next. He walked through the city's afternoon market, past the familiar stalls and the ordinary traffic of a city conducting ordinary business. He held the trophy in one hand. It was a small jade furnace, the traditional prize, about the size of his palm, made from pale green jade with the Iron Petal City Alchemy Hall seal engraved on its base. It would fit in his pack without difficulty. He would keep it, not for the sentiment of a prize won, but because it was a record, physical, verifiable, in his possession, that on this day, in this city, the result had been documented. Wei Shuai had watched him produce that result today. He would report it to Wei Songlong. Wei Songlong would receive the news with the expression of a man finding out the thing he feared had arrived. Wei Liang had not entered the competition for the prize, or for the trophy, or for the 40 silver coins, though the coins were genuinely useful. He had entered because Wei Shuai's presence in the delegation was a guarantee that the family would hear what had happened from someone who had seen it with his own eyes and could not subsequently deny or distort it. The calibration stone had read 94%. 2 stones, separately, with retest witnesses present. There was no version of that result that could be quietly buried. The first piece of the public record was in place. He turned toward the herb stall, where Ru Dao would be waiting with the day's restocking. The afternoon was still early. There was work to do. Someone was going to need to tell Wei Songlong about today. Wei Liang hoped someone did it in front of as many people as possible. Chapter 12. The cost. He found the ransacked room at the 9th hour of evening. He had gone back to the boarding house loft after a meal at the market. The first proper cooked meal he had allowed himself in a month, a small personal acknowledgement of the day's result, and had climbed the barrel maker's ladder to find the door unbolted from the outside, which was not possible since it had been secured when he left, which meant someone had come in through the window. The loft was a small space, and there was not much to ransack. His sleeping materials had been pulled apart. The 2 textbooks Xinyu had lent him were on the floor with their spines cracked. The lamp had been knocked over, fortunately unlit. His spare clothing had been searched. The small pouch where he kept daily coins had been opened and emptied, which was 3 silver coins. He stood in the doorway and looked at it all. Then he checked his traveling pack, which he had taken with him to the competition and to dinner, and which he had not left in the room. Everything in the hidden compartment was intact. The 37 notebooks, the cipher key, the jade box from the first refinement. All present. He had known, on some level, that this would come. Perhaps not this quickly, but the competition result had broadcast his capability to the wrong audience. Shui had been there. A message bird could reach the Wei compound in 3 hours. He didn't know if the person who had come was a family operative or an opportunist who had heard the competition result and decided a young, unaffiliated alchemist was worth robbing. It didn't particularly matter. The result was the same. The loft was no longer safe storage. He gathered his few possessions. They filled half the traveling pack, and descended the ladder with deliberate care, setting his foot on each rung. The night outside was cool, and the barrel yard was silent. He walked around to the shop's front door and knocked, with the specific pattern of 3-2-1 that he had established with Shunyu after the first refinement night as a signal to distinguish him from general late-hour visitors. A light appeared in the upper window. Then footsteps on the interior stairs. Xinyu opened the door. She was in her work clothes rather than nightwear, which meant she had not gone to sleep yet. She looked at him, then at the traveling pack, then back at him with that specific evaluating attention she applied to everything. The loft, she said. Search tonight. Whoever it was came in through the window. My daily coins taken. My pack was with me. She stepped back from the door without a word and gestured inward. He came in. She closed the door and bolted it and turned. Storage room has a bolt on the inside, she said. You know that. I didn't want to ask. You're not asking, she said. I'm offering. He looked at her. In the lamplight of the shop's entryway, she looked tired in the way of someone who works long days rather than someone who is diminished by it. A functional tiredness, the tiredness of a person at the end of a day they have used well. There's something else, she said. Several things, he agreed. The people who searched your room, you know who sent them. I believe so. I can't prove it. If you're right, she said, they'll be back when that doesn't find what they're looking for. Yes. And what they're looking for is in the pack. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. My father has a storage trunk with a combination lock under the prep table. Iron-lined. He uses it for the highest grade stock because the storeroom gets humidity. Nothing goes in there without both of us knowing. It's too small for the pack, but if you're keeping anything in a format that's not 20 notebooks, the most critical items are 4 pages of notation and 37 notebooks, he said. I can reformat the notation to be less identifiable if needed. Keep the notebooks as they are, she said. Put the notation in the trunk. Lock it. I'll know the combination and you'll know the combination, and we can establish one more thing. What's that? Whatever you're going to do next, and I have an idea you have a plan, I want to know what it involves. Not everything. Enough to help if you need it. Wei Liang looked at her for a long moment. He thought about his grandfather, who had built everything alone, in private, behind the careful shield of a public underestimation, and whose work had been taken because no one had known to protect it. I'm going to enter the continental circuit, he said. I need a sponsor at a registered alchemy hall. I need time to continue developing my technique from the notes. And I need to complete enough public work that by the time I present the full evidence of what was stolen, the alchemy world already knows what the original looks like. She was quiet for a moment, processing this. You're going to build an unanswerable case in public, she said. Before I make any accusation, he said, I'm going to make sure everyone already knows the truth, so that when I say it, it's not news. It's a conclusion. Outside, a night wind moved through the barrel maker's yard and pushed something wooden into something else with a soft knock. The lamp in the entryway flickered. Then you'd better stay here, Shinyi said. The storage room has a window that faces the back alley. It's a better egress if someone comes in the front. My father will agree. He's been watching you work for a month. She went upstairs without waiting for a reply. Wei Liang looked around the herb shop, the labeled jars on the shelves, the balance scale on the counter, the smell of dried herbs and iron dust that had become familiar enough to feel like the smell of somewhere he was supposed to be. He put his pack down. He took the cipher notation from the front cover of the top notebook and brought it to the preparation room. He found the iron trunk under the prep table, as described. A solid, serious piece of storage furniture with an honest lock. He placed the 4 pages inside, closed the lid, and set the combination. He was going to need more time to master the remaining notebooks. He was going to need a sponsor and a hall, and eventually a public competition of serious enough standing that the result could not be dismissed. He was going to need allies. He had one, as of tonight. Possibly 2, counting Luo Changfa, who had walked out of this room with full meridians and a debt he had paid in coin, but not yet in full. He sat down on the storage room floor with the top notebook in his lap and opened to the section on adapting phase modulation to the foundation rank advancement pill class. He was going to need to be ready. Somewhere in the Wei compound, Elder Shui was writing a report about what had happened at the iron pedal competition. The time for quiet private preparation was almost over. What came next would be loud. He read until dawn. Chapter 13. Open shop. 3 months had passed since the ransacking of his rented loft, and in that time Wei Liang had established something he had not expected to establish so quickly, a reputation. It had begun with Luo Changfa, whose restored meridians had sent him back to his sect in the Iron Ridge Prefecture, radiating the unmistakable chi signature of a man whose channels had been thoroughly cleaned. His sect's physician had examined him, found the work impossible to explain, and asked who the alchemist was. Luo Changfa had given a name and a city and a rough location. The outer market, the herb stall, the young man with the steady hands, and left it at that. From there, word had moved the way it always moves among cultivators, through networks of obligation and curiosity, through the quiet professional channels that connect healers and fighters and merchants across cities, through the earned trust that makes one cultivator tell another that a specific person solved a specific problem. By the time Wei Liang had set up a proper stall in Iron Pedal's outer market, a rented table under a blue canvas awning, nothing more. 3 people were waiting for him the first morning he opened. He sold out by the 3rd hour afternoon. By the 2nd week, he was refining in the evenings after the stall closed, working in the Shun family storage room with Shun Yu monitoring the furnace temperature and recording which formulas were moving. By the 5th week, he had a waiting list. He capped it at 30 names and told himself this was temporary, that the stall was a means and not the destination, that the refinement practice was more valuable than the coins, though the coins were genuinely useful, more useful than 3 silver coins and a jade trophy, which was where he had started. The pills he sold were not the highest formulas in the notes. He was still working his way through the middle sections, and some of what his grandfather had written required ingredients he couldn't yet afford or cultivation knowledge he hadn't yet internalized. What he sold were adaptations, his grandfather's underlying principles applied to standard formulas, producing standard effects at uncommon quality. The pills were physically unusual in ways that made customers hesitant until they used them. They were too compact, too dense. The colors were always slightly wrong. A spirit chi condensing pill that came out deep jade rather than the expected pale green. A meridian clearing pill that emerged dark copper instead of bright gold. First-time buyers sometimes stood at the stall for a long moment, looking from the pill in their hand to Wei Liang's face, doing the mental calculation of whether a discounted, unusual pill was worth the risk. The answer, once experienced, was not in doubt. 3 weeks after opening, he had stopped needing to negotiate prices. The stall had a word-of-mouth value that he had not manufactured. It had simply accreted from results. The Wei family branch pharmacy 3 streets over had noticed. Wei Liang was aware of this the way he was aware of most things in his environment, through the behavior of other people. The pharmacy's junior clerk had walked past his stall twice one afternoon without buying anything, studying the waiting customers with an expression of professional assessment. A week later, Wei Liang noticed the pharmacy had added 2 new formula signs to their window display, both advertising pills he had been selling. The prices were lower than his. 2 of his repeat customers had gone to try the pharmacy's version and come back the following week. He noted all of this without particular emotion. The pharmacy was a symptom of a larger problem, not the problem itself. The problem was Shun Yu's accounting, which she kept in a small ledger with methodical handwriting, which had begun tracking a pattern over the second month. Certain customers who had been buying from the Wei family pharmacy before coming to him were presenting with the same subtle physiological signature. Not injury, exactly. Not obvious harm. But a kind of dulling, a cloudiness in the qi channels that a careful refiner could detect when examining a patient, a residue of something that hadn't cleared the way it should have. They're taking the standard pills, Xinyu said one evening, sitting across from him at the prep table with the ledger open between them. The pharmacy pills. And then they're coming to you for something to fix the qi issues they have afterward. I know, Wei Liang said. Do you know what's causing it? He was quiet for a moment. He had examined 3 patients' qi flows carefully enough to have a theory. He had checked the theory against his grandfather's notes, specifically against a section in the 11th notebook that described, in unusually emphatic terms, a failure mode in a particular class of formula. Yes, he said. I have a strong idea, but I need to see one of the pharmacy pills directly. Xinyu turned a page in the ledger. Ru Dao, she said. Who? Physician Ru Dao. Wandering doctor. He came in 2 weeks ago while you were at the furnace. I told you about him. He buys his pharmaceutical stock from various sources when he's in a city, including the Wei family pharmacy. He was asking about alternatives. She paused. He mentioned patients. Wei Liang looked at her. I told him to come back next week, she said. He hasn't yet, but I have his lodging address. Wei Liang closed the notebook he had been reviewing. Write him a note, he said. Tell him I'd like to see the pills he purchased, and that I have reason to believe they may not be performing as documented. Xinyu was already reaching for the writing brush. He sat back and listened to the night market outside the window, the vendors calling, the creak of a cart wheel, the distant sound of 2 cultivators sparring in the training yard 4 blocks away. 3 months ago, he had been sleeping on a barrel maker's loft floor with 40 silver coins and a plan. The plan was proceeding. He had not yet made the accusation. He was, as he had told Xinyu, still making sure that when he said it, it would land as conclusion rather than claim. But the evidence was beginning to arrive on its own. Tomorrow, he decided, he would open the 12th notebook and begin working through the section on the Scarlet Phoenix Ascent pills quintuple flame sequencing. He was not ready for it yet. His flame control was still inconsistent above the 3rd type, but readiness was built by working toward it, and he had a feeling that the Scarlet Phoenix was going to matter before the tournament season arrived. Outside, a night moth knocked softly against the window glass and went still. He pulled the 12th notebook toward him and began to read. Chapter 14, Physician Ru Dao. Ru Dao arrived on a morning when the market was busy with a minor festival, one of the mid-month trading days that brought extra vendors and extra foot traffic into the outer district, and Wei Liang nearly missed him in the crowd. He was a compact man, somewhere in his middle 40s, with the unhurried movement of someone whose body had been through enough physical hardship to teach it economy. Foundation 5 cultivator. Wei Liang assessed that in the first 3 seconds. The qi signature was stable and disciplined, not the blazing confidence of a combat specialist, but the quieter density of someone who had built their cultivation over years rather than burning through it in bursts. He wore a traveling physician's badge on his outer jacket, a copper circle with a needle crossed over a brush. He carried 2 bags, one medical and one personal. He found the stall without difficulty, which meant Shun Yu's directions had been clear, and he stood for a moment at the edge of the awning's shadow looking at Wei Liang with professional assessment before coming forward. Wei Liang, he said. It was not a question. Physician Ru Dao, Wei Liang said. Thank you for coming. Sit, if you have time. There was a stool kept behind the stall for extended customer consultations. Wei Liang brought it out and set it across the table from his work chair. Ru Dao sat with the careful deliberateness of a man who had walked a long way that morning and was not too proud to admit it. The letter said you wanted to see the pills, Ru Dao said. I do. Ru Dao opened the medical bag and set a small paper envelope on the table. Qi rebuilding formula, purchased from the Wei family pharmacy in Iron Petal 8 days ago. Standard certification seal. I have the receipt. Wei Liang took the envelope and opened it with a fold of clean paper from the stall's work materials. He didn't touch the pills directly. Not yet. There were 3 pills inside, pale gold in color, the standard hue for a Qi rebuilding pill. They were smooth and consistent in size, which was the hallmark of competent mass production. The pharmacy's production team was not sloppy. That was part of what made the problem difficult to see without knowing what to look for. He held one up to the morning light. Through the pill's translucence, standard pills had a faint transparency in bright light. He could see the internal Qi structure. There it was. It was subtle. A careful refiner looking at the standard production methodology would never catch it, because the flaw wasn't in the refining process as currently documented. It was in the formula itself, specifically in the 5th step, where the notes his grandfather had written described a catalyst that appeared nowhere in the stolen version. Without that catalyst, the 5th step produced a pill that passed every standard purity test and failed one specific long-term performance criterion. The pill's Qi binding agents degraded in the presence of wood element body Qi, releasing a microscopic crystalline residue that accumulated in the secondary channels over repeated use. It was invisible in a single use. In 3 uses it was still invisible. Over 10 to 15 uses it produced exactly the kind of channel clouding Wei Liang had been seeing in his returning customers. Tell me about the patients, Wei Liang said. Ru Dao's expression shifted from professional neutrality to something more angular. How many do you want to know about? Start with the one that brought you to my stall. A woman in Stonegrit Town. 42 years old, Foundation 2 cultivation, been practicing steady Qi rebuilding for a decade. Started purchasing from Wei family-affiliated pharmacies about 3 years ago when the local independent alchemist retired. Nothing unusual for 18 months. Then she started having channel restriction symptoms. Nothing dramatic, just a steadily worsening sense of obstruction, especially after a refinement session. Her cultivation progress stopped. She attributed it to age. Ru Dao paused. I've known her for 6 years. When I examined her last month, the secondary channels in her lower meridian system were clouded with something I couldn't identify. It's not standard Qi stagnation. It's a residue. It is a residue, Wei Liang said. I know what it is. I know why it's there. Ru Dao looked at him steadily. Then tell me. Wei Liang told him. He kept the explanation technical but not obscure. He was speaking to a physician with Foundation 5 cultivation and decades of clinical experience, not a layman. He described the 5th step catalyst, its function, what happened without it. He described the degradation mechanism. He described the timeline and the demographic. Wood element body types would show faster accumulation, older practitioners more visible symptoms. When he finished, Ru Dao was quiet for a moment. How do you know what's missing from their formula, he said. Wei Liang met his eyes. Because I have the original. Another silence, longer than the first. That's a significant claim, Ru Dao said. It is. The Wei family formula has been in production for 15 years. The Xinyan sect certified it. The Continental Alchemy Council's standard review process approved it for general distribution. I know, Wei Liang said. And you're saying all of that is built on an incomplete copy. I'm saying the formula they certified is missing one element from the original that changes its long-term performance profile. I'm not saying the people who certified it knew. I'm saying the people who provided the formula to be certified knew. Ru Dao looked at him for a long moment. Wei Liang was realizing, not the kind of man who responded to dramatic statements with dramatic reactions. He processed things. He evaluated. He had been a physician for a long time, and he had learned to be careful with what he believed until the evidence supported it. How many patients? Ru Dao said. I don't know yet. I'm seeing the residue in approximately 1 in 4 customers who have a history of Wei family pharmacy purchases over more than a year. That's a small sample. I've been open 3 months. I've been traveling the southern circuit for 4 years, Ru Dao said quietly. The Wei family and Xinyan sect have co-production pharmacies in 11 cities. If your timeline is accurate, 12 cities. Wei Liang said. They added Long Wei last autumn. I know because my uncle wrote the announcement letter himself. Ru Dao was still. Then he reached across the table and picked up one of the qi rebuilding pills from the envelope, studying it with the same careful attention Wei Liang had used. I've been blaming myself, he said, quietly enough that it was more statement than revelation, for not catching it earlier. I thought I was missing something in my own examination technique. You weren't, Wei Liang said. The flaw is invisible from outside the formula. No standard diagnostic method identifies it. Ru Dao set the pill down. He looked at Wei Liang with an expression that had moved past professional assessment into something more direct and personal. What are you going to do about it, he said. Build a case, Wei Liang said. Carefully. In public. So that when I make the accusation, it can't be denied or buried or attributed to a family grudge. You have a family grudge. I have a family grievance, Wei Liang said. Those are different. The grievance is real and documented. The case I'm building is about the patients, not the grievance. Ru Dao was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded once, a small deliberate motion. I have records going back for years, he said. Patient histories, examination notes, purchase records where I could get them. If you can tell me what to look for, the specific residue signature, I can go through my archives and tell you how many patients I've seen who show the pattern. I can tell you exactly what to look for, Wei Liang said. Outside, the festival crowd moved through the market in its unhurried way. A vendor called out the price of 5 items in rapid succession. A child laughed somewhere in the middle distance. Ru Dao pulled out a physician's notebook and set it on the table. They began to work. Chapter 15. The flaw in the stolen formula. They worked for 3 hours that morning, and by the end of it Ru Dao's expression had settled into the specific, controlled stillness of a physician who has understood something he wishes he had understood a year sooner. Wei Liang had walked him through the mechanism step by step. Not because Ru Dao was slow. He was not. The man had a sharp clinical mind and a genuine grounding in qi flow theory that made the technical explanation easier, but because the mechanism deserved to be understood completely, not simply accepted on Wei Liang's authority. He had explained the 5th step catalyst, iron pith ash from a specific mountain variety of ironwood, required in a ratio of 1 part per 40 of the base ingredient, added during the temperature peak of the 5th phase when the pill's core structure was still permeable. Its function was to bind the qi-stabilizing agents to the pill's qi framework in a way that prevented them from becoming reactive in the presence of body qi after consumption. Without the binding, the agents performed correctly in the short term. The pill worked, purity tests passed, standard effects were present, but degraded slowly over repeated exposure, releasing a fine crystalline particulate that the body could not fully process. The particulate was inert in most conditions. In wood element body types, it reacted with the meridian lining over time, producing a progressive narrowing of the secondary channels. The narrowing was reversible in early stages. In cases of 18 months or more of regular use, the narrowing could become permanent without targeted treatment. Your patient in Stonegrit Town, Wei Liang said. 3 years of use. Her secondary channels, are the symptoms bilateral? Left side more severe, Ru Dao said, not looking up from his notebook. He was writing quickly. That would be consistent with left-dominant wood element expression in a Foundation 2 practitioner. The left meridian branches carry more of the base qi in that cultivation stage. Wei Liang paused. She can be treated. The particulate can be dissolved with a correctly formulated meridian clarifying pill, not the standard formula, the original. My version clears the residue completely. I've been using it on patients here who show early-stage accumulation. You knew this was happening when you opened the stall, Ru Dao said. I identified it in my 2nd week, Wei Liang said. I didn't have enough cases to be certain it was a systematic pattern rather than individual variation until the 6th week. Ru Dao looked up from the notebook. His expression was not accusatory. He was reading the situation accurately. You didn't report it immediately because you needed the sample size. I needed enough cases to rule out my own diagnostic bias, Wei Liang said. If I had reported a claim based on 2 or 3 cases, I would have been dismissed as a disgruntled family exile producing false evidence. I needed it to be undeniable. And now I have 14 confirmed cases in 3 months in one city. And you have 4 years of records across the entire Southern Circuit. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. I want to know how many patients we're talking about before I take the evidence to the alchemy hall. Ru Dao set his brush down. I can go through my archives tonight and tomorrow. I have records at the lodging house. I keep everything. Give me 2 days. Take what you need, Wei Liang said. Ru Dao gathered his notebook and his bags. He stood, and then paused before turning away from the stall. The original notes, he said. Who knows they exist? 1 person in addition to myself, Wei Liang said. And now you. The person who took them. they would know they were incomplete. Yes. They've known for 15 years. Yes. Ru Dao looked at him for a moment with an expression that was not quite pity and not quite admiration, but contained elements of both, filtered through something harder and more determined. I have a patient in Eastbrook City who has been unable to advance from Qi Condensation 7 for 6 years, he said. He's been taking the standard advancement pills, Wei family formula, every 6 months for 4 years. Foundation threshold pills. Each dose cost him 2 months of income. He stopped. He just assumed he wasn't talented enough. Wei Liang said nothing. I'll have the archive review done in 2 days, Ru Dao said. He walked away into the festival crowd. Wei Liang watched him until the crowd closed behind him, then turned back to his stall. The morning's customers had been patient. He spent the next 2 hours working through the waiting list with methodical efficiency, examining, dispensing, answering questions. He noted, in the back of his mind as he worked, that 3 of the 14 customers he saw that afternoon had the characteristic channel clouding. He added their case notes to the ledger he had been keeping with Shunyu. He had opened the stall knowing this problem existed. He had not known its full scale. The scale was still emerging. 14 cases in iron pedal, for years of Ru Dao's records not yet reviewed, an unknown number of practitioners across the Southern Circuit who had been taking the pills for years without knowing they were being systematically harmed. He had thought, in the early weeks, that he was running a pharmaceutical repair operation and building a legal case in parallel. He was beginning to understand that the pharmaceutical repair operation was potentially much larger than the legal case. The legal case was about what had happened. The treatment work was about the people it had happened to, who were currently alive and currently limited by harm they didn't understand. The man in Eastbrook City who had spent 2 months' income every 6 months for 4 years trying to break through a ceiling the pills had built. He was not a data point. He was a person who had been making a real sacrifice based on a false promise, investing in something that was working against him while appearing to help him. There were more like him. Ru Dao's archive would say how many more. Wei Liang treated his last customer of the afternoon, a young woman with the early-stage clouding pattern, and gave her the corrective meridian clarifying preparation with instructions for use. He watched her bow and leave and noted her case in the ledger. He thought about scale. He thought about what it meant to correct this, person by person, case by case, with the tools he had. That evening, he opened the 12th notebook and worked through the quintuple flame sequencing theory for the 3rd time, this time attempting the 1st and 2nd flames in combination on a test batch of low-value ingredients that he could afford to fail. He failed 3 times before a partial success on the 4th attempt. The 1st and 2nd flames stabilized together for approximately 20 seconds before the 2nd began to smother the 1st. 20 seconds was not enough. He needed sustained dual flame control before he could attempt 3. He noted the result, noted the adjustment in chi pressure he had used on the 4th attempt compared to the first 3, and made a plan for tomorrow. Ru Dao's archive would tell them the scale. Elder Tan Shouwen's Alchemy Hall would need to be involved. The Alchemy Hall had the authority to demand a product review, which was the procedural mechanism that would force the Wei family pharmacy to submit pills for official testing. But before any of that, he needed to be ready to demonstrate what the correct formula looked like. Somewhere in the Wei compound, Wei Zonglong was reading a report about a young alchemist in iron pedal whose pills were selling out every day and who had, 3 months ago, produced a condensing marrow pill of 94% purity. Wei Liang wanted to make sure that by the time his uncle understood what that meant, it was already too late to bury it. Chapter 16. Wei family suppression. Elder Wei Shui arrived in iron pedal on a gray morning, 17 days after Ru Dao's visit. Wei Liang saw him before Shui saw him, an advantage that Wei Liang had learned to cultivate as a matter of reflex, the habit of scanning a street before walking into it, of noting who was watching a stall before approaching it. Shui had come with 2 family guards, both Qi Condensation 8, carrying the formal travel colors of the Wei clan. He walked with the careful dignity of a man executing an official function, which meant he had a document. Wei Liang was in the middle of an examination when he spotted them. He finished the examination, a woman with early-stage secondary channel restriction, whom he noted in the ledger, and dispensed her pills and thanked her for coming. Then he folded his hands on the stall table and waited. Shui found the stall. He stopped in front of it, taking in the blue awning, the waiting customers, the careful arrangement of Wei Liang's work materials, with an expression that moved between distaste and something more complex. Wei Liang, he said. He had a formal announcement voice that he had likely practiced for exactly these occasions. Elder Shui, Wei Liang said pleasantly. This is unexpected. Will you sit? I will not. Shui reached into his formal jacket and produced a scroll. He held it up in the manner of official proclamation, which caused the nearest customers to step back slightly in the instinctive deference that formal clan documents still commanded even in a public market. By order of the Wei family alchemy clan, head of House Wei Songlong, Wei Liang, formerly of the Wei family, is to cease all alchemy practice, commercial sale of alchemical products, and public representation as an alchemist, effective immediately, pending formal review by the clan council. Failure to comply will result in clan sanction and referral to the Continental Alchemy Council's registry for unauthorized practice. He read it without embellishment. His delivery was practiced. In the market around the stall, the nearby vendors and customers had gone quiet in that specific way that public confrontations produce. Not silence exactly, but a reduction in ambient sound, a focusing of attention. Wei Liang waited until Shuai had finished. "Are you authorized to deliver that directive personally?" he said. Shuai's expression tightened. "I am the clan's head examiner. Clan directives fall under my authority. This directive refers to unauthorized practice," Wei Liang said. "What is the basis for classifying my practice as unauthorized?" "You have no clan certification." "I was removed from the clan without formal process," Wei Liang said, still in a pleasant, measured tone. "The pill-blind assessment that formed the basis of my expulsion, the assessment you conducted, was not reviewed by an independent body before the expulsion was executed. The alchemy certification regulations, as registered with the Iron Pedal City Hall of Records, specify that a practitioner who was trained within a clan before expulsion retains certification rights pending formal review if their expulsion was not reviewed by a hall-authorized examiner." He paused. "I filed that claim with the Iron Pedal Alchemy Hall 6 weeks ago. My practice here has been operating under provisional hall protection during that review. The directive you've brought cannot be enforced until the hall review concludes." Shuai stared at him. The market had gone quite quiet. One of the family guards, the younger one, had clearly not expected a textual counter-citation and was looking at his senior with a confusion he was attempting to hide. "You filed with the hall," Shuai said. "6 weeks ago. Elder Tan Xiuwen is overseeing the review personally. You're welcome to confirm with his office. It's the Greystone Building 3 Streets East, 2nd floor. They open at the second morning hour." Wei Liang kept his voice easy. "I want to be clear that I'm not refusing to cooperate with a legitimate clan directive. I'm pointing out that the legal basis for enforcement is currently suspended by the review process. If the review concludes against me, I will comply immediately." Shuai rolled the scroll back up slowly. The crowd around the stall, Wei Liang could feel it without looking directly, had not dispersed. There were at least 20 people listening. Many of them were his regular customers. Some of them were vendors he knew by name. "You would be advised," Shuai said, with control that cost him something, "to consider whether you want to make an enemy of the family." "I have no interest in making enemies," Wei Liang said. "I have an interest in the review process being completed. As I said, I'll comply fully with its conclusion." Shuai held his gaze for a moment that stretched long enough to be deliberate. Then he turned and walked away with his guards, at the same careful, measured pace he had arrived with. Wei Liang looked back at the first customer in line, a young man with a leg injury who had been standing through all of this with commendable patience. "Sorry for the delay," Wei Liang said. "Let me see that leg." The young man sat down. The market resumed its ambient sound around them. Wei Liang examined the injury, noted its nature, and reached for the appropriate formula. But in the back of his mind, past the professional focus, one calculation was running. Shuai had come personally. Not a lower-ranking clan official, not a simple courier. Shuai, who had delivered the pill-blind verdict and who knew exactly what that verdict had been. His uncle was worried. Good. Wei Liang let the market's ambient noise settle back around him and returned his full attention to his patient. The young man with the injured leg was watching him with the specific, cautious trust of someone who is not sure how to place the young alchemist who has just efficiently defused a confrontation with a high-ranking family official and is now calmly preparing examination tools. "You've seen him before?" the young man said. "He's family," Wei Liang said. Distant sighed. The young man absorbed this. He was smart enough not to push. Wei Liang examined the injury, a 3-day-old ligament pull from a loading accident, inadequately treated, developing secondary fluid accumulation, and prepared the appropriate formula while his mind ran through the implications of Shuai's visit. The timing mattered. Shuai had come 6 weeks after the Iron Pedal Invitational result. Not immediately. Wei Songlong was deliberate, not reactive. He had waited for the stall to establish itself, waited to see if the 94% result was a genuine pattern or a single anomaly, and then sent Shuai only after it became clear the pattern was real and consistent, which meant Wei Songlong had been watching for 6 weeks. He had been assessing the situation, calculating the appropriate response. waiting to see what Wei Liang would do before deciding how to respond to it. The approach today had been the first response, a public, visible visit, communicated through the family's known representative. Not a private letter, not a back-channel message. A public visit, observed by the market, designed to communicate that the family was watching and had an opinion. The message was clear: we see you. We have not decided what to do about you yet. You should be uncertain. Wei Liang was not uncertain. This will need 3 applications over the next week, he said to his patient. Come back Thursday. Chapter 17. Audience with Tan Xuan. Elder Tan Xuan's office occupied the entire second floor of the gray stone building, which meant, as Wei Liang had understood from his first visit 6 weeks earlier, that the elder had a great deal of paperwork and a great deal of history with both of those things. The shelves that covered every wall from floor to ceiling held not just regulation texts and formula registries, but also decades of notes from certification reviews, correspondence with the Continental Alchemy Council, and what appeared to be several decades' worth of local alchemical incident records filed with the specificity of a man who did not trust his own memory. Tan Xuan was 63 years old, a grandmaster alchemist of genuine ability, and one of the most architecturally conservative people Wei Liang had encountered. He believed in procedure with the fervor of a man who had seen what happened when procedure was ignored, and he had initially reviewed Wei Liang's provisional protection filing with the sort of skepticism that he applied to all unusual cases: methodical, searching, not unkind, but not particularly warm. 6 weeks of evidence had adjusted his expression somewhat. Sit, Tan Xuan said when Wei Liang entered. He was behind his desk with a document open in front of him and the expression of a man who has been thinking about something difficult. Elder Shuai filed a complaint with this office this morning. I expected he would, Wei Liang said, sitting. He claims your provisional protection filing was made in bad faith, that you are not, in fact, a trained Wei family alchemist, but rather an expelled family member with no formal alchemy credential who is impersonating a certified practitioner to avoid accountability. That claim requires me to have no alchemy capability at all, Wei Liang said, which is inconsistent with the documented results of the Iron Petal Open Pill competition, the preliminary case notes from my 3 months of practice, and the 14 signed patient testimonials I submitted with the filing. He also claims the competition result was a fluke, Tan Xuan said. He said that publicly after the competition as well. The judge's independent retest documented in the competition record contradicts it. Tan Xuan looked at him for a moment. I reviewed your submitted evidence last night, he said. The patient testimonials, the examination records you've been keeping, the residue analysis. He tapped the document in front of him. I also pulled the Wei Family Pharmacy's product certification from 3 years ago and cross-referenced it against your submitted analysis of the channel restriction mechanism. Wei Liang waited. The residue you describe, Tan Xuan said slowly, is not documented in any standard alchemy text I have on these shelves. I have 243 texts on that wall. He didn't look at the wall, he knew where it was. That means either you've identified a novel toxicological mechanism that the alchemy field missed for 15 years, or I have access to information that explains why the field missed it, Wei Liang said. Yes. Tan Xuan leaned back. You told physician Ru Dao, his preliminary deposition is in this file, that you have the original formula. You didn't tell him more than that. I didn't. I'm asking you directly, Tan Xuan said. What is your source for the analysis of what is missing from the Wei Family Pharmacy formula? Wei Liang had spent some time thinking about this. He understood Tan Xuan well enough by now. The man's conservatism was structural, not cowardly. He respected documented truth. He would protect what he had procedurally committed to protecting, once committed. My grandfather kept 2 sets of notes, Wei Liang said. The set handed to the Xinyan sect 2 years ago, which were his formal alchemy teaching records, and a second set, his actual working notes, written in cipher, containing 15 years of advanced research that was never published. He paused. The formula the Wei Family Pharmacy is using is a copy of the first set. The first set was an intentionally incomplete version. My grandfather did not trust the people he knew were watching him. The second set contains the complete formulas, including the 5th-step catalyst that is missing from every pill currently in the Wei Family and Xinyan sect production lines. Tan Xuan was very still. You have the second set, he said. Yes. Where have you been keeping them? With me. In a secured location. Tan Xuan was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood up from behind his desk and walked to the window and stood looking out at the street below. If what you're saying is accurate, he said, the Xinyan sect's entire alchemy certification is based on stolen and incomplete source materials. Yes. And the patient's physician Ru Dao is documenting have been harmed by that incompleteness. Yes. Tan Xiuwen turned from the window. His expression had the specific quality of a man who has reached a decision he knew was coming for some time and is now committed to it. I'm ordering a formal product review of the Wei family pharmacy's current stock, he said, under the Alchemy Hall's investigative authority. The family directive against your practice is suspended pending the outcome. That review will take approximately 3 weeks. He paused. I will also be writing to the Continental Alchemy Council to flag the investigation. Not a formal accusation, a flag, so that they are aware a review is in progress. Thank you, Elder Tan, Wei Liang said. Don't thank me, Tan Xiuwen said. If you're wrong about any of this, if the second notes don't hold up to authentication, if the residue mechanism is something other than what you claim, the Hall will be in a very difficult position. I understand. Are you wrong about any of it? Wei Liang met his eyes. No. Tan Xiuwen held his gaze for exactly 3 seconds. Then he turned back to his desk and picked up the document. Come back in 3 days with a summary of what the correct 5th-step catalyst does, in writing, with enough technical detail that I can give it to an independent examiner who has never seen your grandfather's notes, and ask them to verify whether it addresses the residue mechanism. He sat down. If the analysis is independently verifiable without seeing the original notes, we have our procedural basis for the investigation. Wei Liang stood to leave. One more thing, Tan Xiuwen said, not looking up. The tournament announcement comes next month. I assume you're already planning to compete. I was planning to ask your sponsorship, Wei Liang said. You have it, Tan Xiuwen said. Conditionally, on the review completing without contradiction of your claims. He paused. It won't contradict them, will it? No, Wei Liang said. It won't. He walked out into the gray morning and turned toward the herb shop, where Shunyu would be opening the stall and where his 14 documented cases were waiting to become 15. Chapter 18. The Scarlet Phoenix Commission. The man who arrived on the 22nd day of the 3rd month carried himself with the particular dignity of someone accustomed to being powerful, who was now in a position of requesting rather than commanding. Core formation stage. The chi pressure was unmistakable, the kind of dense cultivated presence that made a room feel slightly smaller. He was perhaps 50, with graying temples and steady hands. He wore no clan insignia, which was unusual for a core formation practitioner, though he wore them carefully blank in the manner of someone who has made a deliberate choice rather than having no affiliation at all. He had come through a private referral, not through the stall, but through Shunyu's father, who maintained connections across the merchant district from 20 years in the herb trade. The referral had been specified. This man would not come to the market stall. He would come to the back preparation room, in the evening, with a case that was not for public discussion. Wei Liang had agreed. The man sat down across from him at the preparation table and did not speak for a moment, studying Wei Liang with the calm assessment of someone who had learned patience as a professional skill. My name is not relevant, he said. The referral told you I am core formation stage. It did. I have been core formation for 11 years, the man said. That is not, itself, unusual. Core formation consolidation takes time. But my situation has a specific cause. He placed his hands flat on the table, a gesture that Wei Liang read as a kind of professional disclosure, a laying out of the case. 7 years ago, I took an advancement pill to move from Foundation 4 to Foundation 5. The pill was correctly certified, purchased from a hall-registered pharmacy, administered under physician supervision. I had a reaction, not the pill's fault, or so the physician said. My meridians advanced, but developed scarring at the junction points where Foundation 4 and Foundation 5 channels connect. The scarring is extensive. It is the reason I advanced slowly from that point. The scarring restricted chi flow through the advancement pathways, meaning I reached core formation through brute cultivation discipline rather than clean advancement. He paused. I have been stalled at core formation for 3 years, he said. My advancement to the next stage requires clean passage through the core formation consolidation channels. Those channels run directly through the scarred junction area. 2 physicians and 1 certified senior alchemist have told me that there is no current formula capable of clearing foundation advancement scarring once it has set. He met Wei Liang's eyes. The referral told me you work with formulas that do not currently exist. The Scarlet Phoenix Ascent pill, Wei Liang said. A slight change in the man's expression, a controlled surprise that he had not expected the answer to come that quickly. You know it, he said. I know the correct formula, Wei Liang said. The version currently in use has a 15% advancement success rate and does not address scarring. The original formula has an 80% rate and specifically resolves the meridian scarring that standard advancement produces as a byproduct, because the original formula was designed to prevent it in the first place. The man looked at him. The pill you took 7 years ago, Wei Liang said carefully. Was a Wei family's certified formula. Yes. A pause. It was. Were you taking it as a course over several months, or as a single advancement dose? 3 doses over 6 months. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment, running the calculation. 3 doses of the flawed formula over 6 months at the Foundation 4 threshold. The accumulative effect on the meridian junctions would have been severe. The scarring was not a reaction to the pill itself, but to the cumulative qi-binding agent degradation multiplied by 3 doses rather than 1. The scarring is real, he said. It's also addressable. But I need to tell you this honestly. The Scarlet Phoenix as I formulate it requires 6 hours of continuous refinement and uses 5 simultaneous flame types. I have not yet produced a successful complete version. I have successfully stabilized the first 2 flame types in combination for sustained periods. I have not achieved 3, 4, or 5. The man considered this. When do you believe you will achieve it? I've been working toward it for 3 weeks. I believe I need another 3 to 4 weeks of practice before I can attempt the full sequence with reasonable confidence. What is reasonable confidence? I would not attempt the pill before I had successfully stabilized all 5 flame types in sequence in test conditions, Wei Liang said. When I have done that 3 consecutive times without failure, I will consider myself ready to attempt a commissioned refinement. The man was quiet for a long moment. I will wait, he said. My situation has been stable for 3 years. Another month will not change it. He reached into his jacket and produced a small pouch that landed on the table with the distinctive weighted sound of considerable coin. That is a deposit, 1/3 of what I will pay on successful completion. If you fail, if the pill fails, I take no return and bear no grievance. I understand the risk of experimental work. Wei Liang looked at the pouch. He looked at the man. Before I accept this, he said, I need to examine your meridians. Specifically the Foundation 4 to Foundation 5 junction points and their current scarring pattern. The quintuple flame sequence needs to be calibrated to the specific nature of the scarring. How long will the examination take? An hour. Tonight, if you're willing. The man nodded once and began to roll up his left sleeve. Wei Liang reached for his examination materials and began to prepare. Outside the window, the iron pedal night market was closing down, vendor by vendor, the sound of packing and closing and departing filling the air in a gradual diminuendo. Somewhere 3 streets over, the Wei family pharmacy had its lights still on. He had 3 to 4 weeks to master the quintuple flame sequence. He intended to do it in 2. He sat at the preparation table after the man left and reviewed the examination notes. The scarring pattern was precise. 4 specific junction points in the left meridian network where the qi-binding agents had accumulated and calcified over 3 doses worth of degradation. Each junction was approximately 30% occluded. The calcification was old enough to be stable, which was actually better for treatment. New calcification was reactive and unpredictable. Old calcification was predictable and could be dissolved methodically. The Scarlet Phoenix Ascent pill worked, at its core, by introducing a targeted dissolution catalyst in the pill's final stage, the 5th flame type, which produced a resonant heat signature tuned to the calcification's specific mineral composition. The standard formula didn't do this because the standard formula's 4th step was missing, the step that tuned the 5th flame type to the calcification's mineralogy rather than to a generic target. His grandfather had designed the tuning step to accommodate this exact complication. He had known, developing the original formula, that the standard advancement regimen produced this kind of scarring in a significant percentage of cases. He had designed the solution into the formula from the start. Wei Liang looked at his examination notes, at the 4 junction measurements, and began calculating the calibration adjustments. When he had the adjustments worked out to his satisfaction, he put the notes away and began the evening's practice session. 1st flame. 2nd flame. The sustained dual control he had spent 3 weeks building, now reliable enough to treat as a starting point rather than an achievement. He needed 5 flames. He had 2. He would work with the constraint and close the gap. Chapter 19. Quintuple flame refinement. He did it in 22 days. The examination had told him what he needed to know. The scarring in the man's meridian junctions was extensive but patterned, not random. It had followed the natural stress lines of the Foundation 4 Qi architecture, which meant it was systematically addressable if the Scarlet Phoenix formula was correctly tuned. The calibration notes he made after the examination had taken up 4 pages in his working notebook and constituted, he thought, a genuine analytical contribution on top of his grandfather's original framework. The original notes described the general quintuple flame sequence, but did not address the specific challenge of 2nd stage accumulative scarring. He had worked out the adjustment himself. The practice had been methodical and exhausting. He had worked the flame exercises every evening after the stall closed. with Shunyu monitoring his vital signs and maintaining the room temperature at the specific 68-degree level that the notes required for flame stability. On the first evening, he had managed sustained dual flame control for 4 minutes. By the 5th evening, 12 minutes. By the 10th evening, the 3rd flame had joined the sequence and held for 7 minutes before dispersing. The 4th flame was the difficult one. The sequence of types, earth, wood, fire, metal, water, ran counterintuitively. Earth and wood together seemed natural, fire joining them made sense, but adding metal chi into a fire-dominant system required a specific technique of inverted pressure that his grandfather's notes described in a single paragraph, and which had taken Wei Liang 4 days of failure to understand by feel rather than by instruction. When it clicked, on the 14th evening, at the 2nd hour after midnight, with Shunyu asleep in the chair by the door, he had held all 4 in a sustained sequence for 11 minutes and realized what his grandfather had been describing. Metal was not suppressing the fire. It was crystallizing it, giving it a structural lattice within which the fire burned more cleanly rather than less. The inverted pressure was not resistance, it was architecture. The 5th flame, water, completed the lattice. Water in the outer ring of the sequence, containing and cooling and defining the boundary between the burning interior and the world outside it. The pill formed inside a cage of all 5 types simultaneously, each sustaining the others, each providing what the others needed. It was not 5 flames at war. It was 5 flames in specific collaboration. On the 22nd evening, he ran the complete sequence 3 consecutive times on test batches of appropriate grade ingredients and confirmed successful pill formation at each attempt. On the 23rd day, he sent word to the man who had commissioned the work. He came that evening with the quiet assurance of someone who has learned to travel prepared rather than hurriedly. He brought 2 witnesses of his own choosing, both cultivators, both foundation stage, neither affiliated with the Wei family as far as Wei Liang could determine. And he brought, unexpectedly, Elder Tan Xiuan, who had arrived at the shop that afternoon with a message from Ru Dao and had stayed when he learned what was happening. "I want to see this," Tan Xiuan had said simply. Wei Liang had no objection. The refinement began at the first evening hour and ran without pause for 6 hours and 14 minutes. He entered the process in the state of careful professional focus that he had come to recognize as his working mind. Not the anxious focus of someone performing under pressure, but the steady, tracking attention of a craftsman engaged with a problem they have prepared for thoroughly. The furnace was the best one he had been able to rent for the evening, a grade 3 portable unit that Shunyu had sourced from the alchemy hall's equipment storage, secured under Tan Xiuan's name. The ingredients were laid out in the sequence his grandfather's notes specified. The core phoenix root, dried at 200 degrees for exactly 3 hours and not a minute more. The meridian cleansing compound of silver pine extract and powdered bloodstone, combined in a ratio of 7:3, the advancement catalyst, sky iron filings dissolved in purified spring water from a location above a natural chi convergence point, which was the hardest ingredient to source and which had cost him half the deposit payment. The 5th step enhancement agent, iron pith ash from ironwood mountain variety, 2 grams per 40 of base weight. His grandfather had been meticulous. Every measurement had a reason. He opened the furnace to the first heat, drew earth chi through his meridians in the careful measured way that years of covert practice had made automatic, and began. Earth, base, and stable, the foundation of the sequence. First flame orange-brown, low and steady, warming the core root to the temperature that opened its chi channels without collapsing them. Hold for 14 minutes. Monitor the root's response. It needed to expand by 15% before the second flame could join. Wood, entering from the left meridian branch with a characteristic upward pressure of growth chi. Second flame spring green, joining the first at the edges where it would not compete for the core heat. The combination produced a slight shimmer in the furnace air that was not visible in standard alchemy. This was the characteristic marker his grandfather's notes used to confirm the first 2 flames had stabilized. The shimmer appeared at the 3-minute mark. He adjusted the wood pressure slightly downward, giving earth room. Fire, direct and concentrated, entering through the center channel and adding temperature to the growing core structure rather than replacing the ambient earth warmth. 3rd flame deep red, arriving at the 12-minute mark of the dual sequence. The root's chi channels were fully open. He introduced the meridian cleansing compound. The reaction was immediate, a quiet contraction of the compound around the root's core, followed by an expansion that was larger and more controlled than anything the standard formula produced. The pill's interior was beginning to form. Metal, inverted pressure technique, the crystallizing architecture, 4th flame silver white, applied from above in the counterintuitive downward pressure that had cost him 4 days to understand by feel. The fire did not shrink. It organized. The interior structure of the forming pill developed visible chi lattice lines that caught the furnace light and refracted it into 7 colors. He introduced the advancement catalyst. The sky iron filings dissolved into the pill's core chi framework in a cascade that he had seen in his grandfather's description, and that was, if anything, more beautiful in reality. A bloom of silver spreading through deep red, integrating rather than displacing. Water, the outer ring, the containing boundary. Fifth flame clear pale blue, the coolest and the most precise, arriving at the 4-hour mark and completing the cage. The 5 flames burned in their specific collaboration, each one present and necessary, and Wei Liang held them with both hands occupied in different chi pressure techniques, and his entire attention distributed across the system in the way that he had only been able to maintain for sustained periods after the last 2 weeks of practice. He introduced the iron pith ash at the 5-phase temperature peak, 1 gram per 40. He measured by feel. The way his grandfather's notes said it had to be measured, because at this stage a scale would disrupt the chi field. The compound accepted it. The pill's structure completed in the 6th hour, pulling inward from the outer water ring into a condensed sphere that was smaller than standard, denser, harder, with a surface color that shifted between crimson and gold as the furnace light changed. He held the 5-flame cage for 12 more minutes to complete the final integration phase. Then he released the sequence and opened the furnace. The pill sat on the furnace floor in a small pool of residual heat glow. It was approximately half the diameter of the standard Scarlet Phoenix. It pulsed once, a visible, physical pulse, a brief outward radiation of chi that was felt by everyone in the room, and then went still. Wei Liang lifted it with furnace tongs and set it in the examination dish. He looked up. Tan Xiuwen's face was unreadable, which meant he was preventing himself from having an expression. Xinyu was standing by the door with her arms crossed and her chin up in the specific posture she adopted when something had exceeded her expectations and she didn't want to show it too clearly. The commissioned man was looking at the pill with the expression of someone who has spent 3 years being told something was impossible and is now being asked to believe the opposite. That is not possible, Tan Xiuwen said quietly. 5 flames simultaneously. That technique doesn't exist. It does, Wei Liang said. It was developed by my grandfather. He called it the quintuple flame sequencing method. He documented it completely. He set the tongs down. The pill is ready. The examination I performed 3 weeks ago showed the specific nature of the scarring. The calibration I made to the base formula should address it directly. He looked at the commissioned man. The choice is yours. The man looked at the pill for a long moment. Then he picked it up from the dish. Will it hurt? He said. The scarring dissolution will be uncomfortable, Wei Liang said. The advancement itself should be clean. Nothing like your previous experience. The man put the pill in his mouth. The advancement took 40 minutes. Wei Liang monitored his meridian chi flow throughout, checking for the crystalline particulate signature and finding none. The scarring dissolved in stages. He could feel it in the secondary channel feedback, the progressive clearing of the junction points. The man's face went through several phases that Wei Liang filed professionally as discomfort, sharp pain, meridian clearing, surprise, and then a long, still period of chi integration. When he opened his eyes, his chi signature had shifted. Foundation 7. He had advanced 3 full levels in a single breakthrough. The Foundation 4-2-5 junction was clear. The Foundation 5-2-6 junction was clear. The Foundation 6-7 junction, which had been previously blocked by the cascade effect of the original scarring, was clear. Tan Xiuwen made a sound that was not quite a word. That is not possible, he said again. His voice was different this time. Not the reflexive denial of something unexpected, but the genuine confrontation of evidence that contradicted professional understanding accumulated over decades. Wei Liang turned to face him. It was not possible with the formula currently in use, he said. Chapter 20. 80% made visible. The commissioned man left before dawn, accompanied by his witnesses, carrying with him the documentation Wei Liang had prepared, a record of the examination, the calibration notes, and a full account of the meridian state before and after the pill's administration. He left the remaining 2/3 of his commission payment on the preparation table without ceremony and departed with the specific quiet of someone who needs time alone with a significant change. Tan Xiuwen stayed. He sat in the chair by the window, the chair where Xinyu usually sat during refinements, and looked at the furnace for a long time without speaking. Wei Liang cleaned the equipment and put it away in the methodical sequence he had established over months of practice, and Xinyu made tea from the preparation room's small spirit fire stove, and none of them spoke for a while. Foundation 7, Tan Xiuwen said finally. From Foundation 4, in a single advancement. From Foundation 4 with 3-level scarring blockage that was preventing progression, Wei Liang said. The scarring created an artificial ceiling. Removing it allowed all 3 levels to advance together. No one has done that. No one has had the correct formula. Wei Liang sat down across from the elder. The standard Scarlet Phoenix's 15% success rate isn't because advancement is uncertain. It's because the standard formula's binding agents degrade on contact with foundation-level qi, causing partial dissolution rather than full clearing. The correct formula uses the sky iron catalyst to stabilize the binding agents specifically at the foundation qi frequency. Full dissolution guaranteed, provided the formula is correctly administered. Tan Xiuwen looked at him. 80% success rate, he said. That's what you said before. That's what the notes document. The 20% failure rate is not from the formula. It's from cases where the cultivator's root structure has additional damage beyond standard scarring. My calibration tonight was designed for that specific man's scarring pattern. A generic administration would still clear standard scarring, but might not address anomalous secondary damage. Tan Xiuwen was quiet for a moment. You can tune the formula to specific patients. I can tune the preparation technique. The formula is fixed. The calibration is in the qi pressure and timing. Your grandfather designed this. My grandfather designed the framework, Wei Liang said. I made the calibration for tonight's case. That's new work. My grandfather's notes describe the base technique, but not the specific adjustment for accumulative scarring from repeated doses of the flawed formula. Tan Xiuwen absorbed this. Then he said, how many formulas in the notes require this kind of individual calibration? Most of the advanced ones, Wei Liang said. The notes aren't a recipe collection. They're a framework, theory and technique that can be applied to specific cases. That's what makes them different from what the Xinyan sect is using. They copied the measurements. They didn't have the theory. And the theory is in the real notes. Yes. Tan Xiuwen stood up from the chair with the controlled movement of a man who is not young, but refuses to move like someone old. He walked to the door, then stopped with his hand on the doorframe. The product review I ordered will be completed in 5 more days, he said. Based on tonight, I intend to escalate the review findings to a formal alchemy hall complaint rather than the flagging notice I sent before. He paused. I am also going to formally sponsor your registration for the grand tournament. I told you this was conditional on the review. I'm now satisfied. Thank you, Wei Liang said. Don't thank me yet, Tan Xiuwen said. When the Wei family and the Xinyan sect understand what your tournament registration means, they will move to stop it. Shuai's last attempt was procedural. The next one will be something else. I know, Wei Liang said. Tan Xiuwen looked at him for a moment, a long look that Wei Liang had learned to read as the elder doing his own calculation, his own assessment of probability and risk. Go to sleep, Tan Xiuwen said. You've been at the furnace for 6 hours. He left. The door closed. Xinyu brought the tea she had made and set both cups on the preparation table. She sat down in her usual chair. Foundation 7, she said. Yes. From Foundation 4. With the scarring removed, it was the natural level. He'd been there for years. The scarring was all that was holding him back. He's going to tell people, she said. I know. Not everyone he tells is going to be trustworthy. Wei Liang wrapped his hands around his teacup. The tea was good. Xinyu chose her tea with the same methodical attention she applied to everything, and the heat against his palms was welcome after 6 hours at the furnace. No, he agreed. Not everyone will be. But I need the story to spread faster than the suppression can catch it. The tournament is in 2 months. By the time registration closes, I need to be someone the council can't ignore. You're becoming that, she said, without inflection. 3 months ago you were unknown. Tonight you advanced a core formation cultivator through 3 foundation levels in 1 sitting. He'll be discreet, Wei Liang said. He came specifically to be discreet. He'll tell his physician, Xinyu said. His physician will tell someone. They always do. She looked at her tea. That's not a criticism. I know, Wei Liang said. Outside, the pre-dawn iron petal morning was beginning its slow lightening. The night market's final vendors were packing their stalls. The barrel maker's yard across the way, where his old loft was, the one that had been ransacked, had a light burning that probably indicated early work rather than insomnia. He was going to need to review the tournament requirements. Tan Xiuwen's sponsorship resolved the hall certification issue, but the tournament itself had 3 rounds with specific pill requirements that he needed to begin preparing for. He was also going to need to address Elder Shuai's next move before it arrived, which meant understanding what options his uncle had left. He thought about the 14 patients in his case files. He thought about Ru Dao, who was still working through his 4-year archive. He thought about the man who had just walked out of this room at Foundation 7 after 3 years at what he had believed was his ceiling. He was not building a reputation. He was building an unanswerable case. The case was becoming visible. He set his cup down and looked at the furnace. 6 hours of continuous work at the quintuple flame level left a specific kind of fatigue. Not the muscle fatigue of physical labor, but the chi channel fatigue of sustained high-complexity internal work. His meridians needed rest the same way a worked muscle needed rest. Not emergency rest, but the ordinary rest that maintained long-term function. He had learned to read his own limits carefully, not because he was cautious. He was not, by temperament, but because his grandfather's notes addressed the subject with characteristic directness. A refiner who ignores their channel limits is a refiner who will not have channels next year. The work requires you to exist. Act accordingly. He existed. He would sleep. Tomorrow there was more to do. He had 2 months until the tournament registration closed. He had a product review underway, a case file growing, and now a demonstration result that would travel through the core formation community faster than any deliberate information. The core formation practitioner would tell his physician. The physician would tell a colleague. The colleague would tell someone else. In 2 months, the story would have reached the people it needed to reach. The suppression couldn't catch the story. The story moved faster than suppression could. He finished his tea and went to sleep. Chapter 21. Wei Shuai's move. The warrant arrived 9 days later, carried by a city enforcement officer who looked distinctly uncomfortable with his assignment. Wei Liang was at the stall when the officer arrived. Not at the preparation room, not at the alchemy hall meeting Tan Xuan had called, but at the stall, in the middle of an afternoon rush. He saw the officer coming from 2 streets away. The enforcement badge was distinctive, copper circle with a balance scale, and noted the 2 witnesses trailing behind him. Official process, then, not an ambush. He finished with his current customer, handed her the pills she'd purchased, gave her his standard instructions for their use, and turned to face the officer as he arrived at the stall. Wei Liang, the officer said. He was young, perhaps 25, with the air of someone who had been handed a difficult assignment by someone more senior. Yes, Wei Liang said. The officer produced a warrant. By authority of the Wei family alchemy clan, registered with the Continental Alchemy Council under clan jurisdiction provision 14c. You are charged with practicing restricted alchemy, without clan certification, specifically the unauthorized production of Class 3 advancement formulas, which by provision 14c require active clan certification to refine. I am required to take you into custody, pending a hearing. Wei Liang took the warrant, read it completely, and gave it back. That is Elder Wei Shui's seal, he said. Not the Continental Alchemy Council's seal. Provision 14c clan jurisdiction requires independent council certification of the charge before a city officer can execute it. Do you have the council certification paperwork with this warrant? The officer looked at the warrant, then at his witnesses, then at Wei Liang. The charge was filed this morning, he said. The council paperwork. Without it, this warrant is a clan document only, Wei Liang said. You don't have council authority to detain me under 14c without the certification. I'm not saying you've done anything wrong. I'm saying Elder Shuai submitted an incomplete warrant and you weren't informed. He paused. You can verify with the Alchemy Hall on East 3rd Street. Elder Tan Xuan can confirm the procedural requirement. I'd suggest doing that before trying to execute the detention. The officer looked at him for a long moment, then at the market around them. The vendors, the customers who had gone quiet again, the familiar audience of public proceedings. You'll be at the hall, he said. If I need to find you, I'll go now, Wei Liang said. You're welcome to come with me. They walked together to the Alchemy Hall. The officer verified the procedural requirement with Tan Xuan's administrative clerk, who confirmed it in about 30 seconds with barely concealed irritation. The warrant was incomplete. The officer left with the politely embarrassed expression of a professional who has been given bad paperwork by someone who knew it was bad paperwork. Tan Xuan, informed immediately, called an unscheduled meeting. Shuai knows the 14c requirement, he said, when Wei Liang was sitting across from him again. He's known it for 30 years. He submitted the warrant knowing it was incomplete. He knew I'd catch it, Wei Liang said. Then why? He wanted the process on record, Wei Liang said. A warrant filed against me, even an invalid one, creates a formal paper trail. If the Continental Alchemy Council later reviews the timeline of this investigation, they'll see that the Wei family attempted to file charges against me before the Alchemy Hall review concluded. It establishes a counter-narrative. Not that I'm exposing a genuine problem, but that the investigation is a retaliatory action against the clan's enforcement attempts. Tan Xuan's expression went to flat. That's legally insufficient, Wei Liang said, but narratively effective if the people reviewing it don't look carefully at the dates. He paused. I need you to do something I haven't asked before. I need the Alchemy Hall's review findings to be complete and documented before the tournament registration window closes. If the review concludes officially before registration closes, the warrant filing's counter-narrative fails, It's clearly responsive to the review, not prior to my registration. The review concludes in 5 days, Tan Xiuan said. Good. Tan Xiuan studied him. You've been thinking 3 moves ahead since before you came to my office the first time. I've had time to plan, Wei Liang said. You were building toward this before you even knew there was a tournament. I was building toward the moment the evidence couldn't be buried, Wei Liang said. The tournament is a mechanism. It's public and it's official, and the results are recorded by the Continental Council. If I win, they can't dismiss what I've already demonstrated. If I demonstrate what I've demonstrated and then also win, the case becomes impossible to ignore. Tan Xiuan was quiet. Then, you're still planning to produce the spirit anchor pill. I have the formula, Wei Liang said. I have 3 months before the finals to prepare. No one has ever refined that pill successfully. No one has had the complete formula. Tan Xiuan said nothing for a moment. He set down his pen and looked at Wei Liang with the expression of a man who is doing a calculation that involves more variables than he expected. The spirit anchor's primary effect is spirit root stabilization, he said, allowing a cultivator to function at their full original root level regardless of suppression. In a person whose root has been partially damaged by an incomplete pill, for instance, the effect would be restoration of function rather than enhancement. Yes, Wei Liang said. That means it directly demonstrates the damage your grandfather's incomplete formulas have been causing, Tan Xiuan said. By demonstrating the correction, you demonstrate the nature of the harm. In front of 300 witnesses, Wei Liang said. In a format where the judge's notes enter the tournament's permanent record. In a context where Wei Songlong and the Xinyan sect's representatives are both present. Tan Xiuan picked up his pen again. He made a note in the administrative register that was probably not about the registration paperwork. I've been in Alchemy Hall administration for 30 years, he said. I have sponsored dozens of tournament entries. I have never sponsored one where the tournament performance was simultaneously legal evidence. It's the cleanest argument, Wei Liang said. The results speak. I don't have to claim anything. The pill demonstrates its own case. Then he made a sound, not quite a laugh, not quite frustration, something in between, and picked up his administrative pen. Your registration goes in today, he said. The review findings will be complete in 5 days and filed simultaneously. He began to write. And Wei Liang, when this is over, I want to see the second set of notes. When this is over, Wei Liang said, everyone will see them. Chapter 22. Tan sponsorship. The formal sponsorship document was a simple thing physically. 2 pages of standard hall text, 3 stamps, Elder Tan Xiuan's personal seal at the bottom in red ink. But its implications move through Ironpetal's alchemy community with the particular velocity that formal endorsements carry when they are unexpected. Tan Xiuan was not known for sponsoring young, unaffiliated, and proven practitioners. He was known for the opposite, for skepticism, for procedural rigor, for a conservatism that had led him to reject several promising applicants over his years at the hall because they lacked sufficient documented track record. When his personal sponsorship went into the tournament registration system, and these things were public records, accessible to any alchemist who checked the registration roster, it generated the kind of quiet attention that precedes a larger conversation. Wei Liang knew this because 3 of his stall's regular customers mentioned it to him over the course of 2 days, each with a slightly different version of the same observation. Tan Xiuan had sponsored a 20-year-old independent alchemist from the outer market who had been publicly expelled from the Wei family 6 months ago. He received this information without comment and noted it in the back of his mind as a data point about how quickly things were moving. The Wei family received the news by bird letter, presumably. He was certain of this because Wei Songlong's response was immediate and visible. The Wei family branch pharmacy in Ironpetal removed 2 of the signs in its window, the ones advertising the pills that most directly competed with Wei Liang's stall output, and replaced them with different products. A minor repositioning, but one that suggested someone in the family had decided that public comparison was now a risk. Ru Dao, who had returned to Ironpetal 3 days after his archive review with a full documentation packet, delivered his findings over a 3-hour session at the preparation room table that left both of them quiet afterward. The archive showed 47 confirmed cases across 11 cities over 4 years of records. 47 patients with the characteristic secondary channel restriction signature, all of them with documented purchase histories from Wei family or Xinyan sect co-production pharmacies. The earliest cases in the archive were mild, early-stage accumulation, still fully reversible. The most severe were cases of 3 to 5 years repeated use. Permanent secondary channel restriction in 12 individuals, 6 of whom had been forced to abandon cultivation entirely. 6 people who could no longer cultivate. Wei Liang sat with that number for a moment. They bought pills that were supposed to help them advance, Ru Dao said. The physician's voice was controlled in the way of someone who has processed the worst of the information already and is now in report mode. They paid for them. They were assured they were certified and safe. They are not cultivating anymore. I know, Wei Liang said. Can they be treated? The 12 with permanent restriction, I need to examine them individually. The jade marrow formula I've been working with addresses the specific residue type. But in cases of 3+ years accumulation, the restriction may have structural components beyond the crystalline buildup. I would need to see each one. He paused. The 6 who have abandoned cultivation. If they haven't been without active qi flow for more than 2 years, the core channels are probably still viable. The jade marrow formula was designed precisely for restored cultivation after channel damage. But I need to examine them. Ru Dao made notes. I can contact them. Most are within 2 days' travel. After the tournament, Wei Liang said. I need to be at the tournament. The formal recognition I get there is part of what makes the treatment credible. The alchemy world needs to know who I am before I start making clinical claims of this scale, or the treatment will be dismissed the same way my grandfather's notes will be dismissed without the tournament result behind me. Ru Dao looked at him for a moment. You're managing several timelines simultaneously. Yes. How certain are you of the tournament outcome? Certain enough, Wei Liang said, that I am spending half my preparation time on the spirit anchor pill instead of the safer formulas. He paused. The finals formula will be a free choice legendary tier. No one at this tournament has the complete formula for the spirit anchor except me. Wei Songlong has the stolen version, the pale imitation. The Xinyan sect has the same. Neither can produce the functional pill. I have the original. Ru Dao considered this. Then, in the manner of someone adjusting to a situation that is larger than they initially estimated, what do you need from me at the tournament? Your presence, Wei Liang said, and your documentation. If the judges ask who was harmed by the stolen formula, I want a physician standing beside me with 47 names in a ledger. Ru Dao looked at the documentation packet on the table. I'll be there, he said. That evening, the formal sponsorship paperwork circulated through the tournament registration system. Wei Liang's name appeared on the roster as Wei Liang, Independent, sponsored by Elder Tan Xiuan, Iron Petal Alchemy Hall. He sat with this for a moment before the work of preparation reclaimed his attention. 6 months ago, he had been expelled from the Wei family with 50 silver coins and the cipher key pressed into his hand by an old carpenter. He had slept in an abandoned furnace shed. He had found a loft room and a portable furnace and a packet of herbs. Now he was registered in the Continental Grand Tournament. The path between those 2 points had been shorter than he had thought possible, and he had not taken it by being exceptional in the conventional sense. He had taken it by understanding, thoroughly, precisely, without self-deception, what his grandfather's notes contained, and by executing in the specific order required, and by not wasting time on the steps that didn't matter. He had not been exceptional. He had been correct. Somewhere in Xianfeng City, the Continental Alchemy Council's registration clerk processed the paperwork without particular note. Somewhere in the Wei compound, Wei Songlong read the roster and understood for the first time, with absolute clarity, that his expelled nephew had not gone away. And in the Xinyan sect's administrative hall, a name that sect master Hui Yuanpeng had not thought about in months appeared on a tournament roster and made a man who had spent 15 years believing he was safe feel, for the first time, something that was not quite fear, but was close enough to matter. Wei Liang opened his preparation notebook and began the final pre-tournament review of the spirit anchor formula. There were 11 days left. Chapter 23, Ru Dao's Story. 2 evenings before Wei Liang and Shun Yu were to depart for Xianfeng City, Ru Dao came to the preparation room with a bottle of good rice wine and the expression of a man who had something to say that was not strictly clinical. Shin Yu poured. They sat around the preparation table, a surface that had hosted so many clinical discussions that the wine felt slightly incongruous on it, but not unpleasant. Wei Liang had been reviewing the spirit anchor formula for the 4th time that day, and the break was welcome. I want to tell you about the first one, Ru Dao said. He turned his cup in his hands. Before the archive, before the 47, Wei Liang waited. His name was Chun Baiping, Ru Dao said. He was in his early 30s when I met him. Blacksmith, strong man, good cultivation foundation, qi condensation 8. His village was in the hills north of Eastbrook City, far enough from a major hall that he had to buy his pills from traveling merchants. He wanted to advance to foundation stage. He'd been working toward it for 4 years. He bought the Wei family advancement formula twice, the standard version, certified, documented. Ru Dao was quiet for a moment. By the time I examined him, 2 years after his second dose, his secondary channels were restricted to 30% capacity. He could no longer generate enough qi throughput to make foundation breakthrough. His cultivation was permanently stalled. Did you tell him why? Wei Liang asked. I told him I couldn't identify the cause, Ru Dao said. Because at the time, I couldn't. I thought it was a rare constitutional reaction. I thought it was his fault somehow, that his body had responded poorly to a correctly certified pill, and that this was an unfortunate anomaly. He stopped. I thought about him for 2 years without a resolution. That is why I came to your stall. Not because of the new patient. She was the immediate reason. But I had been looking for an explanation for Chun Baiping for 2 years. Wei Liang said nothing. He was listening in the way he listened when someone was telling him something they needed to say rather than something they needed to be analyzed. He stopped cultivating, Ru Dao said. He still works the forge. He's a good blacksmith. His forge work has gotten better, probably because the energy he was putting into cultivation has nowhere to go. But he wanted to advance. He had a specific plan. A specific reason. His son is a cultivator, Foundation 3, and he wanted to be able to protect him properly, to not be a man his son had to protect. He turned his cup again. When I write to him with the information about treatment, and I will, after the tournament, I don't know what to say about the years between. You say you found the answer, Wei Liang said. That's all. That's the most important part, Wei Liang said. He'll want an explanation, and you'll give him one. But the first thing is that there's an answer, and it's actionable. He paused. He can be treated. The jade marrow formula. If his restriction is the crystalline type, which at 2 years post-exposure is still probable, will clear the accumulation. I need to examine him, but the odds are in his favor. Ru Dao looked at him. You've been making this point to yourself for months, he said. The patients matter more than the personal grievance. The case is about them, not about your expulsion. It's about both, Wei Liang said honestly. My expulsion is the reason I had access to the real notes rather than having them confiscated by the family. If I'd stayed within the clan, I would have been expected to hand the notes over when I reached seniority. The expulsion made me a free agent. In that specific way, what Wei Songlong did to me was the best thing that happened to the patients. Ru Dao absorbed this. Then he let out a breath that was most of a laugh. That is a very specific kind of irony. My grandfather would have appreciated it, Wei Liang said. He looked at the spirit anchor formula open on the table. He designed the final section of the notes, the blood cipher sealed part, knowing the notes might be taken. He knew someone might steal them. He hid the most important work behind a lock that only his bloodline could open. He paused. He was protecting the legacy, not me specifically, but it has the same effect. Xinyu refilled the cups without being asked. How many of the 47 can be treated without the tournament result? Ru Dao asked. The early stage cases, perhaps 30 of them, can be treated regardless. The jade marrow formula works, and I can demonstrate it without official recognition. But the treatment will face pushback from every hall-registered physician who has been telling those patients that no treatment exists. For the treatment to be accepted at scale, for Chun Baiping and the 11 others like him, I need to be someone the alchemy world already recognizes. Wei Liang looked at him. The tournament does that. One public demonstration on the largest stage available, producing a pill no one in the known alchemy world has the complete formula for, in front of the Continental Alchemy Council's own judges. After that, they can't say the treatments don't work. They've already watched me work. And after the tournament, Ru Dao said, you exposed the theft. After the tournament, I exposed the theft with everything already in place. The case Zhao Mingzhu is building. The investigator I've been in contact with through Tan Xiuwen's referral will have the pharmaceutical evidence. Ru Dao, you'll have the patient documentation. Tan Xiuwen will have the review findings. The council will have the tournament record. And I will have my grandfather's real notes. Who is Zhao Mingzhu? Xinyu asked. She had been quiet through most of the evening, but she missed nothing. Investigator for the Continental Alchemy Council, Wei Liang said. Core formation stage, works fraud cases. Tan Xiuwen referred me to her 2 weeks ago. She's been building a case against the Xinyan sect for 18 months without knowing about the notes. When I showed her the preliminary analysis, she said, and I'm quoting, I've been missing the foundation of the entire case. She knows about the notes? Xinyu said. She knows they exist and what they contain, at a summary level, Wei Liang said. She hasn't seen them directly. Not yet. He paused. She's been very careful about what she puts in official records until the case is complete. Careful person. I think she's been doing this work for a long time without being believed and has learned to be precise. We should leave at the first hour, Xinyu said, returning to logistics with the efficiency of someone who has heard the strategic picture and is now focused on execution. The road to Xianfeng is 6 days. Tournament registration closes at the last day of the second week. We have time, but I want to arrive early enough to observe the preliminary rounds before ours. I'll be ready, Wei Liang said. Ru Dao raised his cup. To Chun Baiping, he said, who deserves his answer. They drank. Outside, The iron petal night was clear, and the early stars were showing in the gaps between rooftop lines. Somewhere in the eastern quarter, a furnace light burned orange through a window. Another alchemist working late, engaged with the same ancient collaboration between heat and intent and patience that Wei Liang had been practicing his whole life. Tomorrow he would close the stall, pack his materials, and begin the road to Xianfeng. The case was assembled. The evidence was gathered. The preparation was done. What remained was the performance, and the reckoning that would follow. Chapter 24, The Tournament Announcement. The announcement had been posted in the Continental Alchemy Council's standard format, gray paper with the official seal in gold, distributed to every registered alchemy hall in the 12 regions, and Wei Liang had already read it twice before Tin Shuwen formally showed it to him, having received it through the hall's official dispatch 3 days earlier than the public distribution. The Continental Alchemy Grand Tournament. Xianfeng City. Open registration to any alchemist with active hall sponsorship. Prize. Formal recognition by the Continental Alchemy Council at whatever rank the judges determined appropriate, plus a standing invitation to the Council's formula certification review process and the public right to operate under the Council's independent certification mark rather than clan or hall certification. That last item was the one that mattered. Independent certification under the Council's mark meant no clan could touch his practice on procedural grounds. It meant the Wei family's directive mechanism, the 14C warrant attempt, the sponsorship challenge, all of it, became permanently null. The Council's certification was the highest level of alchemy legitimacy in the continental system, and it could not be revoked by any body below the Council itself. Wei Liang read the announcement's fine print in the same thorough manner. He read everything and noted 3 procedural details that were relevant to his planning. First, the finals format included a free choice legendary tier pill round. This was not always the case. In previous tournaments, the finals had used standardized formulas. The free choice format this year meant participants could present any formula they chose, provided they could document its tier classification to the judge's satisfaction. His grandfather's spirit anchor formula was, by any classification system currently in use, not just legendary tier, but technically unprecedented. Second, the judging panel included 2 Continental Council elders who had no documented connection to the Xinyan sect or the Wei family. The third elder, a grandmaster named Elder Zhou Panting, had a consulting relationship with the sect that was a matter of public record. Zhou Panting would be a problem in the finals, but only in the finals, and only if the other 2 judges could be brought to an opposite conclusion first. Third, the registration period was open for 12 more days from the date of this announcement. Wei Liang's registration had gone in 3 days ago. He was already on the roster. He was reviewing the announcement at the preparation room table when Xinyu came in with the news that Wei Songlong's name had appeared on the official roster. His own registration? Wei Liang said. Personal entry, she said. Not the family's secondary alchemist. Wei Songlong himself. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. His uncle was a senior alchemist of genuine ability, not as capable as he presented himself, but not negligible. The decision to enter personally rather than sending a representative suggested that the family understood the stakes clearly enough that Wei Songlong had decided to manage it personally. Who else? Wei Liang asked. Ruan Feng, representing the Xinyan sect. Xinyu sat down. He's been on the public exhibition circuit for 2 years. His refinement style is flashy, lots of visible flame work, designed for an audience. The alchemy community considers him a prodigy. Wei Liang thought about Ruan Feng for a moment. He had seen him once, briefly, at a regional exhibition 2 years ago, before the expulsion. The man had genuine technical ability underneath the theatrical presentation. He also had, by his own inheritance, a significant disadvantage. He had trained exclusively on the stolen formulas, which meant every advanced technique he had learned was built on the incomplete framework. He was a craftsman who had spent years perfecting work in a building that had a structural gap in the foundation. He didn't know that. That was the cruelest part. The collision course is set, Wei Liang said quietly. Xinyu looked at him. Are you concerned? No, he said honestly. I am very aware of what this needs to look like when it's over. Not just that I won. That I won in a way that the result itself is the evidence. The judges see the spirit anchor. They test it. They ask where it comes from. I say my grandfather. He paused. Wei Songlong will be in the audience when I say it. He will understand what it means in real time, in front of every significant figure in the continental alchemy world, with no preparation and no recovery. Is that part of the plan? Xinyu said. Or just a consequence of it? Wei Liang thought about his grandfather, the man who had spent 20 years building something extraordinary in private, who had watched it be taken, who had hidden the most important parts behind a cipher that required his own blood to open, and who had left a letter in the sealed section that Wei Liang had not yet read but knew was waiting for him. "It's a consequence," he said. "The plan is about the patience and the evidence and the historical record. Wei Songlong's expression when he understands is what it is. It's not the goal." He was quiet for a moment. "But I would be lying if I said I didn't know it was going to happen." Xinyu was quiet. She had a way of listening that created space rather than filling it, and Wei Liang had come to appreciate this as one of her more distinctive qualities. "Foundation 2, she said, after a moment. Wei Liang looked at her. "I'm at Foundation 2, she said. "I've been advancing steadily since you started the pill work here. I wanted you to know before we left." She said it matter-of-factly, the way she said most things. "The qi condensation ceiling I was at when you arrived, I thought it was my limit. Turns out it wasn't." Wei Liang looked at her for a long moment. "It was never your limit," he said. "The pill you were using, the standard condensing formula from the market pharmacy, it was suppressing advancement at qi condensation 9 because of the residue accumulation. Your root structure is clean now. Foundation is your natural tier. Shouldn't you absorb this? Foundation 2 in 3 months, she said. Foundation 2 with a clear path forward, Wei Liang said. You'll be Foundation 5 within the year if you work at it consistently. She looked at him with the evaluating attention she applied to significant information. I intend to, she said. Outside, the last of Iran Petal's evening bells were sounding. In 2 days they would leave for Xianfeng. The tournament awaited, and with it, the largest audience Wei Liang had ever had, and the clearest path he had ever had toward the moment when the evidence became impossible to ignore. He opened the 14th notebook and turned to the Spirit Anchor Formula's 4th refinement phase. He had 2 days left to prepare. He intended to use every hour of them. Chapter 25. Road to Xianfeng. The road from Iron Petal to Xianfeng City was 6 days by foot and 4 by hired coach, and they chose the coach. Not because the cost was negligible, but because Wei Liang had calculated that 4 days of travel was better than 6, and that the days gained between stall closure and tournament registration could be spent on final Spirit Anchor preparation rather than walking. Xinyu made the arrangements with the same efficiency she applied to everything. She hired a covered coach with a driver who had made the Xianfeng run 12 times and knew the road's variations, negotiated the price to a reasonable figure, and packed 4 days of provisions in a way that left the travel bags organized by function rather than convenience of stuffing. Wei Liang's traveling pack, the one with the hidden compartment, the one that had been with him through every development since the expulsion, sat on the bench between them. The first day of the road was farmland, the orderly fields of Iran Petal's agricultural district giving way to the hillier terrain of the Jade Ridge counties. The second day brought the first forested sections, pine-covered slopes where the road narrowed and the coach slowed, and the air changed from the flat warmth of the lowland market towns to something more vertical and mineral. The third day crossed the Jade Ridge's northern pass and descended into the wide river valley that connected the southern circuit to the capital. Wei Liang studied the Spirit Anchor formula for most of the first 2 days. He had read it enough times that he could recite the ingredient list without reference. But recitation was not the same as internalization, and the Spirit Anchor's 4th phase was the part he kept returning to. The third sealed section of his grandfather's notes, the section he had been working through in the evenings, described the Spirit Anchor's refinement as requiring a technique of internal qi mapping that had no equivalent in standard alchemy. Instead of directing qi outward into the furnace environment, the refiner had to direct it inward, into themselves, mapping their own meridian structure simultaneously with the pill's formation in the furnace. The two processes ran in parallel, using the refiner's own qi signature as a calibration reference for the pill's spirit anchoring function. His grandfather had called this the mirror technique. It required a level of dual process attention that was unusual even for experienced alchemists. Wei Liang had been practicing it, in small increments, on simple formulas, to build the habit of maintaining 2 qi flows simultaneously, but the full Spirit Anchor application was an order of magnitude more complex than his practice attempts. He had achieved perhaps 15 minutes of sustained dual process operation on simple tests. The Spirit Anchor's 4th phase required sustained operation for 40 minutes. He would have one attempt in the finals. He would not have another chance to prepare after arriving. The core challenge was not technical ability. He understood the technique mechanically, could execute both processes separately with ease. The challenge was the attentional architecture required to maintain both simultaneously without either degrading. His grandfather's notes described it in the margin of the mirror technique section with unusual personal candor. The difficulty is not strength. It is the refusal to prioritize. Both processes must be equally present or the pill cannot form correctly. Most practitioners prioritize without knowing they are doing it. And below that, in slightly smaller writing, I did not manage this on my first attempt. My second attempt was at Foundation 9, 16 months later. Wei Liang was at Foundation 7. The gap of 2 cultivation subranks was not trivial. Higher cultivation provided greater qi volume and cleaner qi control, both of which made the dual process operation easier to sustain. He was attempting something his grandfather had not achieved until 2 levels above where Wei Liang currently stood. But his grandfather had the framework. He had been working within a framework nobody else had. He had not had 3 months of specific practice for this specific technique, the way Wei Liang had. Practice, carefully applied to a specific problem, could compress the gap between what cultivation supported and what attention could sustain. He believed this. He had based a significant decision on this belief. He set the formula notes down on the bench beside him and looked out the window. The river valley was widening as they descended from the pass, the farmland below becoming visible in sections between the forested slopes. A small town appeared and disappeared on the left, River Trade Station, probably, with the characteristic long dock and the warehouse buildings facing the water. Cultivators moved along the road in both directions, some alone, several in sect groups traveling in the distinctive formation that marked official sect travel. The tournament was drawing the alchemy world north. He could feel it in the road traffic, the density of traveling cultivators increasing as they left the southern prefectures and entered the transit region between the southern circuit and the capital sphere. Everyone moving toward the same place. Everyone carrying their own calculation. You're past the quintuple flame section, Wei Liang said to Shunyu, noting which chapter of the alchemy text she was reading. Your grandfather's version makes the standard explanation look like a rough sketch, she said, not looking up from the page. The standard text says 5-flame manipulation is theoretically possible, but has never been successfully documented. I now know that's wrong. The standard text was written before the notes were taken, Wei Liang said, or after, with the notes inaccessible. The world has been operating on incomplete information for 15 years. She turned a page. I find that less surprising than I probably should. You're not surprised by it at all, Wei Liang said. My father sells herbs to everyone who walks in. The people who buy the most expensive herbs with the most confidence tend to know the least about what they're buying. She paused. Authority and accuracy are not the same thing. I learned that early. Wei Liang looked at her profile against the window, the careful face, the annotated book, the Foundation 2 cultivation that was still accelerating. She had her notation system in the margins, a simple symbol set that marked passages she agreed with, passages she found incomplete, and passages she intended to verify through practice. He had noticed the system early and had said nothing about it. It was exactly the approach he would have recommended if he had been asked. She had not asked. She had simply done it. Ruan Feng, he said. At the tournament. She looked up. He's going to be good, Wei Liang said. Not good in the way Wei Songlong is good, technically precise within a limited framework. Ruan Feng is genuinely talented. He will produce an excellent result in every round. The gap between his result and mine will not be obvious in the early rounds. It may not be obvious at all until the finals, and only then because the spirit anchor is categorically different from anything he has access to. You're telling me not to be complacent, she said. I'm telling you that watching his technique will be informative, Wei Liang said. The way he works tells you what the stolen formula can produce at its ceiling. I want to know what that ceiling is before the finals. Every piece of information about the ceiling helps me understand how far what I'm doing is from what they think is the maximum. I'll watch, she said, and tell you what I see. He nodded. On the 4th day, the road came over a final ridge and Xianfeng City appeared in the valley below. A city of genuine scale, larger than Iron Petal by a factor of 5 or 6, built on the wide plains of the river delta with the self-assurance of a city that had been the continental administrative center for 400 years. The walls were gray stone, high and maintained. The central district's buildings were visible from the ridge, their banner colors displaying the Continental Alchemy Council's gold on gray and the tournament's seasonal red and green. Wei Liang looked at the city for a long moment from the ridge. He had been working toward this since before he left the compound, since the cipher key had been pressed into his hand in the chaos of the expulsion ceremony, since the first night in the abandoned furnace shed outside Stone Grit Town, reading his grandfather's real words for the first time and understanding what had been built and what had been taken. The tournament was not the goal. The goal was the record, the patience, the truth on the official register. The tournament was the mechanism, the public stage that made dismissal impossible. He was about to step onto that stage. Then the coach began its descent. The road toward the city gates was busy with arriving traffic. He noted the sect banners, the Jinyan sect's silver and black on a caravan of 6 coaches that had clearly arrived the previous day and were processing the final administrative distance to their rented premises. The Wei family's green and silver on a smaller two-coach party nearer the gate. He watched the gate approach. He was ready. Chapter 26. Xianfeng City. The tournament quarter of Xianfeng City had been designed with large events in mind. Broad avenues, multiple competing in districts organized by price and affiliation, a central competition hall that could hold 300 spectators and still give judges clear sight lines to all 12 refinement stations. The city administration processed visiting cultivators efficiently, without the friction that smaller cities produced, and the tournament registration desk at the Hall of Records was staffed by clerks who had done this before. Wei Liang and Xin Yu registered at the public desk the morning after arrival. The clerk processed them without comment, one independent alchemist, one registered companion, and gave Wei Liang his competition badge, a bronze medallion with his registered number and the tournament seal, to be worn during all competition rounds. He was standing at the desk, completing the final signature line, when a shadow fell over the registration documents. He did not look up immediately. He finished the signature, collected the badge, and then turned. Wei Songlong was standing 6 feet away. He was larger than Wei Liang remembered, or perhaps memory had simplified him. He was a powerfully built man in his mid-50s, with the particular physical presence of a senior alchemist whose cultivation had kept him in excellent physical condition and who had spent decades accustomed to taking up whatever space he chose. He wore the Wei family's formal tournament colors, deep green with the silver alchemy flame insignia. Behind him, 2 family subordinates waited at a respectful distance. They were both foundation stage cultivators, more guard than assistant. His expression, when he saw Wei Liang, was the one from the outline of their old dynamic. Publicly kind, privately contemptuous. He had very good control of it. The kindness was visible first, a lift of the brows, a slight extension of the hands, the professional warmth of a man greeting a relative he hasn't seen in some time. It was a performance practice to invisibility. Wei Liang had grown up watching it directed at other people and had always known, since early childhood, that the warmth and the contempt were in the same face. Most people only saw the warmth. Wei Liang, he said, I wasn't certain you would actually come. I registered 3 weeks ago, Wei Liang said pleasantly. The roster is public. Yes, I saw. Wei Songlong glanced at the competition badge in Wei Liang's hand, then at Xin Yu beside him, then back. His eyes spent 1 extra half-second on the traveling pack at Wei Liang's feet, the pack that had been carried and protected for 8 months, the pack whose hidden compartment Wei Songlong had been trying to locate since the ransacking in Iron Petal. I'll say what I would have said then. If we'd spoken, you don't need this. The family has always had a place for talented alchemists. The circumstances of your departure were regrettable. If you want to discuss a path back, I don't, Wei Liang said. His voice was easy, without heat or edge. Wei Songlong's public kindness held in place without difficulty. He had been a politician for longer than Wei Liang had been alive. The tournament field is difficult, he said. You're sponsored by a second-tier hall, competing against practitioners with 20 years of serious training. I would hate for you to embarrass yourself publicly. I appreciate your concern, Wei Liang said. He picked up his documentation packet and turned toward the exit. I'll see you at the refinement stations. He walked away. He did not look back. Beside him, Xin Yu was quiet until they were outside the Hall of Records. The administrative street outside was busy with the foot traffic of the tournament's opening registration period. Cultivators, administrators, a sect group with their banners moving toward the competition hall. He offered you a way back, she said. He offered me silence, Wei Liang said. That's what a path back means. Come back to the family, stop making noise, let the documentation remain buried. He paused. He would make me comfortable. He would probably let me refine at a genuine level eventually, in a controlled context where the results didn't threaten him. He would call it generosity. He looked at your pack, she said. I know. He still doesn't know what's in it. He knows it's the notes, Wei Liang said. He's known since Iron Petal. The ransacking was specific, targeted to find a specific type of document storage. He found nothing because the compartment is well concealed and because I'd taken the pack to dinner. But he knows they exist, and he's been calculating since the tournament announcement what it means that I'm here with them. He paused. He's scared, not panicked. Wei Songlong doesn't panic, but scared. That's the most dangerous version of him. He's scared, Xin Yu said. He has reason to be, Wei Liang said. They found their lodgings, a modest inn in the outer registration district, clean and well-run, chosen by Xin Yu for its proximity to the competition hall and its ground-floor exit that faced a secondary street rather than the main avenue. She had also checked, before booking, that the inn's storage rooms were separate from the guest room access, a security assessment that Wei Liang had not suggested and that she had done on her own. That evening, Tan Xiuan arrived with Ru Dao, who had traveled separately from Iron Petal and had found them through the in-district's registration board. The four of them sat around the room's work table and reviewed the competition schedule. Preliminary rounds began in 3 days. The finals were in 11 days. Ru Dao spread his patient documentation on one half of the table. Wei Liang's competition preparation notes occupied the other half. 47, Ru Dao said, pointing at his documentation. Confirmed cases across my 4-year record. I've been corresponding with each one. 7 of them have agreed to travel to Xianfeng for the tribunal period if needed. We may need them for the formal hearing, Wei Liang said. Hold that offer open. Ru Dao nodded and made a note. He was a careful man, methodical in his documentation, and he had been building this patient record for 4 years. Each case was a person. He never let himself forget that, though it would have been easier, professionally, if he had. The preliminary round format, Tan Xiuan said, referring to the competition schedule. Standard grade pills for round 1. The purity ceiling under standard technique is approximately 78% for the assigned formula class. Under your methodology, above 90%, Wei Liang said. I'll be precise about the technique in the first round. I want the judges to see the pattern from round 1, not round 3. That will draw attention, Tan Xiuan said. Some of it hostile. I know, Wei Liang said. I want it to draw attention. The case I'm building needs witnesses. 300 in the finals hall. The more people who've been watching the results build from round 1, the more witnesses to the trajectory. Tan Xiuan looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. He had understood from the Iron Petal Invitational what kind of alchemist Wei Liang was. He was understanding, now, what kind of strategist. The Elder Consortium's representatives, Tan Xiuan said. They will be in the competition hall's administrative section. Elder Zhou Panting sits on the panel. I know, Wei Liang said. I've prepared for procedural challenges from his direction. The registration documentation I've assembled covers 4 possible attack vectors. 4, Tan Xiuan said. You prepared 4 responses. 3 weeks ago, Wei Liang said. Before we left Iron Petal. A silence settled over the table. Ru Dao was looking at his patient documentation. Tan Xiuan was looking at Wei Liang with an expression that moved, over a few seconds, from reassessment to something closer to the recognition one feels when a previously incomplete picture becomes clear. You've been running multiple tracks simultaneously, Tan Xiuan said. The tournament preparation. The legal case preparation. The patient documentation consolidation. They're not separate tracks, Wei Liang said. They're the same objective, approached from 3 angles that reinforce each other. The tournament creates the public record. The legal case creates the formal accountability. The patient documentation creates the human cost. He looked at the table. Each one is weaker without the others. Together they build something that doesn't have gaps. Outside, Xianfeng City's tournament night market was alive with the business of a major competition. Vendors selling competition-grade ingredients, practitioners buying last-minute supplies, the steady ambient noise of several hundred alchemists, judges, spectators, and administrators all occupying the same district. Somewhere 3 or 4 blocks away, the Xinyan sect's delegation was probably occupying the best inn in the competition quarter. Wei Songlong's family had the second best. Wei Liang was at a modest inn with 3 allies and a traveling pack with a hidden compartment. He reached for the 14th notebook and turned to the mirror technique section. He had 11 days. Chapter 27. Wan Feng's debut. The public demonstration was held in the competition hall's outer courtyard 2 days before the preliminary rounds, a tradition, apparently, for the tournament's top-ranked registered competitors, a brief public refinement to give spectators and lower-ranked participants a sense of the field's upper level. Wan Feng took the central demonstration platform at the second morning hour. Wei Liang watched from the edge of the courtyard crowd with Shen Yu. He had not announced his own availability for the demonstration and had not been listed on the schedule. He preferred to watch without the reciprocal visibility, at least for now. There was strategy in being observed and strategy in being the observer, and today he was better served by the second. Wan Feng was 25, compact and assured, with the physical presence of someone who has performed publicly many times and found it genuinely congenial rather than merely tolerable. His alchemy stage presence was, Wei Liang acknowledged, impressive in ways that went beyond competence. He set up his furnace with precise, unhurried movements that communicated mastery without commentary, arranged his ingredients with a visible organization that allowed the watching crowd to follow the sequence, and when he began, he narrated the process, not explaining it in technical terms, but naming what he was doing in a way that created engagement. The crowd responded to this. There were approximately 80 people watching, and most of them were alchemists or cultivators with enough baseline knowledge to appreciate what they were seeing. What they were seeing was excellent work. The pill he was demonstrating was an advancement consolidation pill, foundation to foundation range, mid-tier. He produced it in approximately 50 minutes of visible flame work, the kind of controlled fire display that was genuinely difficult. Multiple simultaneous external flame expressions that moved through the furnace air in patterns that were both functional and visible. The crowd could see the flames. The crowd could see the colors shift as different chi types engaged. It was alchemy as performance, and Ruanfeng understood the performance dimension perfectly. The finished pill was a deep amber, precisely sized, with a standard purity surface sheen that caught the courtyard light beautifully. He held it up for the judges' panel, 2 preliminary judges present for the demonstration, and they processed it. Standard certification, senior alchemist tier, 78% purity, correctly classified. The crowd applauded. Ruanfeng accepted it with the ease of a man who was used to this, and who did not find it excessive or insufficient. He had calibrated his relationship with public acknowledgement years ago, and had learned to receive it without either dismissing it or being defined by it. Wei Liang noted what he had come to note: the technique's upper limit. The visible flame work was dazzling and technically demanding. The pill's result was excellent by any current standard, and it was, at its core, the peak output of the stolen formulas framework, the best that 15 years of refined training on an incomplete methodology could produce. He noted one other thing, which he had not expected. Ruanfeng's hands were extraordinary. The precise finger angle control required for multi-flame external work was something Wei Liang had studied in his grandfather's notes as a theoretical point. The notes described it, but didn't use it as a primary technique, categorizing external flame work as correct but inefficient. Watching Ruanfeng, he understood both halves of that assessment. It was correct. The technique worked, produced excellent results, demonstrated genuine mastery of a real skill. It was inefficient. The energy cost of the external display was higher than necessary. A fraction of that chi, directed inward in the mirror technique style, could produce a more powerful result with less expenditure. Ruanfeng was spending more than he needed to because he had been trained to spend it that way. The stolen formulas framework glorified external flame display as the primary marker of technical advancement. The real notes described it as a derivative skill, valuable, but not the foundation. He didn't know there was a cheaper path to better results. That was the gap. Not his talent, not his work ethic. The gap was in the framework he had been given. After the demonstration, as the crowd dispersed, Ruanfeng descended from the platform and was immediately surrounded by congratulating practitioners. He accepted them with the same ease he had accepted the applause, the ease of someone who has done this many times and has not allowed the repetition to make it mechanical. Then he spotted Wei Liang. He extracted himself from the circle of congratulators with practiced social efficiency and walked directly over. He was taller than Wei Liang by 4 inches and had the particular confidence of someone who had been the best in every room they'd entered for the past several years. Not arrogant confidence. He was too perceptive for arrogance, which requires not noticing the limits of your own assessment, but earned confidence, the kind that has been tested and has not failed. Wei Liang, he said. From Iron Petal. He said the city's name without particular contempt, but without warmth. Categorizing, placing, assessing. Ruanfeng, Wei Liang said. The Xinyan sect's representative. I've heard about your exhibition circuit. I've heard about your competition result in Iron Petal, Ruanfeng said. 94% purity on a condensing marrow pill. That's a real number, is it? It was retested twice by the head judge, Wei Liang said. The documentation is in the competition record. Ruanfeng looked at him with an assessment that was, Wei Liang noted, genuinely curious rather than dismissive. He was taking the measure of something he hadn't encountered before, and he was doing it honestly, which was itself an interesting quality. Most competitors at this level had learned to present dismissal as assessment. Ruanfeng was simply assessing. I heard there's a child who thinks he can refine without his family's teaching, Ruanfeng said. The line had an edge, but the tone was more complex than an edge warranted. He was putting a social category on the table and simultaneously watching to see if Wei Liang would step into it or out of it. What does that actually mean, in your case? It means the teaching I have isn't my family's, Wei Liang said. What you saw in Iron Petal came from a different source. What source? You'll see it in the finals, Wei Liang said. Ruanfeng studied him for a moment. The assessment was still running. Then the corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile, but the expression of someone who has encountered a question they find worth holding. Something between competitive interest and genuine curiosity, unresolved. I look forward to it, he said. He walked away. Shin Yu stepped beside Wei Liang. He's not what I expected, she said quietly. No, Wei Liang agreed. He's genuinely talented. And he's curious. He paused. That might matter later. He turned toward the competition hall to review the preliminary schedule. 2 days to the first round. He would spend them on the mirror technique. Chapter 28. Tournament Round 1. The preliminary round's required pill was announced the morning before refinement began, posted on the competition hall's central board. Chi Restoration Pill, Foundation Appropriate Grade, Standard Classification. Wei Liang read the announcement without surprise. First rounds at tournaments of this level used accessible formulas specifically so that a broad field of competitors could participate meaningfully. The point was to test fundamental technique rather than formula access. The Chi Restoration Pill was a good measure. It was simple enough that any competent alchemist could produce an acceptable version. It was complex enough in its finer parameters, Chi binding consistency, absorption coefficient, duration of effect, that the gap between a competent result and an excellent result was clearly measurable. He spent the morning of the round in the preparation room of their lodging, running final checks on his ingredient quantities and reviewing the mirror technique practice notes he had made during the road and the 2 days in the city. He was not going to use the mirror technique on the Chi Restoration Pill. That was reserved for the Spirit Anchor, and deploying it on a first-round formula would be strategic waste. But the practice of maintaining 2 simultaneous Chi flow processes had become a habit over months of work, and he let it run in the background as he went through the preliminary preparations. Xinyu walked with him to the competition hall at the designated hour. Ru Dao and Tan Xuan were already in the spectator section. Tan Xuan had the specific expression of a mentor at his students' first major public competition, controlled, alert, deliberately neutral in a way that communicated how much was being suppressed. The refinement floor had 12 stations, each with a grade 4 furnace, ingredient supplies, and a workbench. The stations were numbered, and Wei Liang was at station 7, which put him roughly in the middle of the row. To his left, 3 stations away, was Ruan Feng, who arrived precisely at the opening bell and set up with the efficiency of long practice, laying out his materials in the visible, organized manner that was characteristic of his performance-conscious technique style. To his right, at the far end of the row, was a Xinyan Sect junior alchemist whose name Wei Liang didn't know but who had, from the preliminary assessment of his setup, solid standard technique. Wei Songlong's entry category had qualified him for a separate session. He was competing in the senior alchemist bracket rather than the open bracket where Wei Liang and Ruan Feng were placed. They would meet only in the semifinals and finals if they both advanced. The bell rang. 43 competitors began. Wei Liang worked in silence. His approach to the Chi Restoration Pill was the same as his approach to everything. The correct sequence of steps, executed with the precision that his grandfather's notes described as the baseline requirement for anything worth calling alchemy. He used no visible external flame. His technique was internal, Chi directed from the meridians into the furnace through contact with the base, invisible to a casual observer, detectable only by a senior alchemist or higher who was specifically watching for the technique type. 3 competitors nearby glanced at him in the first 20 minutes. No visible flame, no sound, no performance. Just a young man with his hands on a furnace and his eyes closed. He heard one of them mutter something that included the word amateur. He continued. The Chi Restoration Pill's critical variable, the absorption coefficient, was controlled by the temperature curve in the 3rd phase. Standard technique used a steady rise temperature profile that produced absorption coefficients in the 70 to 80% range. His grandfather's notes described an alternating profile, 3 small temperature decreases within the overall rise, each held for 2 minutes before resuming the increase. The effect was counterintuitive. The decreases actually accelerated the Chi binding process by allowing the pill's structure to consolidate before adding more heat, producing a denser final lattice that held the Chi binding agents in tighter relationship with each other. The physics of it were described in the notes' 2nd section with characteristic clarity. Heat pushed continuously produces heat shock fractures in the Chi binding lattice, invisible at the purity level but significant at the absorption level. Brief cooling allows the lattice to anneal. Annealed lattice binds cleanly. The alternating profile costs 2 minutes of refinement time and gains 15% absorption coefficient. This is not a trade-off. It is a correction. Wei Liang had internalized this principle months ago. He ran the alternating profile now with the ease of something that had become automatic, his attention monitoring the pill's structural development while the temperature modulation proceeded at the level below conscious decision. He completed the refinement in 41 minutes. The finished pill was small, denser and more compact than standard, as his pills always were, with a surface color that was deep indigo rather than the expected pale blue. He set it in the evaluation dish and stepped back. The preliminary round ran for 3 hours total, allowing all competitors time to complete their work. When the judging began, The evaluators moved methodically through the stations, testing purity, testing absorption coefficient, recording results. When they reached Station 7, the lead judge held Wei Liang's pill up in the standard evaluation light and frowned slightly. "This is not the expected color range," he said. "The alternating temperature profile in the third phase changes the pill's crystalline structure," Wei Liang said. "The color shift is an artifact of the denser qi binding lattice. The color is unusual, but the function is enhanced rather than compromised." The judge processed the pill. The evaluation instrument read, purity 93%, absorption coefficient 94%. The judge looked at the instrument. He looked at the pill. He looked at the instrument again, the way someone looks at a reading that appears to contain an error. "Absorption coefficient 94%, he said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "The standard ceiling for this formula is 82%. "That is the ceiling for the standard technique," Wei Liang said. "I did not use the standard technique." The judge set the pill in the exceptional result tray, a separate category from the standard result trays, maintained for results that required additional review, and moved to the next station without further comment. Around the room, the results were still being processed. Ruanfeng's pill had registered at 89% purity and 84% absorption. Excellent results, well above the competition median. Several other competitors had produced good work. The field was not weak. Wei Liang's result was the outlier. He collected his station materials and moved to the waiting area. Tan Xiaowen was already moving toward him from the spectator section, navigating the dispersing crowd with the purposeful efficiency of a man who has a specific thing to say. He reached Wei Liang before anyone else did and said, in a low voice that was less a question than a confirmation, 94% absorption. 94% absorption, Wei Liang said. 93% purity. Tan Xiaowen was quiet for a moment. "Those results are going to be noticed by the Elder Consortium before tomorrow morning." "I know," Wei Liang said. "They were going to be noticed eventually. Better now, in a documented round, than in a context where they can be buried or attributed to a one-time anomaly." "The Elder Consortium is here," Tan Xiaowen said. "3 of them. I saw them in the senior spectator section during the round." Zhou Panting was taking notes. Wei Liang nodded. He had expected them. "They'll move to challenge your participation on procedural grounds before the semifinals," Tan Xiaowen said. "I know," Wei Liang said. "I've been preparing for that too." The competition hall was still processing the final results. Around him, other competitors were comparing notes, debating results, the ambient noise of a competitive field processing the day's performance. Ruan Feng, across the room, was in conversation with his sect colleagues. He was nodding as they talked, but his eyes, Wei Liang noticed, were on the exceptional result tray where Wei Liang's pill sat. Still curious. Still taking the measure of something he hadn't encountered before. Chapter 29. The Elder Consortium's Move the Procedural Challenge was filed the following morning, before the second preliminary round. Wei Liang received word through Tan Xiaowen's administrative assistant, a note delivered to their lodging before dawn, that a formal registration challenge had been submitted to the Tournament Administration Board by Elder Zhou Panting of the Continental Alchemy Council, citing Rule 7b of the Grand Tournament Participation Code. Any alchemist sponsored by a hall with fewer than 5 senior alchemist staff members on active roster was ineligible for participation unless the hall had been registered with the Continental Alchemy Council for a minimum of 20 years before the rule's implementation date. He read the note twice. Then he set it down. Shenyu was reading it over his shoulder. "The Iron Petal Alchemy Hall has 4 senior alchemists," she said. 4 active roster members classified as senior alchemist, Wei Liang said. "Tan Xiaowen is a grandmaster, not a senior alchemist. He's above the classification the rule uses to count. Elder Zhou is either making an error or deliberately miscounting." "Deliberately miscounting," Shenyu said. "Almost certainly, but I need to verify the actual roster numbers and the rule's precise text before the hearing." He picked up the note again. "The hearing is at the 3rd morning hour. 2 hours from now." Shenyu was already reaching for her coat. They moved quickly through the pre-dawn streets of Xianfeng City toward the Tournament Administration Board's building. The city was quieter at this hour than it would be in 2 hours. The tournament quarters markets not yet open, the indoors still closed. Only a few cultivators moving on the main avenues. Wei Liang reviewed the challenge's specific language in his memory as they walked, tracking the procedural mechanism, identifying the response. The Tournament Administration Board operated out of a building adjacent to the main competition hall. 3 administrators, a chief official, and a records clerk. The hearing room was modest, a rectangular table, 6 chairs, a roster board on the wall displaying the current standing of all registered competitors. Elder Zhou Panting arrived with 2 colleagues from the Greybeard faction. They were older men, all 3 of them, with the careful institutional manner of people who had spent decades in administrative bodies and knew how to use procedural tools as weapons. Zhou Panting was perhaps 75, with a white beard worn in the style favored by the most senior council members, and eyes that were sharp and calculating under their surface appearance of detachment. Tan Xiuan arrived with Wei Liang. Ru Dao had come as well, though he had no formal standing in the proceeding. The chief official, a woman of middle age named Administrator Su, who had the particular demeanor of someone who has adjudicated many disputes and has no patience for one submitted in bad faith, opened the hearing. Zhou Panting presented the challenge. Rule 7b, Staffing Requirement, Iron Petal's 4-person roster. His presentation was clean and formally correct. He cited the rule's text. He cited the roster count. He applied one to the other and concluded that the sponsorship was invalid. Wei Liang waited. Then Administrator Su looked at him. Response, she said. 2 points, Wei Liang said. First, Rule 7b was implemented 13 years ago. The registration requirement clause specifies that halls registered with the Continental Alchemy Council before the rule's implementation date are grandfathered under the prior registration standard, which had no minimum staffing requirement. The Iron Petal Alchemy Hall was registered 41 years ago. He sent a copy of the registration records, which he had obtained from the Hall of Records the previous afternoon after reading Tan Xiuan's sponsorship confirmation and anticipating this specific challenge, on the table. Second, Rule 7b staffing count uses the classification Senior Alchemist and above, not Senior Alchemist only. Elder Tan Xiuan is a Grandmaster Alchemist, which is above Senior Alchemist classification. Counting him as outside the staffing threshold is a misreading of the rule's scope. He set a copy of the rule's original text beside the registration records. Administrator Su picked up both documents. She read them. This took about 40 seconds. Then she looked at Elder Zhou Panting. Is there any dispute about the grandfathering clause? A pause. The rule's intent, Zhou Panting began. The rule's text is what governs, Administrator Su said, with the flat precision of someone who has been doing this a long time. The intent argument would require a council ruling to supersede the text. Do you have a council ruling? The council's position on, do you have a ruling? She said again. A longer pause. Not a formal ruling. Challenge denied, Administrator Su said. She made a note. Wei Liang's registration stands. Elder Zhou, if you wish to pursue this through council channels, you are welcome to do so. In the meantime, the competition proceeds on its published schedule. She closed the file. Dismissed. The Greybeard faction left without further comment. Their departure was unhurried. The departure of people who have lost one procedural round and are already thinking about the next one. Tan Xiuan, beside Wei Liang, exhaled once. You had the registration records before they filed the challenge, he said. I pulled them the day we arrived, Wei Liang said. I assumed the challenge would come after the first round results. They moved faster than I expected, probably because the 94% absorption coefficient made them more urgent. So did you predict a 7B challenge specifically, or were you prepared for a range of challenges? I prepared responses for 4 different procedural attack vectors, Wei Liang said. 7B was one of them. It was the most likely one given the information Elder Zhou Panting would have access to about the Iron Petal Hall's specific staffing. Tan Xiuan looked at him for a moment with an expression that had moved past assessment into something approaching genuine surprise. How long ago did you prepare for this? He said. 3 weeks before we left Iron Petal, Wei Liang said. When I confirmed that Elder Zhou had a consulting relationship with the Xinyan sect, I knew he would be in the competition's administrative structure. It was a matter of thinking through what mechanisms he had available. You prepared for a challenge that hadn't been made yet. My grandfather's notes include a section on preemptive documentation, Wei Liang said. The principle is that preparing the counter-argument before anyone makes the argument means you're never responding under time pressure. He called it having the answer before the question arrives. Tan Xiuan was quiet for a moment. Then, your grandfather was a thorough man. He had to be, Wei Liang said. They walked back, toward the competition hall. The first light of morning was coming into the Xianfeng avenues, the tournament quarter beginning its daily activity. Vendors were opening their stalls. The smell of steamed buns and roasting grain drifted from the outer market. The challenge had taken 40 minutes. He had the second preliminary round in 4 hours. He was going to use those 4 hours for mirror technique practice. What Zhou Panting had done was not surprising. It was, if Wei Liang was honest, reassuring in a specific way. If this was the best available procedural attack, then the procedural front was weaker than it might have been. The challenge had been technically incorrect in 2 independent ways. A stronger challenge would have been incorrect in only one way, or in a harder-to-prove way. Zhou Panting had moved fast because the first round results alarmed him, and moving fast had meant moving with a weapon that wasn't sharp enough. He'll escalate, Wei Liang said. When? Today or tomorrow, Wei Liang said. The formal appeal process allows the council's administrative body to review Administrator Su's denial. He'll file before the day's round. He'll argue that her ruling was procedurally incorrect rather than that his original challenge was wrong, moving the dispute to the administrative level, where he has more institutional weight. And you have a response for that too, Xinyu said. I have a response for 4 versions of the appeal, Wei Liang said, depending on which angle he takes. I prepared them in the evenings while you were sleeping. She looked at him. You were preparing legal arguments at night. I had the drafting committee notes and 4 precedent cases from the archive, he said. The arguments wrote themselves. She was quiet for a moment. You know, she said, most people come to a tournament to refine pills. I'm also doing that, Wei Liang said. Chapter 30. Wei Liang's counter the tribunal that gathered to review the Elder Consortium's formal appeal, which they submitted to the full council administrative body the following day, escalating past Administrator Su's level, was larger and more formally constituted than the original hearing. 5 officials, 2 independent examiners, and Elder Zhou Panting presenting his faction's argument that the grandfathering clause did not apply in Wei Liang's specific case because his sponsorship relationship with the Iron Petal Hall was established after the rule's implementation date, even if the hall itself predated the rule. It was a more sophisticated argument than the original challenge. Wei Liang gave Zhou Panting credit for it. He was wrong, but he was more carefully wrong. He had done his reading between the denial and the escalation, had found the specific angle that created genuine interpretive ambiguity, had constructed an argument that required more than a simple citation to refute. Wei Liang had spent the evening preparing for this version. He stood before the tribunal and worked through the argument methodically, the way he worked through everything, starting with the foundational texts, establishing the base premises before addressing the specific case. Rule 7. B's grandfathering clause uses the phrase, halls registered before implementation, he said. Not sponsorships established before implementation. The subject of the clause is the hall, not the sponsorship relationship. The Iron Petal Alchemy Hall was registered 41 years ago. My sponsorship was established 6 weeks ago. The clause governs the hall's registration date. The sponsorship date is not referenced by the clause. He set the original rule text on the tribunal table. If the council's intent was to restrict grandfathering to sponsorships rather than halls, the rule would need to use sponsorship as its subject. It does not. He set the text beside a council drafting guide from 13 years ago, the year the rule was written, that confirmed the subject of the clause had been specifically discussed in the rule drafting committee, and the committee's notes confirmed that the hall was the intended subject, not the sponsorship. He had obtained the drafting guide from the council's archives through a written request submitted 6 weeks prior. The independent examiners read both documents. They conferred in low voices for approximately 2 minutes. The drafting committee notes confirmed the intent. The lead examiner said to the tribunal, the clause as written matches the intent. Challenge denied. Elder Zhou Panting's expression did not change, which was itself a controlled performance. He collected his documents with the deliberateness of someone who is not done but is pausing. The Continental Alchemy Council reserves the right to revisit registration standards at the next full council session, he said. That is always the council's right, the lead examiner said, equally neutrally. In the meantime, the competition stands. Outside the tribunal building, Tan Xiuwen said, the drafting committee notes. Where did you get those? I wrote to the council's archives 6 weeks ago, Wei Liang said. When I first learned that Elder Zhou had a consulting relationship with the Xinyan sect, I anticipated that Rule 7b would be the procedural mechanism. It's been used to challenge second-tier hall sponsorships before. I found 2 previous cases in the public record. Tan Xiuwen was quiet. You researched the precedent cases, he said. I researched the full pattern, Wei Liang said. What challenges had been attempted before? What responses had worked and hadn't? What documentation would preemptively neutralize each possibility? He paused. My grandfather's notes describe this as the alchemist's first discipline. Preparation that precedes the problem, so that when the problem arrives, the solution is already present. He wrote about alchemy administration. He wrote about alchemy as a practice, Wei Liang said. The principle applies to anything that requires sustained precision under pressure. He looked at the tribunal building behind them. Elder Zhou will attempt one more administrative challenge before the semifinals. I have a response ready for that one too. They walked back toward the competition hall. The semifinals were in 2 days. The results of both preliminary rounds had been tabulated. Wei Liang had advanced first in his bracket with the highest individual scores across both rounds. Ruan Feng had advanced first in the adjacent bracket. Wei Songlong had advanced in the senior alchemist division. Wei Liang thought about the graybeard faction's pattern as he walked. Two challenges, both formally incorrect, both filed quickly and under visible pressure. The pattern said something about Zhou Panting's state. He was reacting rather than executing a plan. That meant the first round result had surprised him more than it should have, which meant he hadn't had accurate intelligence on Wei Liang's capability level before the competition began. He thought I was a curiosity, Wei Liang said, half to himself. Zhou Panting, Shen Yu said. He filed the first challenge before the round 1 results were fully tabulated, Wei Liang said. If he'd known what the results would show, 94% absorption, he'd have waited, filed a more careful challenge, spent more time on the drafting. Instead, he moved before he understood what he was dealing with. He thought a second-tier hall sponsorship meant second-tier results. He was wrong, Shen Yu said. He won't be wrong again, Wei Liang said. He's recalibrating. The next challenge, if there is one, will be more precisely targeted. He'll wait for an actual procedural opening rather than inventing a gap that doesn't exist. Is there a procedural opening? She said. Not that I've left, Wei Liang said. I've checked every mechanism applicable to my registration and the competition rules 3 times. There isn't a gap. He paused. But the finals have their own procedures. The formula submission process. The evaluation criteria for legendary tier pills. If the spirit anchor's effect demonstration doesn't match the judge's expectations, they have discretion on the tier classification. Can they deny the tier classification? If they ruled that the effect demonstration was insufficient or ambiguous, he said. It's a narrow procedural window. But Zhou Panting is thorough, and the finals are where the threat is real. Then you need the effect to be unambiguous, she said. The effect is either what I say it is, or it isn't, he said. The pill either works, or it doesn't. Bai Qingshan either advances 2 ranks above his natural level for 24 hours, or he doesn't. He looked at the competition hall's facade as they approached. The pill is not going to fail. I'm not thinking about failure. I'm thinking about what happens when it succeeds. She nodded. She understood the distinction. The collision course was proceeding on schedule. He had built it carefully, and every element was in position. The only thing left was the refinement itself, which was his to do and no one else's. When that was done, everything else would follow from the result that spoke without requiring him to speak for it. Chapter 31, Semifinals. Day 1. The semifinals reduced the field to 12 competitors, the top 3 from each of the 4 preliminary brackets. And for the first round, the required pill moved up in complexity. Meridian expansion formula, foundation to core formation threshold, a pill that required direct chi manipulation at a level most journeymen or master refiners found technically challenging. The formula was more demanding than the first round's pill in 2 specific ways. The chi binding agents were more sensitive to temperature variation, meaning smaller errors produced more visible result degradation, and the advancement catalyst required introduction at a precise moment in the 3rd phase that was easy to miss if the refiner wasn't monitoring the pill's internal structure carefully throughout the 2nd phase. Standard technique managed this through the visible flame monitoring method. Experienced refiners had developed specific flame color indicators that showed when the 3rd phase's catalyst window was approaching. Ruan Feng was a master of this technique. The color changes in his external flame work during the 2nd phase were, Wei Liang noted from across the room, genuinely precise. He was reading the pill's internal state through the external indicators with real skill. Wei Liang monitored the pill's internal structure directly through the internal chi mapping that was a simpler version of the mirror technique. No indicators needed. The catalyst window was visible to him in the pill's own chi signature. He worked through it with the same internal, flame-silent technique he had used in the prelims and produced a result, 91% purity, expansion coefficient 4.2 on a standard scale of 1 to 5, that the judges marked as exceptional for the 2nd consecutive round. He was paired, in the head-to-head judging format, against the Wei family's 2nd alchemist, a man named Master Su Dequan, 38 years old, with 20 years of formal training and the careful precision of someone who knows their craft thoroughly and has never had reason to question its foundations. He worked cleanly and produced a technically correct result, 79% purity, expansion coefficient 3.1. He accepted the comparison result with professional equanimity. He was not a man who made excuses, and the gap was clear enough that excuses wouldn't have helped anyway. The comparison was unambiguous. Wei Liang's result was not a better execution of the same technique. It was a different technique producing a categorically different result. Wei Songlong, in the spectator area, maintained his expression with visible control. He was watching his family's best secondary alchemist lose by a margin that could not be attributed to individual variation. Master Su Dequan was not a weak alchemist. He was an excellent practitioner with 20 years of serious training. The gap was not between good and mediocre. The gap was between two different foundations entirely. After the round, Xinyu came down from the spectator section and found Wei Liang at the results board. Ruan Feng watched you the entire time, she said. I know. He wasn't watching your flame technique, she said. Or rather, he was watching for your flame technique, and then watching its absence. He spent about 20 minutes trying to figure out where your qi was going. He would have some theory, Wei Liang said. Internal qi direction is detectable at his cultivation level. He would know the qi was going somewhere, but the mirror technique's specific mechanics wouldn't be identifiable without knowing what to look for. He was in conversation with his sect's elder after the round, Xinyu said. The elder looked unhappy. Which elder? Senior figure. Not a tournament official. Someone who traveled with their delegation. She paused. The conversation seemed to be about you. Wei Liang filed this. The Xinyan sect's internal response to his performance was more visible now than it had been in the prelims. They were no longer treating him as a curiosity. They were treating him as a threat. That shift had its own implications for the finals. A threat could be challenged. A curiosity was simply watched. He looked at the results board again. 12 competitors in the semifinals. After tomorrow's second semifinal round, 3 would advance to the finals. He was going to be one of them. The question was which others. He reflected on the Xinyan sect elder's reaction. The faction watching him was now operating at full awareness. They knew what he was doing here, or suspected enough to be concerned. The question was what they would do with that awareness between now and the finals. They had administrative avenues available. Elder Zhou Panting had already demonstrated the willingness to use them. They had social pressure available. They could approach the judges informally, work through the tournament committee, apply sect prestige to the evaluation process in ways that were technically permissible and practically influential. He had prepared for the administrative challenges. The social pressure was harder to prepare for specifically because it operated on the margins of procedure and required the judges to resist influence they might not consciously recognize as influence. The answer to that problem was the same as the answer to every other problem in this competition. Make the results so demonstrably clear that influence became impossible to deploy. A result that was unambiguous didn't require the judges to resist anything. It required only that they read what was in front of them. He had a clear sense of Ruan Feng's ceiling and a clear sense of Wei Songlong's. The third finalist would be someone from the remaining 10. An independent alchemist from the eastern sector had produced consistently impressive work, and the Hall of Silver Cloud's representative had a strong preliminary record. He gathered his materials and turned toward the exit. On the way out, he passed within 8 feet of Wei Songlong, who was standing in the corridor speaking with his family subordinates. His uncle saw him and stopped speaking mid-sentence. They were close enough that the exchange was unavoidable. Wei Liang did not try to make it avoidable. He kept his pace and his direction and walked toward his uncle as if the encounter were ordinary. Wei Songlong recovered his expression quickly. An adequate first round, he said, with that publicly kind tone, as if the relationship between them were ordinary. As if it were the most natural thing in the world for the man who had expelled him to comment on his performance. Wei Liang looked at him. In this moment, in the corridor outside the competition hall, the full weight of the past 8 months was present between them. Everything that had built to this. The expulsion, the cipher key, the nights reading his grandfather's real work in rented rooms in cities no one in the Wei compound knew his name. The stall and iron pedal, the quintuple flame, the iron pedal invitational, the road to Xianfeng. Wei Songlong had expelled him because he was afraid of exactly this. And here it was. I'm looking forward to the finals, Wei Liang said. The free choice legendary tier round should be interesting. He paused just long enough for the weight of it to land. I wonder which formula you'll use. Wei Songlong's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes did. A shift, a recognition. The first visible sign that his uncle had understood that Wei Liang wasn't here to compete. He was here to demonstrate. Wei Liang walked past him and out into the Xianfeng afternoon. He had 8 days left. The second semifinal round tomorrow. Then 2 days of final preparation. He was going to use every one of them. Chapter 32. The stolen formula goes public. The second semifinal round's required pill was announced at the competition hall's board on the morning of the 8th day. Advancement Consolidation Pill, Core Formation Range. Wei Liang stood at the board and read it. He turned to Xinyu. Their pills will be identical, he said quietly. She looked at the board. Wei Songlong and Ruan Feng. They share a formula source, Wei Liang said. The advancement consolidation pill is one of the formulas the Xinyan sect produced from the stolen notes and licensed to the Wei family as part of their co-production agreement. Both of them have trained on the same version. The same ingredient ratios, the same temperature curve, the same fifth-step structure, with the same missing element. He paused. They won't produce identical pills because their technique is different. But the formula is the same. The sealing is the same. Xinyu was quiet for a moment. And yours isn't. My grandfather's original formula for this pill class includes the complete fifth-step modification, Wei Liang said. The consolidation coefficient, the measure of how effectively the pill integrates the advancement qi with the cultivator's existing meridian structure, has a sealing of approximately 3.8 on the standard scale when working from the stolen formula with the best possible technique. The original formula's sealing is 5.1. He watched the other competitors arriving to view the announcement board. It won't just be better execution. It will be structurally different. The instrument will read above its standard maximum range. Xinyu looked at the board. The judges will notice. The judges will more than notice, Wei Liang said. They will ask how. And when Wei Songlong's result is shown alongside mine, with the same formula source and a measurable gap, the question of where the formulas came from becomes unavoidable. He paused. This is why I wanted this formula in the semifinals rather than the finals. Let the evidence build in stages. Let the judges see the pattern before I produce the spirit anchor. She nodded slowly. So by the time the finals arrive, they're already asking the right questions. By the time I say my grandfather in the final ceremony, Wei Liang said, everyone in that room has already watched me produce results that no one else can explain. The statement will land as conclusion rather than claim. He turned from the board and went to review his preparation notes. The refinement itself that afternoon was precisely what he had described. All 12 semifinalists worked on the advancement consolidation pill. Wei Liang produced his result in 53 minutes. Internal technique, the small dark-colored pill that had become his signature in the competition. He was methodical and unhurried. The audience in the spectator area, larger now than in the prelims, word of the first-round results having drawn additional observers, was visibly puzzled by the lack of visible performance. The results were visible. Consolidation coefficient 5.3. The judge who processed Wei Liang's pill looked at the instrument twice, then at the pill, then at the instrument again. This is outside the standard measurement range, he said. The instrument's range caps at 5.0, Wei Liang said. My result exceeds the cap. The actual coefficient is approximately 5.3 based on the chi-flow ratio during the test sequence. The judge called the head judge over. They conferred. They tested the pill 3 times. The result was consistent, 5.3, above the standard instrument ceiling. Ruan Feng's result, consolidation coefficient 3.9. Excellent. The best result in the competition from the standard formula. He had executed it, as well as it could be executed. Wei Songlong's result, from the senior alchemist bracket, 3.7. Both men, in their separate ways, understood what the numbers meant. Ruan Feng, collecting his materials after the round, found Wei Liang at the results board. Same formula source, Ruan Feng said. He was looking at the comparison results. His voice was controlled, but the control had an effort behind it. Yes, Wei Liang said. He did not elaborate. The consolidation coefficient gap is structural, Ruan Feng said. He was not asking. He was a good enough alchemist to know when a gap was technique and when it was formula. You're not just executing better. You have a different formula. Yes. Ruan Feng looked at him. The earlier curiosity had deepened into something more urgent. In the finals, he said. In the finals, Wei Liang agreed. Ruan Feng walked away with the expression of a man who has been told something he needed to hear, but isn't sure yet what it means for everything that comes after. He was turning it over as he walked, visible in the set of his shoulders, the slight downward cast of his attention. Wei Liang watched him go. Ruan Feng was not the enemy here. He had never been the enemy. He was the most visible casualty of the theft, the genuinely talented alchemist who had built his entire practice on a foundation someone else had stolen and deliberately obscured. He had worked hard. He had worked honestly. He had done everything that was asked of him within the framework he had been given. The framework was a lie, and that was not his fault. The finals would reveal that to him completely. Wei Liang did not look forward to that. Necessary truths were still hard truths, and Ruan Feng's encounter with this one was going to require him to dismantle and rebuild something he had spent years constructing. But the alternative, leaving the theft intact, letting the incomplete framework continue to be taught as legitimate alchemy, letting the 47 patients go unacknowledged and untreated. That alternative was worse for everyone, including Ruan Feng. A foundation built on stolen ground was not safe. Better to know and rebuild than to continue on something that would eventually collapse. He thought about the day after the finals. The way information moved through competitive alchemy circles, the outcome would be in discussion throughout the tournament district within hours. The judges' observations, the comparison results, the consolidation coefficient above the measurement ceiling. All of it would be in the official tournament record and the unofficial conversations simultaneously. By the time Zhao Mingzhu formally opened the case, the technical community would already have questions. Questions about the Xinyan sect's formula sources. Questions about the Wei family's parallel results. Questions about why two separate high-profile alchemists had been producing pills from the same incomplete structural framework. He wasn't just winning a tournament. He was building a witness base. Wei Liang turned and walked toward the competitor exit. 3 days left. Chapter 33. Semifinals Refinement. The 3 finalists were announced at the close of the second semifinal day. Wei Liang, Wan Feng, and Wei Songlong. The Hall of Silver Cloud's representative had produced excellent work throughout, but had not been able to close the gap with the top 3. The Eastern Sector's independent alchemist had performed well in the prelims and then struggled with the advancement consolidation pill's complexity. Wei Songlong, in the Senior Alchemist Division, had advanced with the combination of professional skill and formula backing that Senior Alchemist-level cultivation produced. All 3 of the collision course participants had cleared the semifinals. Wei Liang reviewed this fact that evening from his lodging, with the 14th notebook open to the Spirit Anchor formula. He had reviewed it so many times over the past weeks that he could anticipate its phrasing, the specific notation style his grandfather used for the most technically demanding sections, the marginal notes in smaller writing that contained the technique's most important specifications. The finals were in 3 days. The format, free choice legendary tier pill, 1 attempt per competitor, judged by the full panel including Elder Zhou Panting. He had prepared for the Elder Consortium's potential objections in the judging process. He had prepared for Wei Songlong's submission, the pale imitation spirit anchor from the stolen formula. He had prepared for Wan Feng's genuinely strong, independent formula, which the Xinyan sect's representative had mentioned in pre-tournament documentation as a custom advancement accelerator of his own development. The mirror technique was the remaining variable. He had practiced it every evening since Iron Petal. He had run complete trials on low-complexity formulas 6 times and achieved the dual process sustain on 4 of the 6 attempts. The success rate was not as high as he wanted. He needed to run 1 more complete trial before the finals. He spent 2 hours that evening running the mirror technique on a foundation class formula, not the Spirit Anchor, because he couldn't afford to use the Spirit Anchor ingredients in a practice run, but a formula complex enough to give him a meaningful test of the dual process attention. He achieved sustained dual process operation for the full refinement period for the first time. 1 successful complete trial. Conditions, quiet room, no pressure, familiar formula. The finals would be 300 spectators, maximum pressure, his grandfather's most complex formula. He noted the gap between those conditions and closed the notebook. Xinyu came in from the adjoining room where she had been doing her own cultivation practice. She saw his expression. The trial went well, she said. 1 complete success, he said. The first sustained full trial. She considered this. First sustained success is better than no sustained success. The conditions weren't comparable to the finals, he said. The finals are in 3 days, she said. You will run the trial again tomorrow and the day after. You will have 3 successes before the finals begin. She said it with the flat certainty of someone making a prediction based on observed data rather than optimism. You're confident, he said. You've worked toward this for 6 months, she said. The trial went well because you've done everything correctly. Tomorrow will go better because you'll have today's data. She sat down across from him. What part of the mirror technique is the bottleneck? The transition at the 4th phase, he said. When the Spirit Anchor's internal structure begins the consolidation sequence, the mirror technique requires a shift in the internal chi mapping. The reference point moves from the refiner's foundation channels to their core formation threshold. I'm at foundation 7, not core formation. The technique expects a mapping reference that I don't fully have yet. Can you approximate it? My grandfather's notes address exactly this, Wei Liang said. He describes a threshold emulation technique, using the highest achieved cultivation level's outer meridian channels as a proxy for the core formation threshold. It works, but it requires maintaining the emulation state throughout the 4th phase, which adds a 3rd simultaneous chi flow process. He paused. On top of the mirror techniques too. Xinyu was quiet for a moment. 3 simultaneous processes. Yes. Is that possible? My grandfather did it at Foundation 9, the first time he completed the Spirit Anchor, Wei Liang said. He notes it in the margin. 3 processes, Foundation 9, sustained for 6 minutes. challenging but achievable. I am at Foundation 7. The gap is 2 subranks of cultivation, which you can compensate for with technique, she said. I don't know yet, he said honestly. That's what tomorrow's trial will tell me. She nodded, accepting the uncertainty. Then sleep, she said. The trial will be clearer in the morning. He closed the notebook. He sat for a moment longer in the small room's lamplight, thinking about the 300 seats and the judges' panel and the competition hall floor. He thought about Elder Zhou panting watching from the far right of the judges' table. He thought about Wei Songlong watching from the spectator section. He thought about Ruan Feng at Station 3, producing the best work the incomplete formula could produce. He thought about his grandfather, in a room that no longer existed, building towards something he did not live to finish. The notes were in his pack. The pack was at the foot of the bed. He had carried it every day since the expulsion. He had carried it through every development, every challenge, every refinement. He had arrived here. Outside, Xianfeng City was still active. The tournament night market, the cultivators and scholars and merchants who filled the capital during major events, the city's ordinary nighttime life running underneath the extraordinary occasion. Through the window, a distant light burned on the competition hall's upper floor where the judges' panel would be reviewing documentation. 3 days. He thought about the spirit anchor. He thought about the 300 people who would be watching. He thought about the moment when Elder Nian would look at the finished pill and ask where it came from, and what he would say, and what his uncle's expression would be. He had built everything toward this. He was as ready as he could be. He thought about the path from the expulsion to this room. 8 months, for weeks, and several days he had stopped counting somewhere in the middle. The specific chain, the ceremony, the compound gates, the road south, Stone Grit Town's market square, the abandoned furnace shed, the cipher key, the jade marrow preparation, the tournament in Iron Petal, the road to Xianfeng. Every step had been necessary. Every step had produced the next one. He could not have arrived at tonight's room without any of the preceding steps. His grandfather had built toward the final notebooks for 30 years, in a compound where his best work was treated as ordinary. He had worked alone, or nearly alone, in the evenings after the family's work was done, in the study that Wei Liang remembered as the room where the light was always slightly different from the rest of the house. Warmer, more deliberate, the light of a place where real work happened. He had been building towards something that no one around him knew was being built. Wei Liang had been working for 8 months in a different kind of solitude, the solitude of having specific allies who understood the strategy and worked alongside it, but who could not do the alchemical work. Tan Xiuwen could advise on the tournament structure. Xin Yu could think through the implications of the mirror technique. Zhao Mingzhu could build the legal case. None of them could stand at the furnace in his place. He had been alone at the furnace each time. That was the part that couldn't be delegated. Tomorrow he would stand alone at the furnace in front of 300 people, with the notes memorized, the technique practiced, and everything assembled for the one attempt. He had the same feeling his grandfather must have had in the evenings in that study. The specific combination of preparation complete and outcome unknown. There was nothing left to do tonight. He had done everything. He went asleep. Chapter 34. The heaven-defying spirit anchor pill. The morning of the finals arrived with the kind of clear weather that made cities like Xianfeng look deliberately constructed to be impressive. A cold, bright autumn day, with the light coming in at angles that made the gray stone buildings look architectural rather than merely old. Wei Liang ate a full breakfast. A calculated decision, since the spirit anchor refinement would run 4 hours minimum and he needed the reserves, and reviewed the third sealed section's mirror technique notes one final time before packing them away. He had run 2 more successful trials in the previous 2 days. For successful trials total across different formula levels, he had sustained the 3-process operation for 9 minutes on his last attempt, compared to the 6 minutes his grandfather had described at Foundation 9. His grandfather had the advantage of higher cultivation. He had the advantage of 2 extra days of targeted practice and his grandfather's own analytical notes on exactly where the difficulty was. He would not have the notes during the refinement. He had memorized what he needed. The rest would come from internalized understanding, or it wouldn't come at all. He thought about what internalized understanding actually meant. It meant that the technique had moved from the notebooks to his hands, not as procedure, but as response. When the 4th phase arrived and the spirit anchor's internal structure began consolidation, he would not remember the mirror technique steps and execute them. He would recognize the consolidation signal, and the technique would be already in motion, the way breathing was already in motion before the decision to breathe. Or it would not be, and the refinement would fail, and the formula would be lost for another generation. He had done everything his grandfather had done, under different conditions, with different resources, in a different sequence. His grandfather had reached this step at 62, after 30 years of accumulated work, with the full preparation of a life spent in alchemy. Wei Liang was reaching it at 19, with 8 months in the notes and 4 practice trials. The preparation was different. The technique was the same. He held this thought clearly for a moment. The specific clarity of certainty without confidence. The recognition that everything had been done and the outcome was genuinely unknown, and then released it. Shunyu was already awake when he came downstairs, her cultivation notes in front of her and a cup of tea at her elbow. She looked at him once, made a brief assessment, and said, "You slept." "I slept," he confirmed. "Then everything is in order," she said. It was the kind of statement that was both completely simple and exactly right. He had prepared what could be prepared. He had slept. He had eaten. The rest would proceed from what had been built. Tan Xiaowen had sent a note the previous evening. Brief. In the elder's characteristic economy of words, the ingredients have been verified and are waiting at the station. The judge's panel has reviewed the formula submission. No objections were filed before the deadline. And below that, in slightly smaller writing, which was his version of emphasis, "Do not hurry the 4th phase." Wei Liang had read the note twice and put it in the notebook beside the mirror technique section. The morning before the finals, Xianfeng City had the particular quality of a city that knows something significant is about to happen. The tournament quarter was more active than usual at this hour. Practitioners who wanted good spectator positions arrived early. The competition hall's banners had been changed overnight to the tournament's formal finals colors, deep red and gold, the tournament's most serious register. He walked to the competition hall with Shunyu beside him, the traveling pack on his back, the spirit anchor ingredients in their carefully sealed containers in the pack's main compartment. The morning air was sharp and clear. He was ready. The competition hall was full. 300 spectators was the building's capacity. Wei Liang, walking to his assigned station, Station 1, the leftmost position, which the finalists drew by lot, estimated the crowd was at capacity. The gallery was standing room. The judges' panel was seated. Elder Nian Buozha in the center, the 2 independent elders flanking him. Elder Zhou panting on the far right, with the specific stillness of a man who has lost several procedural rounds and is watching carefully for the moment that changes. The 3 finalists stood at their stations. The formula submission period opened. Wei Songlong submitted first, a formal sealed envelope, handed to the judge's clerk, contents visible to the panel but not yet to the audience. Wei Liang watched his uncle's expression during the submission. Controlled, professional, with something underneath that was neither confidence nor doubt, but a kind of committed performance. A man who has made the best available decision and is executing it without uncertainty. Ruan Feng submitted next. His envelope was thicker, supporting documentation, probably, for a custom formula. He was calm about it. The Xinyan sect's delegates in the spectator section watched with the intensity of people who have prepared something and are waiting to see it validated. Wei Liang submitted last. His envelope contained the spirit anchor formula, in its complete form as documented in his grandfather's real notes, with a 1-page technical classification argument explaining why it qualified as legendary tier by the standard tier ranking criteria. The judges' panel reviewed the submissions. This took 15 minutes. During those 15 minutes, the competition hall had the specific quality of quiet that large crowds produce when everyone is paying attention to the same thing. A focused, collective silence punctuated only by the occasional sound of a turned page or a cleared throat. Then the chief judge addressed the hall. "The 3 finalists have submitted their legendary tier formulas," Elder Nian said. "The panel has reviewed the submissions and has questions for competitor Wei Liang regarding his submitted formula." Wei Liang had expected this. He approached the judge's table. "The formula you've submitted," Elder Nian said, "is documented as the heaven-defying spirit anchor pill. Our panel has 3 grandmaster alchemists and 1 sovereign equivalent between us." He paused. "None of us has ever seen this formula. No living alchemist should have," Wei Liang said. "It comes from unpublished notes." "Whose notes?" "Wei Zonghe," Wei Liang said. "My grandfather." The silence in the hall was different from what it had been a moment before. "Wei Zonghe's published notes were deposited with the Xinyan sect 2 years ago," Elder Nian said. "They have been reviewed by the council. This formula does not appear in those notes." "No," Wei Liang said. "It appears in the unpublished notes. The private research archive that my grandfather kept separately from the teaching records he provided. Those notes were never handed to anyone. They passed to me directly." He paused. "I can demonstrate the formula's authenticity through its results. I would prefer to do so now." Elder Nian looked at the formula in his hands. Then at Elder Zhou panting, who had been very still since Wei Liang said his grandfather's name. "The panel will accept the submission," Elder Nian said. "The refinement demonstrates its own case." He gestured toward the stations. The finals began. Chapter 35. The final refinement. Wei Liang stood at Station 1 with his hands at his sides and his eyes on the Grade 5 furnace. He had a specific interval of time before beginning. 5 minutes for ingredient arrangement, per the competition rules. He used them precisely. The Spirit Anchor's ingredients were more unusual than anything he had used in the competition's earlier rounds. They were also more expensive. The tournament had provided a general stock, but certain Spirit Anchor ingredients had required special sourcing. Tan Xiuwen had procured them through the Iron Petal Hall supplier network at a cost that Wei Liang had noted with sober attention and intended to repay. Spirit Root Stabilizing Agent. Phoenix Root treated with a specific 3-day resonance process that converted its base qi from woodfire to pure spirit. It was a deep orange color, darker than unprocessed Phoenix Root, and had a faint warmth that came from the conversion process rather than the room temperature. Anchor Crystallization Compound. 7-year spirit jade ground to a specific particle size between 3 and 5 microns, in a quantity measured to the nearest tenth of a gram. The grinding had taken 6 hours the previous afternoon. Meridian Lock Catalyst. Deep ocean amber from the Eastern Sea mineral deposits. The one ingredient with no substitute, the one that Wei Liang had spent more on than anything else in the preparation. It was translucent and deep gold, heavier than it looked. Soul Thread Binder. Refined from the silk of third-year moonspun caterpillars, a material so qi-sensitive that it had to be handled with pre-warmed hands only, and that responded to ambient cultivation qi with a faint luminescence. 5-element Anchor Base. A blend Wei Liang had prepared himself over the previous 2 days, combining earth, wood, fire, metal, and water elements in the precise ratios his grandfather had documented. Each element a specific material, combined in sequence, and then allowed to equilibrate for 48 hours in a sealed jade container. Everything was present. Everything was correct. He placed his hands on the furnace. He began. The first phase, Spirit Root Activation, ran for 40 minutes. The spectators settled into the long format within the first 10 minutes. By the 15th minute, the hall was quiet in a way it hadn't been before. The quality of attention that comes when people are watching something they don't understand and are trying to learn from the watching itself. No visible flame. No audible change in the furnace. Wei Liang standing with hands on the base plate, eyes closed, still as a standing stone. Inside, qi flowing from his foundation's 7 meridians through the base plate, into the furnace's operating chamber, surrounding the Phoenix Root without touching it directly, warming it through resonance at exactly the temperature the notes specified, 43 degrees above ambient, held for the full 40 minutes without variation. The root began to transform at the 30-minute mark, the woodfire qi converting to spirit qi as the resonance accumulated. He could feel it in the feedback from the furnace plate, a change in the quality of the return vibration, the specific shift that his grandfather's notes described as the moment the root remembers its origin. It felt exactly as described. Second phase, Anchor Crystallization Compound Introduction. He opened the furnace's upper port without looking, by feel, by the exact degree of rotation he had memorized, and introduced the spirit jade powder in 3 sequences of approximately 47 grams each, the intervals between introductions timed to within 5 seconds of the note's specification. The compound met the transforming Phoenix Root and began to react. From the outside, the first visible event of the refinement occurred here. A faint luminescence in the furnace's viewing port, a deep gold light that had not been present before, that grew and pulsed with a rhythm that the 300 people in the hall could see. A sound ran through the spectators. Not a word, not a gasp, something lower and less articulate than either. The sound of a crowd recognizing that what they are watching is different from what they have watched before. Third phase, Meridian Lock Catalyst, introduced at the moment the luminescence reached its first peak. The deep ocean amber dissolved into the forming compound with a sound that was audible in the now silent hall. A high, clear tone, brief, like a distant bell. The luminescence shifted from deep gold to translucent gold. The pill's interior structure was becoming self-organized rather than externally directed. This was the beginning of the mirror technique requirement. Wei Liang shifted his qi flow awareness inward. The mirror technique, running the internal qi mapping simultaneously with the furnace process, using his own meridian structure as a calibration reference for the pill's spirit anchoring function. His qi flow divided, one stream continuing to maintain the furnace's thermal environment, a second stream mapping the current state of his own foundation's 7 meridian architecture, and the third stream, the threshold emulation, building a proxy representation of the core formation threshold from his highest achieved outer meridian channels. 3 processes. He held them. The hall was silent. The fourth phase lasted 42 minutes. Wei Liang was aware of the time only in the loose, peripheral way that deep technical focus allows. He had a sense of the duration accumulating without tracking it precisely. The three-process mirror technique was demanding in a way that earlier formulas had not prepared him for. It required something beyond skill or preparation. A particular quality of attention that stayed distributed without fragmenting, maintained multiple foci without collapsing any of them, sustained all three chi flows without prioritizing one at the cost of the others. His grandfather had described this state as the still point, not motionless, active in all directions simultaneously, and therefore apparently still from outside. He found it at the 17th minute of the fourth phase. It didn't feel like he had imagined. It felt like the natural consequence of everything he had practiced for 6 months finally running as one thing rather than many things. The three chi flows stopped being three and became a single process with three aspects. The furnace temperature held precisely. The internal meridian map stabilized. The threshold emulation clarified. He could feel the core formation boundary as clearly as if he had already crossed it, the outer channels of Foundation 7 reaching toward that boundary and holding its shape in precise resonance. The pill structure organized itself around that clarity. At the 38th minute of the fourth phase, the soul thread binder was introduced. The moonspun silk dissolved in a cascade of pure white light that was visible through the furnace port, brief, intense, followed by the translucent gold stabilizing into something harder and more definite. At the 42nd minute, the 5-element anchor base. The final ingredient, the one his grandfather had described as the closing of the circuit. 5 elements in their prepared equilibrium, introduced together, completing the pill's foundational structure. The luminescence expanded. For 3 seconds, the entire furnace viewing port was uniformly bright, not glowing but self-luminous, as if the light were coming from inside the material rather than being reflected by it. Then it contracted, pulling inward with the specific quality of a structure finding its final form. Wei Liang held the three-process sustained through the final phase, the integration period, 18 minutes, during which the finished pill's structure hardened from fluid organization to permanent form. He did not release any of the three flows. He held them. He released them at the end of the 18th minute. He opened the furnace. The spirit anchor pill sat in a pool of residual luminescence on the furnace floor. It was approximately the size of a small coin. Its surface was translucent gold, and it was self-luminous, the light coming from inside rather than being reflected. It pulsed once. Every person in the hall felt that pulse. Not heard it, felt it. A brief, physical sensation in the chi channels, like the sound of a bell felt through stone rather than air. Wei Liang lifted the pill with furnace tongs and set it in the evaluation dish. The hall was absolutely silent. He looked up at the judges' panel. Chapter 36. The reckoning of scores. The testing of the spirit anchor pill took 20 minutes. The competition protocol for legendary tier pills was different from standard rounds. No purity reading, no coefficient measurement. Legendary tier pills were evaluated by effect demonstration, which required a willing test subject at the appropriate cultivation level. The tournament administration had a standing arrangement with 3 foundation stage volunteer cultivators who served this function for finals demonstrations. The spirit anchors claimed effect, stabilizing a suppressed spirit root and allowing combat at 1 full rank above apparent level for 24 hours, required a volunteer whose spirit root had been suppressed, either naturally or artificially. The administration produced a Foundation 5 cultivator named by Qing Shan, a man Wei Liang had not met, who had a documented natural spirit root suppression that had been assessed by 3 certified physicians over the previous year. His actual spirit root was Foundation 7 level. His apparent combat level was Foundation 5 due to the suppression. He had signed a voluntary consent form and been medically evaluated that morning. Bai Qing Shan received the pill in front of the full panel and 300 spectators. The effect was not subtle. The suppression lifted in approximately 4 minutes. It was visible in the chi signature. Everyone in the hall with foundation stage cultivation or higher could feel the shift as Bai Qing Shan's chi expression expanded from its constrained Foundation 5 range to its natural Foundation 7 signature. Gasps were audible across the spectator section. Foundation 7 chi in a hall designed for large group cultivation events was perceptible to everyone present, the kind of cultivator density that made chi signatures immediately legible. Then, as the spirit anchor's second function engaged, the rank elevation above natural level, Bai Qing Shan's chi signature continued to expand. Foundation 8. Foundation 9. For a period of approximately 6 minutes, before the pill's temporary effect began to stabilize at its ceiling, Bai Qing Shan stood in the center of the competition floor with the chi signature of a Foundation 9 cultivator. A man whose documented apparent level was Foundation 5. The silence in the hall was complete. Then someone in the gallery said something to their neighbor, a low voice, and that started a chain of murmured reactions across the 300 that sounded, in aggregate, like a sound of collective recognition, the whole room processing the same fact at once. Elder Nien Boisja wrote in his record book for a sustained interval without looking up. Then he looked at Wei Liang. Where does this formula come from? He said. My grandfather, Wei Liang said. Wei Songlong was in the spectator section. Wei Liang had known where he was throughout the refinement. He heard the audience shift around Wei Songlong's position when he said, my grandfather. He heard the beginning of conversations that were immediately hushed. He did not look at his uncle. He looked at Elder Nien. Wei Zongha, he said. The formula is from his private research archive. The notes that were never published. The notes that were never handed to any sect or any institution. He paused. The notes that, to my knowledge, no one outside of myself has read in their complete form. The implication was not subtle. It didn't need to be. Ruan Feng, at Station 3, had completed his own legendary tier refinement, a custom formula that he had spent 2 years developing, an advancement accelerator of genuine originality. It was excellent work, the best result the stolen formula's framework could produce, shaped by genuine talent working with the best tools available to it. An impressive ceiling. A ceiling that was not this. Wei Songlong's spirit anchor attempt, the stolen formula's pale imitation, had failed. The pill had cracked during refinement at the 3rd phase. The crack was visible, a thin line running from the top of the forming pill to its base, audible as a small, flat sound in the otherwise quiet hall at the 40-minute mark. Wei Songlong had not been able to prevent it. The formula's structural gap, the missing mirror technique component, the missing threshold emulation requirement, had expressed itself at exactly the point where the pill's internal organization tried to complete and found no coherent reference structure to complete around. The crack had been quiet and conclusive. Wei Songlong had set the cracked pill in the evaluation dish without expression. He had received it the way he received everything, with control. The scoring was announced by Elder Nien. First, Wei Liang. Heaven-defying spirit anchor pill. Effect confirmed, legendary tier confirmed, performance rated. Elder Nien paused here for a moment, without precedent in the tournament's recorded history. Second, Ruan Feng. Custom advancement accelerator. Excellent performance, Grandmaster tier confirmed. Third, Wei Songlong. Spirit anchor attempt. Incomplete refinement, structural failure noted. Wei Liang accepted the Jade Trophy. He accepted the certification document. He stood at the podium. A judge asked him where the spirit anchor formula came from. He said, my grandfather. Wei Zongha. Wei Songlong was not present for the rest of the ceremony. He had left before the announcement of scores. The space where he had been sitting was visible from the podium, empty, which was in its own way a more visible statement than any expression could have been. Ruan Feng came to Wei Liang after the ceremony, through the dispersing crowd. He stopped in front of Wei Liang and looked at him with the genuinely complicated expression of a man whose entire professional foundation has just been exposed as built on something he didn't choose and didn't know about. Your grandfather, Ruan Feng said. Yes. The notes the sect has been using, Ruan Feng said. How far is the gap? 40 years, Wei Liang said. At minimum. The Real notes contain techniques that the alchemy world won't reach independently for another 40 years at current development speed. Ruan Feng absorbed this. His expression moved through several stages. Wei Liang watched each one and said nothing. The silence was appropriate. Some information needed space. I trained on a copy, he said. You trained on an incomplete copy, Wei Liang said. With genuine talent and genuine technique and real effort. The work you did today was excellent. It was the best result the stolen framework can produce. That is not nothing. He paused. The framework itself is the problem, not the training, not you. Ruan Feng was quiet for a long moment. The 3rd phase temperature modulation, he said. I've been doing it the way I was taught for 7 years. Is that wrong? The method works, Wei Liang said. It produces results. The issue isn't that it's wrong. It's that the original version works better and for specific theoretical reasons that the copied version lost. You've been doing correct alchemy. You've been doing it without the understanding that would let you know why each step is the way it is. The bottom of the page, Ruan Feng said quietly. Wei Liang looked at him. Someone told me the formula was complete. I trusted that. Ruan Feng looked at the competition floor, which the attendants were beginning to clear. What comes next? The truth, Wei Liang said. Publicly and on record. Ruan Feng nodded. A single motion, considered. He was already, Wei Liang could see, beginning to process what rebuilding might look like. What it would cost. What it might offer. He was a man who moved forward when he was given a direction. The direction had just changed. Xinyu appeared at Wei Liang's elbow. She looked at the trophy and then at him. Foundation 7, she said. He understood. She was placing herself beside him in the same terms she had used in Iron Petal. Foundation 2 before they left. Marking the progress. Keeping the record. Foundation 7, he agreed. Next stop, the reckoning. He held the jade trophy in his hands and felt the weight of it. The physical weight of the jade, and the other weight. The one that was not material but was equally real. The weight of 2 years and 37 notebooks and 8 months of work and 1 hour in a competition hall where the truth had been demonstrated rather than argued. The public stage had delivered its verdict. The evidence was now in the official record. What came next was going to require a different kind of work, but the foundation had been laid. Publicly, officially, in front of 300 witnesses and a judge's panel whose notes would become the tournament's permanent record. His grandfather's name was in that record now. The technique was in that record. The gap between what had been stolen and what had been replaced was in that record. Wei Songlong would read it before nightfall. Hui Yuanpeng would read it by morning. They had 11 years of certainty behind them. Now they had none. He turned away from the competition floor toward what came next. He was ready for it. Chapter 37. The Aftermath. The road back from Shanfeng City was 7 days rather than 4. They took the slower northern route, which added 3 days, but went through less densely traveled country, and Wei Liang wanted the time. He needed to think. He needed the kind of thinking that moving through open country enables. Unhurried, non-linear, the sort of processing that cannot be done at a desk or in a preparation room or in any space where the work is immediate and requiring. The road asked nothing of him except forward movement. For 3 days he could walk and think and let the past 8 months settle into something more legible than it had been while he was inside it. The first realization, which came on the second day of the northern road, was that he felt something he hadn't expected, a kind of exhausted relief that had nothing to do with winning and everything to do with the accumulation of sustained pressure now having an end point. He had been moving toward the tournament for months. Every decision, every refinement, every strategic choice had been oriented toward that stage and what needed to happen on it. Now the stage had delivered. The result was in the record. The end point had arrived. And the next phase was going to be harder. The tournament had been under his control in ways the next phase was not. He had controlled what he produced, how he presented it, the technique he deployed, and when. The next phase, the legal phase, the exposure of the theft, the formal challenge to Hui Yuanpeng and the Wei family, involved other people's choices, other people's power, the full weight of the Continental Alchemy Council's institutional dynamics, and whatever Wei Songlong and Hui Yuanpeng decided to do when they understood the net was closing. He had planned for this. He had been planning for it since before Iron Petal. But planning was not the same as standing in it, and standing in it was what came next. He walked and let the thinking be what it was. The landscape changed from the rolling hills of the tournament road to the flatter farmland of the southern circuit, the horizon opening into something larger and quieter. Xinyu was on one of the rented horses. They had hired horses for the northern route, which was too variable for a coach. She rode in the comfortable silence of someone who has learned that not every moment of travel requires conversation and who understands the difference between silence that is uncomfortable and silence that is working. Wei Liang's cultivation had been advancing through the journey. He was aware of it the way one is aware of a slow but perceptible change in the ambient quality of something. Not dramatic, not sudden, but present and accumulating. The tournament's sustained work, the mirror technique, the three-process attentional demand of the spirit anchor refinement. All of it had pushed against his cultivation's current limits in ways that active refinement practice did, building the internal chi architecture toward the next threshold. He was near the top of Foundation 7. The core formation breakthrough felt genuinely close. Not theoretical, but practically near. He had a formula in his grandfather's notes for a core formation transition pill. The most precisely engineered pill in the archive, by his assessment. He had been studying it for 4 months, reviewing it in the evenings after the stall closed, making calculation notes in his working notebook, tracing the way the formula's 3 interlocking mechanisms produced a result that standard core formation pills could not achieve. Standard core formation pills worked by amplifying the cultivator's chi density past the foundation ceiling and hoping the breakthrough followed from the pressure, an indirect approach, alchemically equivalent to hitting a door and hoping it eventually opened. Success rate approximately 60%. 40% of practitioners who took it experienced failed breakthroughs with significant meridian damage. His grandfather's transition pill addressed the 3 specific structural requirements of the breakthrough simultaneously. Chi density amplification, meridian junction softening to allow the new chi architecture to form cleanly, and spirit root resonance alignment that prevented the rejection response, causing the 40% failure rate. All three mechanisms in one pill, each calibrated to the others, the timing of their engagement sequence to match the natural progression of a foundation breakthrough. Not force, but understanding. Not amplification, but alignment. This was the philosophy throughout the notes. Remove the conditions that create resistance, and the natural process completes itself in its own time at its own pace. On the third day, Xinyu said, "The Wei family has gone quiet." Wei Liang had been thinking about this. Wei Zonglong left the awards ceremony before the scores were announced, he said. He would have sent a bird letter north that same afternoon. By now the family knows what happened and is calculating their position. Going quiet isn't the same as going away, she said. No, he agreed. It means they're in the calculation phase. Wei Zonglong is not impulsive. He knows that moving against me directly after a tournament victory is worse than doing nothing. The public visibility is protection. For now, she said. For the period I need, he said. Long enough for the next stage to complete. Zhao Mingzhu's case needs the provenance chain, the link between the formulas in active use and the original notes. That chain requires showing her the real notes. When her case is complete, the protection comes from the formal legal process rather than my tournament visibility. When are you meeting her? When we return to Iron Petal, he said. She'll be waiting. She's been building the case for 18 months without the provenance chain. I'm the missing piece, and she'll have been told by Elder Tan that I was coming. They rode in silence for a while. A hawk circled lazily above the stubbled autumn fields. Far ahead on the road, a merchant caravan moved in the same direction, 6 oxen carts loaded with something heavy, the drivers walking beside rather than riding, saving the animals. The Continental Alchemy Council's tournament record would have been published within 3 days of the ceremony. The spirit anchor pill, its effect, and his attribution of the formula to Wei Zonghe's unpublished notes were all in that record. The information was moving through the alchemy world the way information always moved, through letters, through practitioner networks, through the channels by which news of significant technical developments traveled from the capital to the provinces. He thought about what knowing would mean to different people. For Hui Yuanpeng, a threat suddenly made concrete. The tournament record publicly attributing the spirit anchor to Wei Zonghe's unpublished notes was the first official document in the continental system that connected Wei Liang's work to his grandfather's real archive. Before the tournament, the stolen notes were a private matter. After, they were on the public record, a claim requiring either validation or challenge. For Wei Zonglong, a reckoning that was no longer abstract. He now knew the real notes existed, that Wei Liang had them, and that they contained techniques that humiliated everything the family's stolen production methodology could achieve. He had expelled a boy he feared was becoming his grandfather. The boy had become his grandfather and more. For the alchemy world at large, a question. Who was Wei Zonghe, really, and what did unpublished notes mean? He was going to answer that question carefully, on his own terms, in the right sequence. The case would only work if it was airtight. Every step of the exposure had to be bulletproof before the next step began. He rode and watched the farmland pass and continued to think. When they returned to Iron Petal on the 7th day, the Wei family branch pharmacy was closed. All of it. The shelves visible through the window, empty. A closed sign in the door. No note, no forwarding information. Wei Liang stood in front of the pharmacy for a moment and looked at the empty shelves. He noted the fine layer of dust on the sill inside the window. The pharmacy had been closed quickly, recently enough that the closure was a response to the tournament result rather than a pre-planned withdrawal. Wei Zonglong had pulled his people out within 2 weeks of the ceremony. He had been afraid. Wei Liang filed this information carefully. Then he went inside the herb shop and began unpacking. There was work to do, and the work would not wait for his feelings about any of it. Chapter 38. Zhao Mingzhu. She arrived the day after their return, which meant she had been waiting and had excellent informants on the road timing. Zhao Mingzhu was perhaps 35, with the physical presence of a core formation cultivator who has spent years in field investigation rather than scholarly practice. Efficient movements, practical clothing, the specific attentiveness of someone who conducts interviews for a living and has learned to read rooms quickly and accurately. Her eyes moved around the herb shop in a single sweep when she entered, taking inventory, not decorating. She wore no formal council insignia visible on her person, which was not unusual for investigators on active cases. Announcing oneself as council enforcement was sometimes useful and sometimes counterproductive, and people who were good at field investigation learned when each applied. She found the herb shop without directions, which meant she had sourced the address before arriving. She was already 3 moves ahead when she walked through the door. She introduced herself directly. Name, division, case number. I've been building a case against the Xinyan sect for 18 months. Elder Tanshoen provided me with a preliminary summary of what you carry 14 weeks ago. I've been building my case around that summary ever since, knowing the summary was incomplete. I need to see the actual notes. I need to verify your credentials first, Wei Liang said. She produced them without any indication of finding the request excessive. 2 forms of counsel identification, her case number with the formal certification sequence, and a letter of authorization from the council's chief investigative officer dated 6 weeks prior. The authorization gave her access to primary evidence in active pharmaceutical fraud investigations. The document was in the standard council enforcement format, with the dual seal authentication that distinguished official authorization from forgery. He verified all 3 documents against the council's public registry format. He had reviewed the documentary standards before the tournament, specifically because he had known this meeting was coming. He cross-referenced the case number against the public inquiry register, confirmed the council officer's name matched the authorization signature, verified the seal impressions against the registry's reference images. Everything was in order. He went to the iron trunk under the preparation table, entered the combination, and retrieved the 4 pages of cipher notation. Then he retrieved the first 11 notebooks, the ones covering the formulas already in active use by the Wei family and Jinyan sect. He stacked them on the table in order. Zhao Mingzhu looked at the stack for a moment. Then she sat down and opened the first notebook. She read for 6 minutes without speaking, with the focused stillness of someone who is reading primary source material and cross-referencing it against everything they already know. Her eyes did not move with the casual pace of someone absorbing new information. They moved with the rapid precision of someone confirming hypotheses that had been building for a year and a half. Now, and then her finger would stop on a passage, hold for 2 or 3 seconds, then move on. Then she turned to the 4th page, which contained the complete 5th-step catalyst entry for the Qi rebuilding formula. She read it. She reached into her case files without looking up, found the document she wanted, and set it beside the notebook. Her document, the Jinyan sect's certified version of the Qi rebuilding formula, obtained through the council's discovery process. She looked at both for approximately 30 seconds. The comparison required no instruments and no analysis. The evidence was in front of her. The missing entry is verbatim, she said. The same language, the same notation system. The stolen version ends exactly at the point where the catalyst instruction begins. Yes, Wei Liang said. They copied up to a line and stopped, she said. She was still reading, checking the notebook against her document with methodical attention. Not because the text stopped, because the line was on the next page, and whoever was copying worked page by page under time pressure and turned the page without looking at the bottom. My grandfather's writing gets smaller and more compressed toward the bottom of pages with long entries, Wei Liang said. A fast copier working under pressure would have missed the overflow. The important context was always at the bottom of the page, where he would add the synthesis notes that tied the formula's individual steps to the underlying theoretical framework. Without the bottom notes, you have a recipe. With them, you have understanding. And without understanding, you have a formula that almost works, she said. Yes, he said. The approximations they added to complete the truncated sections, they weren't negligent attempts. They were technically competent completions by someone who understood alchemy well, but didn't have the foundational theory that explained why each element was there. They made reasonable guesses. The guesses almost worked. Almost killed 47 people, Zhao Mingzhu said. Her voice remained level, but the level had a quality to it, a controlled precision, the same thing one hears in a weapon when it is held very still. She turned more pages. She spent 20 minutes on the Scarlet Phoenix formula, comparing it against her documents, the Jinyan sect's certified version, her analysis of the formula's anomalies, records of the commercial damage from the flawed production runs, physician testimony from the Southern Circuit. Every advanced formula in their certified portfolio, she said finally. Every one of them has this same characteristic, verbatim for the first 80 to 90%, then either truncated or replaced with an approximation in the final section. The approximations are the ones that cause the most harm, Wei Liang said, because they were attempts to complete the formula without the missing section. Whoever completed them was competent, not negligent, not deliberately harmful. They didn't know what was missing. They did the best they could with what they had, and the best they could do almost worked. Almost killed 47 people, she repeated. The same words, the same level tone, and in the repetition a quality that was not quite anger and not quite grief, but contained elements of both. She had spent 18 months building a case around numbers and documents. The numbers were patience. She had not lost sight of that. 47 in Ru Dao's records, Wei Liang said. Probably more across the full distribution network. He documented the Southern Circuit. There are 11 other regional circuits. Zhao Mingzhu was quiet for a moment. Then she looked at him directly. This explains everything I've been missing for 18 months, she said. Every anomaly in the certified formula documentation, every case where a patient outcome didn't match the theoretical pill performance. It all traces to the same source gap. I knew something was wrong. I couldn't find the point of origin because I was working from the outside in. I had the damage and the wrong formulas, but I didn't have the original to compare them against. She looked at the notebooks on the table with the expression of someone confronting primary evidence after 18 months of secondary sources. You have the origin. Yes, he said. This is the foundation of the case, she said. The notes authenticate the formulas as Wei Zhonghe's original work. The comparison analysis proves the sex versions are derived from these notes and not independently developed. The patient documentation proves harm. She closed the notebook with the careful motion of someone who understands the value of what they are handling. I need 3 things. Authentication of the note's age and authorship by an independent examiner. Documentation of the provenance chain showing how you came to have them. And the memory evidence. The memory evidence, Wei Liang repeated. The theft occurred 15 years ago, she said. The Xinyan sect's founding elder was present. It's in the sect's own internal records that he visited Wei Zhonghe's study residence twice in the year before Wei Zhonghe's notes were formally handed over. The second visit is the one that matters. But without direct evidence of the copying act, the sect's defense will argue independent development. They'll say their formulas arose from their own research and that any similarity to your grandfather's notes is either coincidence or independent convergence. Technically sophisticated lawyers can build that argument. A jury of alchemists will consider it. She looked at him steadily. Is there any way to prove the copying beyond the textual comparison? Wei Liang had been waiting for this question since before the tournament. He had been thinking about his answer for months. Yes, he said. There is a formula in my grandfather's experimental notes for a memory pill. The void-cleaving memory pill. He described it as theoretical. He never successfully refined it. But his theoretical framework is complete, and I've identified the failure point in his closest attempt. Zhao Mingzhu was very still. A pill that allows a specific memory to be replayed, she said. A pill that allows the consumer to replay a specific class of memory, detailed physical action sequences, particularly ones involving repeated precise movements, such as copying text page by page. Wei Liang held her gaze. The founding elder is still alive. He's elderly and largely incoherent, but the memories from 15 years ago would be intact. Long-term memories are encoded differently from short-term, in chi pathway structures that degrade more slowly. If I can refine the memory pill correctly, administered under oath with official witnesses, his memory of the copying could be the closing piece. Zhao Mingzhu considered this for a long moment. She was not a person who rushed to conclusions, and she had the bearing of someone who had learned, through long experience, that initial responses to extraordinary claims should be held lightly. How long do you need? 3 days to review the notes thoroughly. Then the refinement itself, possibly 1 week, possibly 2. Take the time you need, she said. I've waited 18 months. She stood. One more thing. Hui Yuanpeng. When the case approaches conclusion, he may try to close it the direct way. I know, Wei Liang said. When you're close to completing the memory pill, within 2 or 3 days of completion, send word to the address I'll leave you. I will have the enforcement team positioned before we administer the pill. She left a card on the table and walked out. Wei Liang sat at the preparation table with his grandfather's notebooks and thought about the void-cleaving memory pill. He opened notebook 17 and began to read from the beginning. Chapter 39. The evidence. The independent authentication of Wei Zhonghe's notes was arranged through Elder Tin Xiuwen, who had a connection at the Alchemy Archives in Longwei City, a specialized institution that handled historical alchemy documentation and had 3 Grandmaster-level archivists with no affiliation to any major sect or clan. The archivist Tin Xiuwen arranged was a woman named Elder Gao Whiting, 61 years old, who arrived in Iron Petal 10 days after Wei Liang's return. She brought her own examination equipment, age determination instruments for paper and ink analysis, chi resonance dating tools, and composition analyzers that could identify the specific mineral and botanical origins of the inks used. She set up her equipment in the Alchemy Hall's consultation room with the practiced efficiency of someone who has done this many times. She was methodically thorough. She examined each notebook's paper composition, ink degradation pattern, and chi resonance signature independently, without knowing the claimed dates beforehand, and produced her findings in a sealed document without communicating with Wei Liang or Tan Xiuwen during the examination period. She came and went from the hall over 3 days with the quiet self-containment of a professional who needs nothing explained and wants nothing interfered with. Her findings, when she reviewed them with both of them present. The notebooks were consistent with a composition period of approximately 20 years, ending approximately 2 years prior to the current date. The paper composition matched materials available in the Wei family's home prefecture during that period, specifically a regional variety of pressed bamboo fiber paper distinctive to the craft suppliers of the eastern mountain counties, not available in the major trading cities. A forger working outside that region would have sourced a different paper type, and the substitution would be detectable. The ink composition matched traditional alchemist notation ink with a specific mineral additive used for chi resistance that was characteristic of professional alchemy documentation from that region and period. The additive's formulation had changed approximately 12 years prior when the primary supplier revised their production method. The inks in the notebooks used the older formulation. The chi resonance signature was consistent with a single practitioner's extended work, the same foundational chi pattern throughout all 37 notebooks, with natural variation consistent with aging but no evidence of multiple hands. One notebook showed a significantly different chi resonance in the final 3 pages, consistent with a period of acute illness, she noted, which matched the historical record of Wei Zonghe's final months. The authentication was unambiguous. Elder Gao sealed her findings in the standard archive format and left them with Zhao Mingzhu's office courier that afternoon. She departed without ceremony, a professional who had done her work correctly and had no further stake in what followed. Zhao Mingzhu received the sealed authentication report and spent an evening reviewing it. The following morning, she came to the herb shop. "This closes the authentication question," she said. "The defense will have nothing to work with on provenance." She looked at the notebooks. The archivist's note about the illness pattern, Wei Zonghe's final notebook pages. "What's in them?" "The blood cipher seal instructions," Wei Liang said. "And the beginning of the final formula section. The myriad origin pill." He paused. He knew he was dying when he wrote them. You can see it in the handwriting. It's less consistent than the earlier work. The strokes heavier where a hand with less control presses harder to compensate. But the content is precise. He was meticulous to the end. Zhao Mingzhu was quiet for a moment. She looked at the final notebook on the table with an expression that was not quite professional detachment. "A man who spent his life building this," she said. "Who knew it had been taken. Who wrote the most important part in cipher with a blood key lock. He knew someone might steal the rest after he died," Wei Liang said. "The blood cipher means only a Wei bloodline descendant can open the final section. It was his guarantee that whatever came after, whoever took the rest of the notes, couldn't complete the theft. The work he cared about most would remain inaccessible until someone of his blood came to claim it. He was protecting you," she said. "He was protecting the work," Wei Liang said. "I happened to be the one who came after. The protection was for any descendant who had the ability and the will to use it. He didn't know it would be me. He sealed it for whoever that person turned out to be." She picked up her case documentation. "The comparison analysis is complete. The authentication is complete. Patient documentation is complete. When you complete the memory pill, the case is ready to close." "I'm working on it," he said. She nodded. At the door she stopped. "The comparison analysis," she said. "When the sect's lawyers see it, they will know immediately there's no defense based on independent development. The textual match is too precise, and the truncation pattern is too consistent across all the formulas. Verbatim derivation is distinguishable from independent convergence in 11 different technical respects. Their lawyers are good, but they won't find a viable argument here." She paused. "Hui Yuanpeng will know before the lawyers do. He knows what was in those notebooks. He knows what he had copied. He's been waiting for this for 15 years, Wei Liang said. "That means he's had 15 years to plan his response to the moment when someone came with evidence," she said. "Keep your windows latched." She left. Wei Liang turned back to Notebook 17 and the void-cleaving memory pill's theoretical framework. The solution he had been developing, the temporary internal scaffold that would protect the binding agent through the core formation heat, was ready for a test run. He had been refining the theory for 3 weeks while working the stall, turning the equations over in his mind during the quiet hours between customers. He had been thinking about the pill's mechanism while the authentication work proceeded in parallel. The void-cleaving memory pill was a specific type of pharmaceutical, one that targeted not the cultivation base or the meridian network, but the chi-embedded memory layer that older practitioners carried in their deep channels. The layer existed in everyone, but in older cultivators it accumulated chi impressions from significant past events, which the pill could access and make externally reportable. The challenge was the memory layer's location. In older cultivators, it sat adjacent to the foundation core, close enough to the core formation threshold that the refinement process had to account for the transition energy. The binding agent that enabled memory access had to survive initial contact with foundation heat without breaking down, then integrate correctly in the cooling phase. Previous attempts at this pill class had failed at this exact step. The binding agent dissolved before it could integrate. His grandfather's insight, the one that had sat incomplete in the notes because he'd never had a patient who required it, was that the binding agent didn't need to survive the heat directly. It needed a temporary structure around it that would absorb the heat load while remaining dissolution temperature specific. Once the heat peak passed, the structure would dissolve cleanly, and the agent would integrate into the cooling matrix exactly as designed. The question was what material to use for the scaffold. The notes specified the requirement: dissolution temperature range, solubility profile, non-interference with the binding agent's integration chemistry, but not the specific material. His grandfather had left a margin note. Material selection left to practitioner's judgment per local availability. A practitioner working in different regions would have access to different botanical sources. It was not an oversight, but a deliberate openness. Wei Liang had spent 3 weeks looking at the requirement from both ends. What dissolved at the right temperature, what didn't interfere, what was available in Iron Petal's supplier network. He prepared the first test run carefully, measuring each ingredient to the grain. He suspected the first attempt would teach him what the second needed to know. That was how his grandfather's formulas worked. They did not yield their secrets to single-attempt thinking. They rewarded patient iteration. Chapter 40. The void-cleaving memory pill. The first test run failed in a way that confirmed his theory was correct and his execution was wrong. He had built the temporary internal scaffold from crystallized iron pine resin and 7-stage purified spirit water, a material combination that produced a scaffold structure with exactly the dissolution temperature range the notes required. The scaffold would protect the binding agent through the heat peak, then dissolve cleanly at the transition temperature, allowing the binding agent to integrate with the pill's core structure in the cooling phase. The problem was timing. In the test run, the scaffold dissolved 3 minutes too early, before the core formation was complete, causing the forming pill to collapse inward. The collapse was quiet. A small, contained implosion, the pill's structure falling in on itself as the scaffold removed its support before the core could hold independently. The material in the furnace settled into an inert gray residue. 3 minutes too early. That was a specific number, and specific numbers were solvable problems rather than fundamental failures. He reviewed his calculations for the iron pine resin concentration. The dissolution temperature range was correct, but the dissolution rate was too fast. The scaffold was holding at the right temperature, but not long enough. Higher concentration would slow the dissolution without affecting the temperature threshold. He adjusted the ratio by 12% and prepared a second test run. The second test run scaffold held through core formation. The pill completed. He introduced the binding agent in the cooling phase as planned. The pill formed. It was smaller than he had anticipated, approximately the size of the first joint of his thumb, and its color was deep violet, the color his grandfather's notes had described as theoretically expected. He had not known until now whether the theoretical color prediction would hold. His grandfather had been working from principle rather than precedent when he described it. Genuine innovation required that kind of trust in the underlying theory, the willingness to predict from first principles and accept that the prediction might simply be wrong. He tested the pill against the theoretical parameter targets his grandfather had described. The memory binding agent's chi signature was present and intact. The core formation structure was consistent with the formula's requirements. The binding agent's integration pattern, visible to a cultivator's chi sense as a specific network of interlocking resonance, matched the theoretical diagram in Notebook 17 almost exactly. He set it carefully in a sealed jade container and turned to his working notes. First successful completion of the void-cleaving memory pill. Day 11 after returning from Xianfeng. A formula his grandfather had spent years trying to complete and had not achieved before his death. He sat at the preparation table for a long time without moving. Outside, the Iron Petal evening market was winding down, the vendors beginning their end-of-day packing routines. The sounds of the market were familiar to him now. He had been here long enough that the rhythms of this specific street at this specific hour felt like the rhythms of somewhere he knew. The herb merchant 2 stalls down was arguing with a customer about fresh versus dried ginger root, an argument he had heard variations of every evening for 6 months. His grandfather had tried to complete this formula in the last year of his life, under illness, with failing hands and diminishing time. He had come the closest he ever came. He had identified the problem precisely and had not found the solution before the time ran out. Wei Liang had found the solution in 11 days. He was not better than his grandfather. He had been given the advantage of standing on his grandfather's work, of having the specific problem framed precisely by his grandfather's notes. He had solved a door that had already been 90% opened. The 90% was his grandfather's. The last 10% was his. He held this without false modesty and without false pride. It was simply true, and truth was more useful than either distortion. He sat with the jade container for a long time. His grandfather had spent years on this formula because he was trying to solve it from first principles, building the scaffold concept from scratch, testing different materials, discovering the temperature relationship empirically over multiple failed refinements. Wei Liang had read the record of those failures, 17 documented attempts in Notebook 17, each one noting what had been tried and where it had collapsed. The tone of the notes was characteristic, precise, methodical, no frustration visible in the writing, each failure treated as information rather than defeat. Attempt 17, the last entry before the theory section read. Scaffold held through 92% of core formation. Dissolve 4 minutes before completion. Timing remains the problem. The concentration relationship is correct, I am certain of this. The error is in my measurement of the rate variable. I need a different approach to measuring the rate. I am too unwell to attempt again this month. I will return to this when the pain is manageable. He had not returned to it. He had written the theory section instead. Everything he understood about why the formula worked in principle, all the notes toward a solution he might never attempt again, and then move to the final formula, the myriad origin, as if passing a baton. Wei Liang had been the one to take it. On the 11th day, he wrote the adjustment notes in the working notebook, the resin concentration ratio, the timing window for binding agent introduction, the specific cooling curve that produced the most consistent results, the precise scaffold dissolution rate at the new concentration, so that the solution was documented and could be reproduced. Not copying, solving. The distinction mattered. He sent word to Zhao Mingzhu through the courier address she had left, memory pill completed. Ready when you are. Her response came the following morning, carried by the same fast courier, 3 days. I am positioning the enforcement team. He spent the 3 days in careful preparation, reviewing every element of the case file Zhao Mingzhu had shared with him, rehearsing the memory pill's theoretical effect parameters, ensuring that the documentation of the pill's completion was thorough and independently verifiable. He also refined 2 additional test doses in case the first administration required supplementation, calibrating each batch against the parameters he had established. He did not think, in those 3 days, about what it meant that his grandfather had spent years on this formula and hadn't finished it. He thought instead about what it meant to complete the work, to extend the reach of someone who had been cut short. On the 3rd day, Zhao Mingzhu returned. Chapter 41, Dangerous Refinement. The production-level refinement of the memory pill required 3 full days of preparation and 1 day of refinement. The preparation was necessary because the production-level pill had to be calibrated to a specific consumer's memory access pathway architecture. The test runs had used a generic parameter set, a theoretical average, sufficient for proving the concept, but not for actual clinical use. For the actual pill, he needed to know the specific characteristics of the founding elder's memory system, his cultivation base, his approximate age-related qi degradation, and the specific memory pathway signature that his foundation stage cultivation had imprinted over decades of practice. This information came from Zhao Mingzhu's case files. Elder Jiang Pafeng, 87 years old, Foundation 3 cultivation declining slowly for 6 years, largely incoherent in current interaction, but with documented intact long-term memory based on specialist assessment. The specialist's report noted, with professional curiosity, that the elder's long-term memory access was paradoxically sharper than his short-term, consistent with the specific type of qi pathway degradation that occurred in elderly foundation cultivators, where the neural channels associated with recent memory degraded faster than the deeply encoded pathways of long-term memory. Long-term memory was what he needed to access. The memory of a night 15 years ago, a study room, a lamp, a sleeping man, and a fast-moving brush. The calibration calculations took 2 days. Wei Liang worked through the theoretical framework in Notebook 17, cross-referencing the specific modifications needed for an elderly Foundation 3 consumer against the base formula parameters. His grandfather's notes included a theoretical section on consumer-specific memory pill calibration that was, as usual, comprehensive in its foundational principles and requiring real analytical work to apply to a specific case. The calibration was not guesswork, it was what his grandfather had called principled adjustment, starting from understood theory and deriving specific parameters through rigorous application of the theory's logical structure. The most delicate adjustment was the qi pathway entry depth. Younger consumers required less entry depth. Older consumers required more precise calibration to reach the long-term storage pathways without disturbing the degraded short-term structures that surrounded them. Too shallow, and the pill wouldn't reach the target memory. Too deep, and the disruption would cause confusion rather than clarity. His grandfather had described the optimal entry depth in the theoretical section as the minimum required to access the long-term structure, determined by the specific degradation profile. The degradation profile from Zhao Mingzhu's specialist report gave him the specific numbers. On the third day, he prepared his ingredients. On the fourth day, he refined. The production-level refinement was more demanding than the test run. Calibrated formulas always were, because the calibration parameters added constraints that a generic run didn't have. The scaffold dissolution timing he had solved in the test run became more precise with the calibration applied. A specific dissolution window of approximately 4 minutes rather than a broader range, requiring the iron pine resin concentration to be exact to within 5%. He measured 3 times before beginning. He was 6 hours into the refinement, at the binding agent introduction phase, when he heard the sound. A quiet sound, not inside the shop. In the alley behind the preparation room, the soft sound of careful movement. The specific quality of someone trying not to be heard and nearly succeeding. Too regular for an animal. Too deliberate for a passerby. Xinyu heard it too. She had been monitoring the furnace temperature from the adjacent stool, her standard role during extended refinements, maintaining the temperature log and watching the qi resonance indicators. And her head came up at the same moment Wei Liang registered the sound. 2 people in the alley, she said, very quietly. Her hand was already inside her cultivation robe, reaching for the short blade she had taken to carrying since the tournament. I know, he said. He could not move from the furnace. The binding agent was mid-introduction, and any interruption to the cooling phase at this point would destroy the pill. He had approximately 8 more minutes before the introduction was complete and the pill reached stability. 8 minutes was a long time in a combat situation. It was also the time he needed. He could not let the pill fail. The case depended on it. 61 patients depended on it. I'll manage it, she said. There are 2. Be careful. He kept his eyes on the furnace. She moved to the preparation room door without hurry, the movement of foundation stage cultivation deploying with deliberate control. Not panic. Readiness. She had been present for every dangerous development in the past 8 months, and she had learned how to be present for them without being destabilized by them. He had seen this in her over and over. The ability to move from herb stock organization to combat readiness without any visible internal disruption. He kept his hands on the furnace and kept his attention on the cooling phase, which was proceeding correctly. The binding agent was binding. The scaffold was dissolving on schedule. The violet color was deepening in the furnace port's viewing glass. From the outer room, he heard Xinyu's voice. Stop there. A pause of 3 seconds. Then a crash, something wooden falling, a display rack, and the specific sharp crack of a foundation-level qi discharge, the sound qi makes when it's released fast and hard at close range. From outside the front entrance, Ru Dao's voice. I've got the second one. And then a sustained thumping that suggested a physical altercation involving someone who was not cooperating with being held. Ru Dao was not a fighter, but he was a man who had spent 30 years treating patients in rough country and had developed, through necessity, a practical knowledge of how bodies worked when force was applied to them. Tan Xiuwen's voice from somewhere above. The elder had been staying in the inn 2 streets over, and the sound of the initial qi discharge had been audible at that distance to a core formation cultivator's qi sense. 1 minute remaining. The binding agent completed its integration. The pill achieved stability. Wei Liang released the cooling phase, withdrew his hands from the furnace plate, and opened the furnace. The pill was intact. Deep violet, thumb joint sized, with the specific qi signature resonance that the theoretical parameters described. He closed his eyes for 1 second and felt the full measure of the relief. He lifted it with furnace tongs and set it in the sealed jade container. Then he stood up, went to the preparation room door, and looked out. Xinyu was standing in the center of the outer room with her hands raised in the ready position of someone at foundation stage who has just dealt with an interruption and is prepared for another. There were 2 things on the floor that had previously been on shelves. Her expression was controlled and alert. There was a scorch mark on the floor near the door where the qi discharge had hit the boards. From the back alley, Ru Dao was holding a man against the alley wall with both hands on the man's jacket. The man was core formation stage. Ru Dao was entirely outmatched in cultivation level, but had apparently caught the man off guard in the alley's confined space, and was maintaining position through sheer stubbornness and leverage. The man appeared to be debating whether to injure a physician and had not yet made the decision either way. A second man was on the alley floor. Xinyu had put him there with a foundation-level qi strike that had clearly exceeded the man's expectations. Tan Xiuwen arrived at the alley entrance at approximately the same moment Wei Liang stepped out the back door. His presence immediately changed the calculation for the core formation man. A senior alchemist at core formation, plus a newly core formation practitioner, was a different situation than one elderly physician. Jinyan sect security staff, Wei Liang said. Almost certainly, Tin Xiuan said. The man Ru Dao was holding had stopped struggling. He looked at Wei Liang with an expression that was professional rather than hostile. The look of someone who was calculating odds and finding them poor. The pill is complete and secure, Wei Liang said to him, clearly. Your employer will need to understand that the timeline has not changed. Tell him that. The man said nothing, but something moved in his eyes that was acknowledgement. Zhao Mingzhu arrived within the hour. She assessed the two men, had them detained through Council Enforcement Authority, and sat down at the preparation table. I moved the enforcement team into position this morning, she said. When you sent word the pill was complete, I accelerated the schedule. These two were faster than I expected. She looked at the jade container. The pill is intact. Yes, Wei Liang said. The founding elders' location and security arrangement are in my case files, she said. We move tomorrow morning, before Hui Yuanpeng learns that the attempt failed and orders a second one. Tomorrow morning, Wei Liang agreed. He picked up the jade container and put it in his traveling pack secured in her pocket. Outside the alley, the Iron Petal evening was going about its business as if nothing had happened. The most important pill he had ever made was complete. Tomorrow, it would answer a 15-year-old question. Chapter 42. Jinyan sect's response. Hui Yuanpeng moved before the morning was over. The overnight message to the Jinyan sect's Xianfeng headquarters had traveled fast, and Hui Yuanpeng was a decisive man. When he received word that the two operatives had failed and had been detained by council enforcement, he made his decision and moved without the deliberation that less practiced leaders might have needed. He had been planning contingencies for 15 years. He knew exactly which one applied. Remove the evidence before it could be administered, and the case collapsed. He arrived in Iron Petal at the 5th morning hour with 4 nascent soul cultivators, traveling by the fastest available route. He had not known about the advance enforcement team. His intelligence on Zhao Mingzhu's operational positioning was incomplete, which was itself a significant miscalculation. He was operating on the assumption that the timeline was still on his side. It was a reasonable assumption. It was wrong. Zhao Mingzhu had positioned 3 council enforcement officers, all nascent soul level, in the inn adjacent to the herb shop the night before, after the failed attempt had confirmed the schedule needed acceleration. The 4th council officer was standing in the shop's main doorway when Hui Yuanpeng arrived in the outer market street. He stopped. He was a tall man, perhaps 60, with the physical authority of someone who had built his position from a starting point of genuine power and maintained it over decades through a combination of capability and ruthlessness. He wore no armor. He had traveled for speed. His 4 nascent soul cultivators flanked him in the street, a formation that communicated capability rather than ceremony. They held the relaxed readiness of people who do this professionally and have done it many times. He looked at the council enforcement officer in the doorway. The man wore full council enforcement insignia. He had not moved. He was simply standing in the doorway, which was itself a statement. He looked at the street, assessed it the way a man who has fought battles assesses ground, noting the approaches, the crowd density, the sight lines to the other and windows where additional officers might be positioned. His eyes moved to the inn across the street, to the roofline above the market stalls, to the alley mouth visible at the market's edge. He made his calculation. It took approximately 15 seconds. For nascent soul against 3 council officers plus Zhao Mingzhu herself, in the open street of a city where any collateral damage would be an additional charge and where the legal position was already collapsing. A street battle would accelerate the collapse and remove the last advantages he retained. The council would respond to the loss of its officers with its full institutional force. He walked forward. He stopped 10 feet from the shop. I want to speak with Wei Liang, he said. His voice was controlled, without visible anger. The voice of a man who has not given up, but is not deluded about his position. Zhao Mingzhu stepped out from inside the shop. She had changed from investigation robes to the council enforcement uniform overnight. She stood in the doorway with the assurance of someone who has already won and is managing the conclusion. Sect Master Hua, she said. Wei Liang is not available for a conversation this morning. I can offer settlement terms, Hui Yuanpeng said. His voice had shifted into the negotiating register, the register of a man who is making the best available practical decision and knows it. Settlement terms are not within the scope of my authority, she said. I collect evidence and detain persons of interest. I don't negotiate outcomes. She paused, letting this be clear. I have 3 nascent soul enforcement officers in addition to myself. You have for cultivators. The calculation does not favor you. It didn't. Hui Yuanpeng stood in the street for a long moment. He looked at the shop, then at the inn windows, then at Zhao Mingzhu. He was completing a final review of his options. I'll require legal representation before any testimony, he said. Of course, she said. That is your right. You'll have access to your legal staff within 24 hours of arrival at the council detention facility. She said it without sarcasm. He had rights. They would be honored. That was how the council operated, and it was, in its way, a measure of the difference between the institution he was now detained by and the institution he had been building for 15 years. He stood for a long moment. Then he said something to his 4 cultivators in a voice too low to hear. 2 of them stepped back. 2 remained at a respectful distance, not leaving, but not in a combat formation anymore. Hui Yuanpeng walked toward the council enforcement officer at the door with the controlled motion of a man who has made a decision and is executing it without uncertainty. Wei Liang, watching from the preparation room window, observed something he had not expected. Hui Yuanpeng walked into custody with more dignity than seemed appropriate for a man confronting the end of everything he had built. Not submission, control. He had built his position from practical decisions, and he was making one now. The man understood that his choices had consequences, and he was accepting the present consequence with the same practical orientation he had applied to everything else. Wei Liang found this more disturbing than defiance would have been. It suggested a man who still thought he had moves to play. He thought about Hui Yuanpeng as he watched him cross the street. He had spent months understanding this man through the evidence trail, through the formula comparisons and the patient records and the memory pill's theoretical description of the copying act. He had not thought much about Hui Yuanpeng as a person rather than as an obstacle. Now he was watching the person. Hui Yuanpeng was, by all accounts, genuinely skilled. He had built the Xinyan sect from a small provincial operation into a continental institution. He had managed the stolen formula's attribution carefully for 15 years without a single credible leak. He had maintained his public standing while running a pharmaceutical fraud on a continental scale. These were not the accomplishments of an incompetent person. The tragedy of it, if it was a tragedy, which Wei Liang was uncertain about, was not that a bad man had done a bad thing. It was that a capable man had made one foundational choice that required every subsequent choice to protect it. The theft had been the constraint. Everything after had followed from the constraint. He had not been free for 15 years. He had been managing a secret. Wei Liang turned away from the window. He thought about the 47 patients. He thought about Chun Baiping, the blacksmith who had spent 6 years rebuilding his cultivation practice around a ceiling the stolen formula had created. He thought about the 6 additional cases Ru Dao had identified where the harm was more diffuse, but no less real. He thought about all the practitioners who had trained on the sect's formulas without knowing the foundation was compromised, who had worked for years toward a ceiling they had never suspected was artificial. Hui Yuanpeng had known, for 15 years, that those ceilings existed. He had known precisely where they were and exactly why. He had maintained the formula's commercial distribution, knowing they produced inferior results. He had collected fees and credentialing from every practitioner who had trained on those formulas. The practical decision framing had its own logic. Wei Liang could follow the logic. He could see the structure of the choices, the way each one made the next one inevitable. He did not find this sympathetic, but he found it comprehensible in a way that pure malice would not have been. The pill was complete, the evidence was assembled, and the council's enforcement process had begun. The next moves required the judiciary, not Hui Yuanpeng. Chapter 43. Memory pill completion. The administration of the void-cleaving memory pill to Elder Jiang Pufeng took place 3 days after Hui Yuanpeng's detention in the administrative wing of the Continental Alchemy Council's Iron Petal Liaison Office, a location with sufficient formal standing for the proceedings to be official, with 3 independent witnesses plus Zhao Mingzhu and Wei Liang present. The room had been prepared carefully, a straight-back chair for the elder, a recording clerk at the corner table, the 3 witnesses positioned for clear sight lines to both the elder and the proceedings. Zhao Mingzhu had arranged everything with the same thorough precision she brought to the case itself. Elder Jiang Pufeng was 87 years old and had been transported from the Xinyan sect's Iron Petal affiliate under council medical supervision. He was, as the case files described, largely incoherent in his immediate present. He responded to names with variable accuracy, followed visual cues, but not complex verbal instructions, and tended toward the vague pleasantness of extreme old age when not distressed. He was lucid, however, when asked about events from decades ago. When the proceedings began and the official oath was administered, he answered his name correctly and identified the Xinyan sect's founding moment without difficulty. He sat in the straight-back chair of the administrative room with the patience of someone who is accustomed to being waited on and does not find it distressing. His eyes moved around the room with the slow curiosity of the very old. Wei Liang administered the pill personally. The administration was through standard medicinal delivery, dissolved in warm water. The elder took it without resistance. He looked at Wei Liang for a moment with an expression that might have been curiosity. There was something there, some recognition of significance that his deteriorated cognition couldn't quite resolve, and then settled into the chair. The pill's effect began at approximately 4 minutes post-administration. The memory access effect was visible externally. The consumer's eyes shifted from their usual unfocused vacancy to a sharp, fixed attention, not attention to the present room, but to something internal, something they were seeing clearly that existed nowhere in the current physical space. The transition was subtle in its initial stages, then unmistakable, a quality difference that everyone in the room observed, as if the elder's gaze had changed depth. Elder Zhang's eyes cleared to a sharp focus and then stilled. He was looking at something 15 years in the past. He began to speak. He spoke in the present tense, which was the characteristic form of the memory pill's effect, not recollection but re-experience. He described what he was seeing without drama or embellishment, in the matter-of-fact tone of someone narrating what is directly in front of them: a room, a study room, shelves of notebooks, a sleeping man in a chair by the window, a lamp on the writing desk, a night wind pushing the curtains slightly, the flame bending and straightening, a younger Hui Yuanpeng standing at the desk, copying a notebook page by page with a brush, working quickly in the lamplight, the brush strokes fast, and not his best work because speed was more important than precision tonight. The older elder, Jiang himself, in the memory, standing by the door, watching the street through the window's gap, ready to signal if someone came. "He's going fast," the elder said, in the voice of the memories present. "He says hurry, the page is almost done. I watch the door. The old man sleeps." One of the 3 witnesses was recording. The other 2 were observing with focused attention. The memory continued for 11 minutes, covering the copying of 6 notebooks. Zhang described specific details, the titles visible on the notebook covers in small, dense handwriting, the color of the lamp's flame. The moment Hui Yuanping's brush hesitated over a page that had writing extending below the main body text, and chose to turn the page rather than complete the overflow. He was working by lamplight, and the bottom margin was in shadow, and there was no time to look more carefully. His hand was already on the next page. "He doesn't see the bottom lines," Elder Jiang said. "He turns the page. I say be careful. He says no one will know." That last detail was the one. The moment the pages went missing. The moment the formulas became incomplete. The moment that had, 15 years later, harmed 47 people and disrupted the cultivation paths of 6 more. The memory faded at the 12-minute mark. Elder Zhang's eyes returned to their usual, unfocused quality. He looked at the room around him with mild confusion and then settled into the chair's support. Zhao Mingzhu looked at the recording witness. "Is the documentation complete?" "Complete and sealed," the witness said. She looked at Wei Liang. "That's the case," she said. She said it quietly, without triumph. It was not a triumphant moment. It was the end of a long accumulation of necessary work, arriving at its conclusion in a quiet administrative room in an ordinary building on an ordinary street. Wei Liang looked at the elderly man who had been a door watcher while his grandfather was robbed. He felt something simpler and harder than triumph. His grandfather had slept through it. He had been in his own study, in his own chair. He had not known until the following morning, when he checked the notebooks and found what was missing, what had been taken while he slept. "The case is complete," he said. "What happens next?" "Council tribunal," Zhao Mingzhu said. 4 to 6 weeks. Given the scope, this is a matter for the full council session rather than a summary tribunal. She stood. "You will be required to present the notes formally. Authentication documents will accompany them." Wei Liang thought about what presenting the notes formally meant. Not just carrying them to a table. It meant standing in the council's central hall, 21 elders, the full continental alchemy governing body, and presenting his grandfather's work as the legitimate source from which an entire generation of stolen formulas had been derived. It meant opening the blood cipher seal in front of a room full of practitioners trained to read qi signatures, demonstrating by the seal's recognition that he was Wei Zhonghe's genuine bloodline heir and the rightful custodian of the work. It meant reading his grandfather's letter aloud, in whatever context the hearing required. He had been building toward the case since the day he left the compound. The case was the thing that had organized the last 8 months. The archivist, the comparison analysis, the patient documentation, the memory pill, the Xianfeng tournament, the deposition. All of it had been building toward the moment in the council hall when the full record would be laid out in the one room with authority over it. The case was complete. The presentation was what remained. He had 4 to 6 weeks. He was going to use them to study the myriad origin formula with the same thoroughness he had given the spirit anchor. If the hearing was the reckoning, then what came after was the work. He needed to be ready to begin the work the moment the reckoning was done. He was already thinking about the myriad origin pill. He was going to need to complete it. His grandfather had not lived to refine it successfully. He had been the door to the work. Wei Liang was going to have to walk through the door and find whatever was on the other side. Chapter 44. The Elder's Memory. The memory recording was submitted to the Continental Alchemy Council's case file the following day, under official seal, with all 3 witnesses' attestations and the medical supervision documentation confirming Elder Jiang Pufeng's health status and the voluntary nature of the administration. Zhao Mingzhu's case package was now complete. The 3 independent authentication documents establishing the note's provenance and age, the comparative textual analysis proving the sex formulas derived from the stolen notes, the 47 patient cases documenting harm, the memory recording establishing the theft directly, and the founding elder's testimony administered under formal oath with official witnesses. Wei Liang reviewed the complete package at the Alchemy Hall with Tan Xiuwen the following morning. They spread the documents across the hall's large work table and went through them in order, not because either of them doubted the case's completeness, but because thoroughness was the habit, and the habit had served them well. The documents told a story with the specific clarity that only physical evidence in the right order could tell. The authentication reports established the origin. The textual comparison established the derivation. The patient documentation established the harm. The memory recording established the intent. Each piece fit with the others precisely, the way a correctly refined pill's components fit. Each element positioned to support the next. The tribunal date has been set for 6 weeks from now, Tan Xiuwen said. He had the notification in hand, written on the council's official correspondence paper. Full council session, Xianfeng City. You will be required to present the notes in person. I know, Wei Liang said, and to open the blood cipher seal in front of the council. Tan Xiuwen looked at him. The Greybeard faction will challenge the note's authenticity, Wei Liang said. Elder Zhou Panting has been consistent. He will find an angle to argue forgery. The archivist's physical authentication closes most of the angles. The blood cipher seal closes the last one. He paused. The seal can only be opened by Wei bloodline Qi. If I open it in front of the council, with the opening process documented by Qi examiners, it proves the seal is real and that I am the legitimate bloodline holder. No forger could replicate a bloodline Qi cipher. It reads at the genetic level, not just the cultivator's surface Qi pattern. Opening the sealed section in public, Tan Xiuwen said. His voice was careful, neither approving nor disapproving, asking. In front of the council, Wei Liang said. Yes. He looked at the documents on the work table. The sealed section contained his grandfather's letter and the myriad origin formula. He had been thinking about the letter, the one he had not yet read, since opening the notes 8 months ago. He had told himself he would read it privately, when there was time and quiet. You haven't opened it yet, Tan Xiuwen said. No. The elder was quiet for a moment. His expression was the kind that comes from long acquaintance with difficult situations. Not judgment, not pressure, just presence. Your grandfather sealed it knowing it would be read eventually. Knowing he couldn't control the conditions under which it was read. Yes, Wei Liang said. He trusted the work to survive to the right moment, Tan Xiuwen said. Whatever the conditions. Wei Liang looked at the sealed notebook, the final one, sitting at the corner of the work table. Its cover was worn at the edges from 2 years of being carried in his pack. The same pack he had carried since the expulsion, the same pack that had been with him through every development since the ceremony in the Wei compound. His grandfather had spent 30 years building the notes. He had sealed the most important section, knowing he might not live to see it opened. He had written a letter inside knowing the letter would be read by someone he had never met in person, in a context he couldn't predict. He had trusted the work itself to find its way to the moment when it could matter. He would have wanted it public, Wei Liang said. He spent his life working in secret because he had no choice. He would have wanted the end of it to be visible. Tan Xiuwen said nothing. He didn't need to. Wei Liang pulled the notebook toward him and sat with it for a moment. He thought about the letter inside and what it might say. He had been thinking about it since he first discovered the cipher seal, 8 months ago, in the abandoned furnace shed outside Stonegrit town. He had wondered what his grandfather would have written in the last months of his life to whoever came after. What did a man who had built 30 years of work and knew it had been partially stolen? What did such a man say to the person who would eventually have to carry it forward? He had told himself he would read it privately. He had told himself he would have the time and quiet to do it on his own terms. The hearing was going to remove that privacy. He needed to accept that. His grandfather had not had privacy at the end. He had had illness and diminishing time and the knowledge that the most important work was sealed behind a cipher no one could break in his lifetime. The letter had been written under those conditions, which meant it had been written for a reader who would encounter it under different conditions, in whatever context the work eventually came home to. The context was a formal hearing before 21 council elders. He could imagine his grandfather finding this satisfactory. 6 weeks until the tribunal. He had work to do in those 6 weeks. The myriad origin formula to study thoroughly, the patient treatment protocols to continue, the formal hearing preparation to complete. He had 3 allies who had invested months in this case, and who deserved his best work in the final stage. The myriad origin pill was the centerpiece of everything that came after. He had been studying it since completing the void-cleaving memory pill, reading the formula's opening sections, working through the theoretical framework, beginning to understand why his grandfather had saved it for last. It was not merely more complex than the spirit anchor. It was different in kind. The spirit anchor worked on the cultivator's meridian structure, providing a temporary enhancement to the cultivation ceiling. The myriad origin worked on the cultivator's foundational chi origin, the deep root from which all subsequent cultivation branched. A pill that could address the root could correct, theoretically, any cultivation path that had developed from a compromised origin. The formula addressed exactly what the stolen pills had done to their recipients. The patients whose cultivation ceilings had been artificially suppressed by the incomplete formulas. If the myriad origin could address the root-level disruption, the restoration would be genuine and permanent, not a temporary correction. His grandfather had spent years on this formula knowing that somewhere, people were being harmed by the theft. He could not stop the harm directly. He could prepare the solution that would eventually address it. The weight of that was not small. He set the notebook down, carefully, and reached for the preparation materials. Carpenter Fong had been located and was traveling to Iron Petal. He needed to arrive safely, and someone needed to meet him when he did. Fong had kept the cipher key for 2 years. He had said nothing. He had waited. He deserved to see the end. Wei Liang wrote the meeting instructions and gave them to Xinyu. Chapter 45. Wei Songlong cracks. Wei Songlong's deposition was scheduled for 3 weeks before the tribunal, in the council's Iron Petal liaison office, with Zhao Mingzhu conducting. Wei Liang was not present. He was at his stall when Zhao Mingzhu came to find him afterward, her case files under one arm and her expression carrying the specific quality of someone who has received useful information and is processing its implications. She sat down at the preparation table and opened her notes. He offered full testimony in exchange for a reduced charge classification, she said. Conspiracy to benefit after the fact rather than active conspiracy. The distinction is significant in sentencing terms. The difference between suspension of certification and full stripping. Did you accept? Wei Liang said. The council accepted provisionally, pending the tribunal's review of his testimony's value, she said. His testimony is valuable. He confirms the timeline. Wei Songlong became aware that the sex formulas were derived from stolen notes approximately 2 years after the theft, 13 years ago. He chose not to report it because the co-production partnership was profitable and the family's position was significantly enhanced by access to the production methodology. He made the calculation and decided the benefit outweighed the risk. What risk did he calculate? That the original notes would surface, she said. He spent 13 years assessing that risk. For the first several years he considered it low. Wei Zonghe was dead, the personal notes had never surfaced, and the family's young members didn't have access to the alchemy archive. When you were born, the risk calculation changed marginally, but not enough to change his behavior. When you began showing alchemy aptitude as a child, the risk calculation changed again. She paused. The expulsion was explicitly a response to that changed calculation. Wei Liang received this without visible reaction. He had suspected it for some time. Having it confirmed was different from suspecting it. The confirmation made it real in a way that suspicion didn't. He was afraid I'd find out, he said. He was afraid you'd find out before you understood enough to act on it, Zhao Mingzhu said. He underestimated how much you already knew from simply being around your grandfather. He thought you were a child who had observed things without understanding them. He didn't account for the possibility that children who observe things carefully understand more than they appear to. Wei Liang thought about the years in the Wei compound, watching his grandfather work, without being formally instructed, understanding, without being told, as a child, that what his grandfather did was different from what the rest of the family produced. He had known it was different. He had not known why, not technically, but the knowing had been there, a quiet certainty that he had never examined too closely, because examining it would have required him to ask questions that had dangerous answers. He thought about specific moments. Sitting beside the old man's preparation table while he worked, nominally playing with stones, but actually watching the hands. The way his grandfather paused before each step and made a small decision. Not following a recipe, thinking, reading the formula's current state and adjusting. Wei Liang had not known what he was watching at the time. He knew now. Every alchemist in the Wei compound had followed procedures. His grandfather had understood procedures and then gone beyond them. The family had replicated his grandfather's outputs because they had the formulas. They had never replicated his understanding because they had never been given it and would not have recognized it if they had. The family had sold Wei Liang the story that his grandfather was exceptional but ultimately replaceable, that the formulas were the genius and the man merely the first to write them down. Wei Songlong had believed this, had acted on it for 13 years, had been systematically wrong for all 13 of them. Wei Liang thought about the Xianfeng tournament, his uncle watching from the spectator section as the consolidation coefficient came back 5.3. The expressions of a man who had believed, for 13 years, that he understood what his grandfather had built, and who had just watched the grandson produce a result that shouldn't have been possible from the formulas the family had. Wei Songlong had understood, in that moment, that he had been wrong about the nature of what was stolen. He had thought the formulas were the thing. The formulas were incomplete. The understanding behind them was the thing, and the understanding had not been stolen because it hadn't been written down in the sections that were taken. It had been written down in the sections that were sealed. The expulsion had been meant to prevent Wei Liang from accessing the notes. It had instead sent him out of the compound with the very notes his uncle had been trying to protect the secret from. The irony of this was precise and complete. Wei Songlong's protective action had been the mechanism of its own defeat. His grandfather had never told him about the second set of notes. He had let Feng give Wei Liang the cipher key only after his death. Possibly his grandfather had been protecting him, keeping him innocent of the knowledge that would put him in danger, buying him years of relative safety before the knowledge became necessary. Possibly he had understood, near the end, that the protection had already failed and the cipher key was the only remaining act he could take on his grandson's behalf. Wei Liang let this thought settle. When does the tribunal begin? 17 days, Zhao Mingzhu said. We traveled to Xianfeng in 14. She looked at him. You've been building toward this since before you left the compound. 8 months. Every action oriented toward this moment. How do you feel about it? He considered the question. It was the kind of question he did not often have occasion to sit with. The doing had been the constant. There had not been time for the feeling. I feel like it's necessary, he said. The patients require it. My grandfather's work requires it. The alchemy world needs to know what was stolen and what the correct work looks like. He paused. Satisfaction is when the patients have been treated and the real formulas are in use and the record is set right. This is just the reckoning. The work comes after. Zhao Mingzhu looked at him with an expression that was harder to read than her usual clinical precision. Your grandfather would have agreed with that, she said. He didn't respond to this, but he thought about it for the rest of the afternoon, and by evening he had decided it was probably true. His grandfather had not built 30 years of work to be vindicated. He had built it because the problems were real and the solutions were important, and no one else was building them. The vindication was secondary. The work was what mattered. Wei Liang returned to the preparation table and reached for notebook 17. There was still the myriad origin to learn. Chapter 46. Hui Yuanping strikes back. The settlement offer came in writing, delivered to the council's Iron Petal liaison office 3 days before they were scheduled to travel to Xianfeng. Hui Yuanping's legal representation was extensive. 4 of the most senior alchemy law specialists in the continental system, retained at substantial cost, with a combined century of experience in pharmaceutical liability and intellectual property disputes. The written offer was elegantly constructed. A full restitution payment to all documented affected patients at 2.5 times the documented harm assessment. A formal return of the original notes to Wei Liang's custody, with a ceremonial acknowledgement of Wei Zong's authorship, and a public announcement that the Xinyan sect's formulas had been refined and improved upon from Wei Zong's published partial notes. The specific language carefully avoiding the word stolen and constructing an alternative narrative in which the sect had been engaged in legitimate derivative research that had built on an existing foundation. In exchange, Wei Liang would provide a public statement that the formulas had been developed through the sect's independent refinement process using Wei Zong's published work as a foundation. All charges of theft, fraud, and patient harm would be dropped. The sect's alchemy credentials would remain intact. The historical record would reflect the alternative narrative. Wei Liang read the offer twice. He read it carefully, the way he read formulas, looking for what each element was doing and why it was there. The restitution payments were real. The numbers were specific and substantial, more than the documented harm, and generous enough that most patients would accept them without question. The return of the notes would be binding if the agreement was signed. These were genuine concessions, and the public statement would permanently alter the historical record. He's asking me to say the theft didn't happen, Wei Liang said. The restitution payments are real, Zhao Mingzhu said. The return of the notes would be binding. But the public statement would replace the word stolen with the phrase developed through independent refinement in every document that matters for the next 100 years. In 50 years, only the settlement documents would be in the archive and not the tribunal record. The historical version of Wei Zhonghe's legacy would be the one the sect's lawyers drafted. Your grandfather would be a footnote, a man whose published partial notes inspired someone else's greater work. Wei Liang thought about Chun Baiping, the blacksmith Ru Dao had described, the man who had spent 6 years thinking he'd hit his ceiling, who had redirected his cultivation energy into forge work because he had no other place to put it, who had a son he wanted to be able to protect and hadn't known for 6 years if he still could. The settlement would pay Chun Baiping for what was done to him. It would not say that what was done was wrong. No, Wei Liang said. The word was simple. He said it without heat or performance. It required neither. He thought about what the settlement's logic actually was. It was not dishonest in the way that lies were dishonest. The numbers were real. The return of the notes was legally binding. A skilled legal mind had constructed something that would function, would deliver material benefit to every person the theft had harmed. The restitution figures were not symbolic. Chun Baiping could rebuild a cultivation practice on those funds. Ru Dao's patients could receive treatment. The harm, measurable in coin and opportunity, would be addressed, and the historical record would be permanently altered. Wei Liang had spent 8 months working on a problem that was partly about justice and partly about something harder to name. His grandfather had died with his reputation intact only to the people who knew him personally. The written record, the archive record that a student 50 years from now would consult, would say Wei Zhonghe was a secondary figure whose partial notes had inspired another man's greater achievement. That was the version the settlement asked Wei Liang to ratify, not to invent it, to ratify it, to say, with his signature, that it was accurate. His grandfather had not asked him to do anything. The letter, unopened still in the sealed archive box, had made no demands. Wei Liang did not know what it said. He was not doing this because he believed Wei Zhonghe would have wanted it. He was doing it because the sect's formulas were stolen. Patients had been harmed through inferior reproductions of those formulas, and the record would either say that or it would not. The settlement asked it not to. Chun Baiping had spent 6 years rebuilding around a ceiling he had not actually hit. He would be paid for those years. He would not have them back. The settlement would not say that 6 years had been taken from him. It would say that he had been compensated, which was a different thing. I'll convey your decision, Zhao Mingzhu said. The written rejection was formal and brief. The settlement offer was declined. The tribunal would proceed on schedule. Zhao Mingzhu sent the rejection that afternoon. The response came the following morning. Hui Yuanpeng was withdrawing his cooperation with the deposition process and asserting full legal defense rights. He was hoping, Zhao Mingzhu said. He's a practical man, Wei Liang said. He makes practical decisions. The settlement was a practical option, and I declined it. He'll defend now because that's the remaining practical option. The defense will challenge the memory pill's legal status, she said. Whether a pharmaceutical memory recording constitutes admissible testimony. It's never been done before. Does it hold? It's never been done before, she said. The tribunal will decide. But the Greybeard faction has already filed a preliminary objection, 3 pages of argumentation against the admissibility of pharmaceutical evidence. They argue that a pill-induced memory replay cannot be verified as accurate and may be subject to manufacturing influence. Of argumentation that doesn't account for the founding elders' oral testimony being recorded simultaneously, she continued. The oral testimony stands independent of the pill's pharmaceutical effect as a legal matter. The pill was the catalyst. The testimony is the record. You cannot argue that the old man's voice is inaccurate. He looked at her. I reviewed evidence law for 4 months, she said, simply, as if this were an ordinary preparation step rather than a significant undertaking. The Greybeard faction will attempt an authenticity challenge on the notes as well. Elder Zhou Panting will argue that the archivist's report could have been influenced. I have 2 additional authentication reports from 2 other archives, conducted independently, that I commissioned after the first one. They reached the same conclusion. 3 independent authentications, conducted without communication between the examiners. The probability of consistent error across all 3 is approximately 0. You were building redundancy into the case from the beginning, he said. The cases that fail do so because the opposition finds one weak point, she said. I don't leave weak points. She stood. 3 days to Xianfeng. Pack the notes carefully. I will handle everything else. He watched her leave. He had been building toward the tribunal for 8 months. She had been building toward it for 18. They were, he reflected, more similar in their method than their field suggested. Both had been working on a problem whose solution required the evidence to be airtight before the confrontation could happen. He went to pack the notes carefully. Chapter 47. The Battle of Iron Petal. They did not make it 3 days. On the morning of the second day of preparation for departure, word came through the Council Enforcement Team's communication network. Hui Yuanpeng had used his legal right to a supervised visit with his legal staff to transmit an instruction that his lawyers then executed. The 4 nascent soul cultivators who had come to Iron Petal with him 3 weeks earlier had been waiting in a staging location south of the city, patient as weapons in storage. They came north on the second day's morning at speed. The warning arrived approximately 40 minutes before they did. Zhao Mingzhu moved the Council Enforcement Team into coordinated positions and sent a rapid communication to the Council's Regional Enforcement Center requesting additional support. The additional support was 2 days away. She had what she had, and she positioned it with the same methodical thoroughness she brought to everything else. Wei Liang had 20 minutes from the warning's arrival to complete what he was doing, which was finishing the calibration on the core formation transition pill he had been working on for 3 days. He had known the core formation breakthrough was coming, had felt it in the trajectory of his cultivation, the Foundation 7-Chi architecture reaching toward its natural ceiling with the accumulated pressure of months of consistent advancement. The pill was nearly finished, in the cooling phase, requiring only the final catalyst introduction. "I need 15 more minutes," he said. Tan Xiuwen was at the preparation room window, watching the southern approach to the outer market. The elder had deployed his chi sense outward, tracking the distant formations of 4 nascent soul signatures moving north. "You have 10, he said. "Maybe 12. "Then I need 12, Wei Liang said. He worked the final phase of the core formation transition pill at the fastest safe pace he had. Not rushed. Rushing this specific formula would cause a collapse in the chi binding lattice, which his grandfather's notes had described in precise detail as catastrophic and irreversible, but compressed, using every efficiency his technique had built over months of practice. He pushed the transition temperature profile to its upper safe limit. He adjusted the catalyst timing to within 1 second of the minimum interval. He moved with the specific focused speed of someone who cannot afford to fail and cannot afford to panic and has trained for exactly this kind of pressure. The pill completed at 11 minutes and 40 seconds. He set it in the jade container. He took it himself, standing at the preparation table, on the same surface where 6 months of refinements had happened. The core formation breakthrough took 7 minutes. It was not painful. It was the opposite of painful, a sudden vast expansion, the chi architecture that had been building toward this boundary for months, crossing it all at once. The Foundation 7 ceiling, which he had felt as a presence, a distant wall getting gradually closer as his cultivation advanced, disappeared, replaced by a new, larger space that the core formation chi density filled slowly and correctly. The characteristic core formation chi density settled into his meridian system with the feeling of a structure finding its final load-bearing position. Not complete yet. Core formation required months to fully consolidate into its permanent configuration, but crossed. He was on the other side. He stood at the preparation table for a moment with his hands flat against the surface. He had done it with his own pill, calibrated to his own meridian map, taking the tool his grandfather had taught him and applying it to himself as cleanly as his grandfather's philosophy had described. Remove the conditions that create resistance, and the natural process completes. Then he picked up the traveling pack with the notes and went outside. The battle was already engaged. Zhao Mingzhu and 2 council enforcement officers were in the outer market street. The 4 nascent soul cultivators had arrived from the south and met the council's advanced positions at the market's edge. The exchange was controlled but intense. Not the explosive discharge of 2 parties who have forgotten the surroundings, but the sustained high-level engagement of trained combat cultivators operating with professional restraint in a populated area. Still, the ambient chi discharge was cracking the paving stones and sending market customers into doorways. Wei Liang had core formation chi. He could not fight nascent soul cultivators in direct combat, even newly broken through. The gap between foundation and nascent soul was 3 full stages, and the gap between core formation and nascent soul was 2. He would last seconds in a direct exchange. He could do what alchemists did when fighters were outmatched, change the composition of the fight. He opened the traveling pack and retrieved the combat enhancement pills he had been preparing over the previous week. Adaptations of his grandfather's chi amplification framework, specifically designed for the Foundation to Nascent Soul Gap class. He had spent 3 evenings calibrating the formula to the specific chi profiles of the council enforcement officers he'd been working alongside, cross-referencing their cultivation levels against the enhancement parameters in Notebook 12. The formula enhanced existing chi output by 30% for 30 minutes without the meridian strain side effects that characterize standard enhancement pills. 3 pills. 1 each for Zhao Mingzhu, the 2 enforcement officers on the near side. He moved through the combat's edges. Core formation Chi gave him the structural stability to move through ambient nascent soul discharge without being thrown, the way a well-constructed building survives forces that demolish a weaker one, and reached Zhao Mingzhu's position. Enhancement pills, he said. Take it now. She took it without breaking her combat focus. The effect was immediate, a 30% Chi output amplification, 30 minutes duration. She felt it the way every cultivator feels a genuine quality enhancement pill, not a stimulant jolt, but a deepening. The same fundamental power, now running through a wider channel. He reached the 2 enforcement officers on the northern flank. Same procedure. Both took, without hesitation, the trust of experienced field operators who have learned to use every legitimate resource available. The 3rd enforcement officer was on the eastern approach, and Wei Liang couldn't reach them in time. He hoped their own reserves were sufficient. It took 23 minutes. 23 minutes of nascent soul combat in the outer market district, during which 3 buildings sustained structural damage and 2 market stalls were destroyed and a water trough exploded from a chi pressure wave. The 4 Xinyan sect cultivators were, individually, approximately equal to the council enforcement officers. The enhancement pills shifted that balance. By the 18th minute, the tide had turned visibly. By the 23rd, it was over. 2 of the 4 sect cultivators surrendered. The other 2 attempted to disengage and were contained by the 3rd enforcement officer arriving from the eastern approach at the last moment. The combat ended. The outer market was quiet in the specific way that places become quiet after significant force has been released. The sound of distant pigeons, a cart somewhere still rolling, the creak of a damaged wall timber. The smell of spent chi lingering in the cold air. Wei Liang stood in the middle of the street with his traveling pack. The notes were intact. Zhao Mingzhu came to him. She had a cut on her left forearm, her left sleeve darkening with blood, but her expression was functional. We leave for Xianfeng today, she said. Not in 3 days. Today. I'm ready, Wei Liang said. He looked at the damaged market stall. A leather goods merchant named Wu, a regular customer for 8 months, a man who had bought herbs for his elderly mother's joint ailments and never asked questions about Wei Liang's situation. He took out his coin purse and left what he could beside the wreckage. It was not enough. He would send more when the tribunal concluded. Today, he agreed. Let's go. Chapter 48. The Council's verdict. The Continental Alchemy Council's emergency session convened in Xianfeng City's Central Administrative Hall, 12 days after the battle in Iron Petal. The hall was built for large formal occasions. A raised dais for the presenting parties, a gallery for public observation, a central table seating all 21 active council elders. The gallery was full. Word of the case had circulated widely through the alchemy community, amplified by the tournament result and the cascade of events that had followed. Practitioners who had been following the rumors were now watching the thing itself. The atmosphere was the dense attention of a large room of people who understand the significance of what they are watching. Wei Liang stood at the presenting table, with Zhao Mingzhu on his left and Tan Xuan on his right. Ru Dao was in the gallery with his documentation. Carpenter Feng, who had arrived in Iron Petal 5 days before the battle and had been transported safely to Xianfeng, was seated near the front of the gallery with a council welfare officer beside him. He was an old man who had spent 2 years holding a secret. He deserved to see it end. Ruan Feng was in the gallery as well, having attended voluntarily. He was sitting in the middle section with the expression of someone watching something they needed to see through to the end, no matter what the end looked like. The session opened with the case presentation. Zhao Mingzhu presented. She was precise, complete, unhurried, with the composure of someone who has spent 18 months preparing for exactly this moment and has no nervousness because the preparation is complete and the evidence speaks for itself. She did not lecture the council or embellish the timeline. She walked through everything in the order it had been developed. The pharmaceutical evidence of formula derivation, the patient documentation, the 3 independent authentication reports, the memory recording, Wei Songlong's deposition, and the physical notes themselves, produced from Wei Liang's traveling pack, passed to the council's evidence clerk, distributed in certified copies to each elder at the table. The Greybeard faction filed their preliminary objections. The admissibility challenge on the memory recording. The authenticity challenge on the notes. Elder Zhou Panting raised the latter personally, arguing for 12 minutes with the specific energy of a man who has not conceded the game and will not do so until the official verdict leaves him no choice. He was skilled and thorough, and he found every available angle. There were no good angles. Zhao Mingzhu had closed them. She addressed each objection in turn with the specific targeted responses she had prepared. The 3 authentication reports took 15 minutes to present through the examiner's representatives. 3 independent analyses, 3 consistent conclusions, 3 sets of methodology notes that arrived at identical results through different paths. The first examiner had used age determination instruments. The second had used Qi resonance dating. The third had used compositional analysis. All 3 said the same thing about when the notes were written and by whom. Zhou Panting sat down. Elder Nianboja asked 3 questions, all technical, all precise. Wei Liang answered 2 of them. Zhao Mingzhu answered the third. The council deliberated in closed session for 90 minutes. Then they returned. The verdict was delivered by Elder Nian. The Jinyan sect's alchemy credentials were suspended effective immediately, pending full criminal trial. The Wei family alchemy clan was placed under council oversight with mandatory formula review of all active products. The patient harm compensation fund was restructured as a mandatory council-administered fund, with the sect's assets providing the principal. Wei Zonghe's notes were formally entered into evidence for the criminal trial, with formal copies to be made for the historical archive pending the trial's conclusion. And Wei Liang was formally requested to present the real notes for historical authentication at the conclusion of the criminal proceedings. He stood at the presenting table and received this. What he said was shorter than anything he had prepared. My grandfather spent 30 years building this work, he said. He knew what he had built, and he knew what had been taken. He sealed the most important part behind a lock that only his bloodline could open, not to protect himself, because he was dying and past protection. He did it to ensure the work would reach the right moment. He paused. This is the right moment. These notes belong in the official record. They belong to the alchemy world, not to any one family or sect. He looked at the full council. I ask only that the historical attribution be accurate. Elder Nianboja looked at him for a moment. Wei Zonghe, the elder said. The Pill Sage's complete works. Yes, Wei Liang said. The session was adjourned. In the gallery, Carpenter Feng sat very still with his hands folded in his lap and his eyes closed. He was not weeping. He was just still, in the way of someone who has been carrying something for a long time and has set it down in the right place. 2 years he had held the cipher key, waiting for a moment he couldn't predict. The moment had arrived, and it was everything Wei Zonghe's trust in him had been worth. Wei Liang had thought about Feng many times over the past 8 months. The old man who had pressed a cipher key into his hand on the worst day of his life and said nothing else. Who had waited, through whatever the Wei compound had done to him in the interim, without disclosing what he knew. Who had trusted that the right person would use the key correctly. He had been right. He had not known he would be right. He had simply been right. Wei Liang caught sight of him from the floor as the room began to move. He looked at the old man for a long moment. Feng opened his eyes. He looked at Wei Liang across the dispersing hall, through the movement of people settling or rising or turning to speak to neighbors. He looked at the notes on the evidence table. He looked back at Wei Liang. He did not speak. He had not spoken, Wei Liang thought, about any of this for 2 years. Some things did not require words after they were done. Wei Liang thought about what the coming months would require. The criminal trial was months away. The formula authentication for the historical archive would take longer. The myriad origin pill was still unrefined. He had studied the formula in the weeks before the battle, but the refinement itself had not begun. The patient treatment protocols had established a foundation, but the treatment work would continue. The verdict today was the hinge point. Everything before it had been building. Everything after it would be different in kind. He was no longer an expelled apprentice pursuing his grandfather's stolen work through informal channels. He was the recognized custodian of Wei Zonghe's complete works, presenting before a formal council session, with the legal standing to request the criminal trial's proper conduct. The Iron Petal Alchemy Hall had a new reputation in the alchemy community, now, that it had not had 8 months ago. Tan Xiuwen had not expected that. He had hosted a traveling alchemist with promise and found himself at the center of a case that had restructured the Continental Alchemy Council's enforcement priorities. He had taken that in stride, because Tan Xiuwen was the kind of man who did. Wei Liang would need to return to Iron Petal. The Alchemy Hall had been his base for 8 months, and there was unfinished work there, the patient treatment program, the full myriad origin refinement, the research that came after. The Xianfeng period was ending. The Iron Petal period was resuming. He turned from the gallery and walked toward the exit. There were practical things to arrange: transportation, timing, the council case file's formal handoff to the criminal prosecution team. He had a list. The work came after. He would begin it tomorrow. Wei Liang inclined his head slightly once. Feng closed his eyes again and sat with folded hands. Then Wei Liang turned to face what came next. Chapter 49. The council hearing. The full council hearing was not the emergency session. The emergency session had established suspension and initiated the formal proceedings. The hearing, the full formal presentation of Wei Zonghe's notes before all 21 elders in their official capacity, with the notes entered into the permanent historical record, was a separate event, scheduled for 3 weeks after the emergency session. In the intervening 3 weeks, 3 things happened. First, the Greybeard faction made their final formal challenge. 2 of the 3 members, Elder Zhou Panting was the third, submitted a written argument to the council's administrative body claiming that the notes presented at the emergency session were forgeries produced by Wei Liang himself, designed to impersonate his grandfather's work as part of a scheme to discredit the Xinyan sect through false evidence. The argument was detailed and technically sophisticated and demonstrated a complete understanding of what the case would look like if the notes were removed from it. Wei Liang read the challenge in the council's public records room the morning after it was filed. He read it standing up, in the morning light from the records room's tall windows, going through each argument carefully. It was well constructed. He could see the logic of each element and understand why a competent lawyer had written each paragraph. He could also see, with precision, where each argument met the evidence and collapsed. They know they've lost on the evidence, Zhao Mingzhu said, sitting across from him at the records room table. They're trying to create doubt in the record, Wei Liang said. Not to win the criminal case. They know they can't win that. They're trying to create enough documented uncertainty that the historical authentication process can be challenged later, after the criminal proceedings conclude, when fewer people are watching. He set the document down. If the notes enter the historical record with a minority challenge on file, there's a permanent asterisk. In 20 years, someone with an interest in the sect's legacy rehabilitates the asterisk. In 50 years, the asterisk becomes the narrative. That's my reading as well, she said. So we need the authentication to be not just complete, but definitively complete, he said. Not 3 independent reports. Not 3 plus the tournament demonstration. Something that cannot be qualified or appealed or selectively reread. Your grandfather's bloodline, she said quietly. He looked at her. The blood cipher seal on the final section, she said. The seal that requires Wei bloodline Qi to open. If you open it in front of the full council, with the opening process documented, it establishes not just that the notes are authentic, but that they are specifically sealed against anyone who is not your grandfather's blood descendant. She paused. No forger could replicate a bloodline Qi cipher. It can't be done. The cipher reads the Qi signature at the genetic level, not the cultivated Qi pattern. Only your grandfather could have created that seal, and only you can open it. If you open it in public, the forgery argument becomes not just unconvincing, but technically impossible. Wei Liang looked at the sealed section of the final notebook in his pack. He had known for months that it was there. He had been carrying it for 2 years. He had been preparing to open it in private, after the tribunal, when there was time and quiet. In front of the full council, he said. In front of the full council, with the bloodline authentication process documented by 3 council-certified Qi examiners, she said. When the seal breaks in public, when your bloodline Qi opens something that can only be opened by Wei Zhonghe's blood descendant, the forgery argument becomes impossible. Not difficult to argue. Impossible. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. He had been thinking about the letter his grandfather had left in the sealed section. The letter he had not yet read, because the seal was not yet broken, because he had been waiting for a moment that felt right. He had thought it would be private. A quiet room. The notes on the table. Just him and what his grandfather had left him. He looked at the final notebook. When he said, the full council hearing, she said. In 3 weeks. We present the notes in their entirety, open the sealed section as part of the presentation, and enter the complete work into the official record in one continuous session. He looked at the notebook for a long time. His grandfather had sealed it knowing someone might steal the rest. He had sealed it knowing the only person who could open it was someone who came after, in a better moment. He had written a letter inside knowing it would be read eventually, publicly or privately, in a context he couldn't predict. He had trusted the work to survive to the right moment. He would have wanted the work to be public, Wei Liang said. He spent his whole career working in relative obscurity while others took credit for methods they learned from him indirectly. The hearing is his moment as much as mine. I think so, Zhao Mingzhu said. Then yes, Wei Liang said. In 3 weeks, at the full council hearing. He closed the notebook carefully and set it back in the traveling pack. He spent the next 3 weeks preparing in 3 directions simultaneously, reviewing the notes one final time to ensure he understood every formula in them well enough to answer any technical question a council elder might pose. Working with Zhao Mingzhu on the presentation structure, the sequencing of evidence and argument, the handling of anticipated objections, and quietly, alone in the evenings in the Xianfeng lodging, sitting with the knowledge that in 3 weeks he would read his grandfather's letter for the first time, in a public hall, in front of 21 council elders, in a moment that would be recorded in the official archive. He found this, when he was honest with himself, harder than anything the previous 8 months had required. The tournament had been under his control. The legal case had been under his control. The sequence of evidence, the documentation, the timing of each disclosure. The hearing would be partially under his control. The presentation, the technical responses, the order in which he introduced the notes. But his grandfather's letter was not under his control. He had not read it. He would read it publicly, in front of 21 elders, and whatever it said would be said in that room in that moment, and would be in the permanent record. He could not preview it. He could not decide in advance how to respond to it. He would simply be present when it was read. He thought about what his grandfather might have written. He reviewed what he knew of the man, from the notes' margins, from the writing style, from the way the formulas were annotated, rigorous, thorough, precise about everything except the occasional line in the margins that opened a window to the person rather than the alchemist. The pattern is elegant in the 23rd notebook at the description of concurrent meridian resonance theory. I have wasted 2 days on this. I will waste 2 more at the beginning of the void-cleaving memory pills failure analysis. Small glimpses. Whatever the letter said would be from that person. The person who had known him as a child, who had let him watch without explicitly teaching him, who had sealed the work and trusted it to whoever came after. He prepared for it the same way he prepared for everything, by acknowledging the difficulty honestly, refusing to inflate it, and returning to the next necessary task. Chapter 50. Authentication Challenge. The Greybeard faction's challenge was not the only obstacle in the hearing's preparation period. A formal authentication review board had been convened, 3 senior council elders assigned specifically to assess the note's provenance, independent of the criminal proceedings, and the board had questions that were specific, technical, and not obviously hostile but required careful answers. The board's primary examiner, Elder Hua Songling, met with Wei Liang and Zhao Mingzhu 6 days before the formal hearing. She was perhaps 68, a senior alchemist who had spent most of her career in archival work rather than active production, with the specific expertise and documentation analysis that the role required. She had the careful, unhurried manner of someone who has spent decades surrounded by old records and has developed, through that proximity, a profound respect for precision. She was not a member of the Greybeard faction. She was not affiliated with either the Wei family or the Jinyan sect. She was simply thorough. I have reviewed the 3 authentication reports, she said. They are technically sound. The age determination and ink analysis are conclusive. She set the reports on the table with the precise placement of someone who categorizes documents by position. My concern is the content analysis rather than the physical analysis. I want to understand the technical level of the formulas in these notes relative to what was publicly known during the period they were written. Wei Liang looked at her. The concern, she said, is whether the formulas in the notes could have been produced by anyone with access to the same information that was publicly available during Wei Zhonghe's working years. If a sufficiently skilled alchemist had access to all published alchemy work from that period, could they have produced these notes independently? It was a precise and important question. He appreciated that she had asked it directly. No, Wei Liang said. For 2 reasons. First, several of the formulas in the notes describe techniques that were not publicly known during the notes composition period and are not publicly known now. The quintuple flame sequencing method, which I demonstrated at the tournament, is not derived from any published work from any period. It appears to have been developed entirely within the private notes with no external sources. No published methodology from any era describes it. Second, the theoretical framework underlying all the formulas, the foundational principle of parallel chi path manipulation that my grandfather called concurrent meridian resonance, is not referenced in any published alchemy text, historical or current. It is a completely original theoretical contribution. A forger who knew only the published record would not have the theoretical framework that unifies the notes. Elder Hua was writing notes in the precise, efficient shorthand of a professional archivist. The techniques in the notes produce results that exceed the documented ceiling of all existing published methodologies, Wei Liang continued. I have demonstrated this publicly 3 times at the Grand Tournament and through commissioned refinements before the tournament. Each demonstration can be replicated from the notes, but not from any other source. If the notes were forgeries produced by copying from published works, they could not contain methods that exceed those works. He paused. If someone other than Wei Zhonghe wrote these notes, they would need to be a practitioner of equivalent or superior capability who chose to attribute their work to him posthumously while simultaneously concealing their own identity and capability. That is not a plausible scenario. The alternative is that you yourself are that practitioner, Elder Hua said. She said it without accusation. It was simply the remaining logical possibility that required addressing. I am 20 years old, Wei Liang said. The notes span a period of approximately 20 years, beginning when I was an infant. The paper aging is consistent with that span, and the 3 authentication reports from 3 independent examiners confirm it. I cannot have written notes whose paper aged across my own lifetime. I cannot have developed ink that uses a formulation that was discontinued before I began my training. Elder Hua set down her writing brush. She looked at him for a moment. That is a conclusive answer to the question, she said. Yes, he said. I have one additional requirement, she said. For my authentication report to be submitted without qualification, I need to see the blood cipher seal opened. I understand from the investigation file that the final section of the notes is sealed with a bloodline chi cipher. If the cipher is opened before the full council hearing in a pre-hearing authentication session, I can include the result in my report, and there will be no ambiguity in the hearing itself. Wei Liang looked at Zhao Mingzhu. The pre-hearing session would be closed, Zhao Mingzhu said. Small group, the authentication board, Investigator Zhao, Elder Tin Xiuwen as the sponsoring hall's representative, and you. And a Qi examiner to document the bloodline authentication, Wei Liang said. Yes, Elder Hua said. He thought about this. A private opening, for authentication purposes, before the public hearing. The letter would still be read. He would still see what his grandfather had written, but it would be in a smaller room. And then again, publicly, at the full hearing. He would read the letter twice. Once for authentication, once for the record. When he said, 2 days before the hearing, Elder Hua said. Agreed, Wei Liang said. He went back to the lodging that evening and sat at the small writing desk with the final notebook. He turned it over in his hands. The cover was worn at the corners from 2 years of being carried in his pack. The leather had softened and darkened in the places where his fingers consistently gripped it. The cipher seal on the final section was invisible to the eye. It looked like a plain page division, but his chi sense could feel it, the specific locked quality, the faint warm resonance of bloodline chi that had been set there decades ago by hands that had since gone still. His grandfather's hands had set that seal. In the last year of his life, failing in health but precise in intention. The handwriting on those last pages was irregular, the illness visible in the pen strokes, but the content was meticulous. His grandfather had dictated to himself in the margins of the last notebook. Reminders, clarifications, the things he needed to include before the ability to write left him. He had been racing the end. He had finished. His grandfather's hands had set that seal knowing they would not be the hands that opened it. His grandfather had known that whoever opened it would be reading a letter written to them specifically. He thought about the question Elder Hua had asked, whether the notes could have been forged by Wei Liang himself. He had answered that question correctly and convincingly. But there was a version of the question that he carried privately, which was not about forgery, but about identity. How much of what he had done was his own, and how much was simply the continuation of a path his grandfather had begun. He was the custodian. He was not the author. Start something I never could, the letter said, in the version he was imagining. He would find out in 2 days whether that was what it actually said. He put the notebook down on the desk. In 2 days he would open it. He reached for the Scarlet Phoenix formula review notes, keeping his hands occupied, keeping his mind in motion, working the path forward. Chapter 51. The pre-hearing authentication session was held in the council's third-floor consultation room, which was a smaller and quieter space than the main hall and had the specific quality of rooms used for careful work. Good light through tall east-facing windows, minimal furnishings, a table large enough for documents, chairs that prioritized function over impression. Present, Elder Hua Songling, 2 additional authentication board members, Zhao Mingzhu, Tin Xiuwen, and 1 council-certified Qi examiner whose role was to document the bloodline authentication process. And Wei Liang. The process was simple in its physical execution. Wei Liang placed the final notebook on the table, opened it to the section division where the cipher seal was located. He placed it flat so the sealed pages were accessible. He touched the sealed section's page division, the seal's location, with 2 fingers of his left hand. He directed a thin stream of Wei bloodline Qi into the contact point. Not his general cultivation Qi, but the specific fundamental Qi that carried his bloodline's genetic signature, the deepest level, below the cultivated layers, at the root. The seal recognized it. There was a brief warmth, the quality of something that has been waiting for a very long time finally completing its purpose. And then the page division released, the sealed pages separating cleanly from the spine section they had been held against. The separation was not mechanical. There were no physical clasps or bindings. The seal had existed as a Qi field configuration, and the configuration simply ended when the correct key was applied. The Qi examiner documented the bloodline Qi signature with practiced efficiency. Elder Hua and the board watched. Nobody spoke. Wei Liang looked down at the open section. The first page was the myriad origin pill formula, the first lines of a formula that was longer and more complex than anything else in the notes. The notation was dense, the margins filled with theoretical commentary, his grandfather teaching through the page to whoever would follow. He noted it, turned past it to the page behind. He would study the formula in the days that followed, with the focused attention it required. Not now. The second page was a letter. That way Zongha had known, for approximately 3 years before his death, that sections of his notes had been copied. He had suspected it for longer, but had spent 3 years being certain before acknowledging it to himself. Because he was a careful man and certainty required evidence. He had chosen not to confront the theft directly because he was ill and did not have the resources for the confrontation, and because he had understood by that point that the evidence would need to be assembled carefully and publicly to be effective. A private confrontation would produce private suppression. That he had hidden the final section specifically because he knew it was the most important part, and also the part most likely to be stolen completely if anyone realized it existed and contained what it did. That he had left the cipher key with Feng because Feng was the only person in the Wei compound he trusted absolutely, not because of Feng's power or position, but because of his nature, and because Feng would know when the right moment arrived. That he hoped Wei Liang had the real notes in front of him when he was reading this, and that he was reading it in a context where the notes were protected and the work was going to the record where it belonged. And, at the end, in a slightly different register from the rest, the pill is not the destination. The path is. You have walked a longer path than I intended to leave you, and I am sorry for that. But you walked it, and here you are. Finish what I started, then start something I never could. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. The room was very quiet. The morning light came through the east windows at an angle that crossed the table. Outside, Xianfeng City was beginning its ordinary day. Then he looked up at Elder Hua. Would you like me to read the letter for the record? He said. If you're willing, she said. Her voice was careful. The way people's voices are when they are uncertain how to position themselves relative to something that has more weight than procedural documentation. He read it aloud. His voice was steady, the same register he used for technical presentations, for formula descriptions, for case arguments. The words did not require performance. They were already what they were. When he finished, Elder Hua made a notation in her documentation record. The Qi examiner's pencil did not move. Tan Xiuwen, standing to one side with his notes folded under one arm, kept his gaze on the floor. Zhao Mingzhu said nothing. She had the expression she sometimes wore when she had anticipated something accurately, and the reality was still different from the anticipation. Not surprised, but recalibrated. She had prepared extensively for every procedural element of this case. She had prepared for the pharmaceutical evidence, and the archival authentication and the witness strategy. Wei Liang thought she had probably not prepared specifically for the letter, because the letter was not a legal instrument, and she had not known what it would say. He folded it carefully and set it on the table beside the notebook. There was a thing he had been carrying for months that he had not named to himself, because naming it while it was still uncertain would have made it harder to work with. The letter named it for him, in his grandfather's deliberate characters, in a register that was not emotional appeal, but simple statement. Wei Zongha had known, had made choices based on what he knew, had built the cipher, hidden the section, entrusted the key to Feng, and died trusting that the path he had created would be found. Wei Liang had been operating, for 8 months, without being certain that his grandfather had left him anything deliberate. The notes had existed, the theft had existed, the evidence had been assembled, but the question of whether the cipher was intentional strategy or fortunate coincidence had never been fully resolved. The letter resolved it. His grandfather had been building toward this hearing from 3 years before his death, working in the only way available to a dying man without resources, carefully, indirectly, through the accumulation of evidence and the protection of the most important work. The practical implication was limited. The case was the same whether the cipher was deliberate or not. But Wei Liang found that it mattered to him, in a way that was separate from the case, that his grandfather had been ahead of him, not just in alchemy, but in the larger strategy, and had known that someone would follow the path he had left. I'm ready to continue, he said to Elder Hua. She nodded and moved to the next documentation step. The Qi examiner recorded it. Elder Hua made notes. Tan Xiuwen, across the table, was looking at the window. His expression had the quality Wei Liang had learned to associate with the elder when he was feeling something he was not going to say. When he finished reading, no one said anything for a moment. Then Elder Hua said, "Authentication complete. No qualification required." The session ended. Wei Liang walked out into the Xianfeng afternoon with the notebook under his arm and the letter's last words in his mind. Start something I never could. He held this and kept walking. Chapter 52, Wan Feng's Choice. Wan Feng came to Wei Liang's lodging on the evening after the pre-hearing session. He came alone, which was not obvious from his general comportment. His sect had been accompanying him everywhere for the previous month, the defensive formation of an institution under scrutiny, but tonight he was without escort. Wei Liang let him in. They sat at the small table where Wei Liang had been reviewing the myriad origin formula, which he moved to one side to make space. Ruan Feng looked around the small room, the notes stacked on the second table, the working notebooks at the desk, the lamp positioned for close reading, and took in the environment without comment. He looked at the myriad origin formula pages before saying anything. "Is that the formula for the pill you refined at the tournament?" he said. "No," Wei Liang said. "That formula is earlier in the notes. This is the final section. The formula my grandfather spent 20 years developing." He paused. "I only opened it this afternoon, in the authentication session." Ruan Feng absorbed this. He sat back in the chair. "I want to ask you something," he said. "And I want an honest answer, not a diplomatic one." "I'll try," Wei Liang said. "If I had trained on the real formulas," Ruan Feng said, "from the beginning, how far behind am I?" Wei Liang considered this question carefully. It deserved a careful answer. The wrong answer, either dismissive reassurance or honest contempt, would be a failure of what the question was asking. "You're not behind in technique," he said. "Your flame control, your physical precision, your observational discipline, those are genuinely excellent, and they are yours. They came from your own work, not from the formula source." He paused. "What you're missing is the theoretical framework that underlies my grandfather's formulas. The concurrent meridian resonance theory, the way all the formulas connect to a unified system rather than being individual solutions to individual problems. You have excellent individual techniques. You don't have the framework that turns technique into understanding." Ruan Feng received this without visible reaction. He was listening carefully. "Can the framework be learned?" he said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "It's in the notes. When the notes go into the official record, they'll be accessible to every practitioner in the continental system. You'll be able to study the framework directly." "How long will it take?" Ruan Feng said. "For someone starting from where I am." "For someone with your foundation?" Wei Liang said. "A year to understand the framework at the level of comprehension. 3 to 5 years to rebuild your formulas from the ground up using it. You would essentially be relearning your craft at the level of first principles." He looked at Ruan Feng steadily. "It's a significant undertaking. But you would be, at the end of it, an alchemist who understands what they're doing rather than someone who has excellent technique built on borrowed theory. The ceiling on your current skill is the ceiling of the stolen formulas. The ceiling on the real methodology is significantly higher." Ruan Feng was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the table between them. "The sect used me," he said. "It was not a question. You were their best evidence that the stolen formulas produced genuine results," Wei Liang said. "Your achievements made the case that the methodology was legitimate. You were their proof of concept, and you never knew it." Ruan Feng looked at the table. Something moved through his expression that was not self-pity. Wei Liang had seen enough of him by now to know he was not that kind of person, but was the specific anger of someone who has understood a very particular kind of betrayal and is deciding what to do with the understanding. Not whether to be angry, what to do with the anger. "I'll rebuild," Ruan Feng said. "I know," Wei Liang said. "Not because of this," Ruan Feng said. The gesture taking in the tribunal, the investigation, the general collapse of what he had trained inside. "Because the framework is better. I want to work from something real." He paused. "I've known for 3 years that something was wrong with my refinements. Not catastrophically wrong, just off. Results that didn't match theoretical predictions. Techniques that worked, but not as cleanly as they should. I thought it was my skill. It wasn't my skill." "No," Wei Liang said. "It wasn't." "That's the right reason," he said. "The framework." Wei Liang looked at him. "The notes, when they go into the record, will they be accessible to practitioners who aren't affiliated with a major institution? Independent alchemists, village practitioners, people working in smaller cities." "That is one of the conditions I am going to propose to the council at the hearing," Wei Liang said. "Public archive access, no institutional restriction. My grandfather built this work for the field, not for any one institution. The field should have it. A village practitioner in the outer counties should be able to study it if they want to. My grandfather spent 30 years building theory that nobody else could build. It belongs to everyone who can use it." Ruan Feng was quiet for a moment. He looked at the myriad origin formula pages on the table. "If you need a witness statement for the hearing," he said, "about the sect's training methodology and the formulas they used, the techniques they taught us, the way they described where the formulas came from, I'll give one." Wei Liang looked at him. "Thank you," he said. "I may take you up on that." Ruan Feng stood to leave. At the door he paused. "You could have won the tournament and left," he said. "You had your certification. The immediate threat against your practice was gone. You had your standing and your stall and your customers. You didn't need the tribunal. Yes, I did, Wei Liang said. 47 patients needed it. My grandfather needed it. He paused. I needed to understand if I was the kind of person who walks away when the necessary work isn't personally required. Ruan Feng looked at him for a moment with an expression that was something close to respect, though he was not a man who showed that easily. Good answer, he said. He left. Wei Liang turned back to the myriad origin formula and began to read from the beginning, this time with the full attention of someone who was not just reviewing but preparing to execute. He thought about Ruan Feng's question, how far behind am I? It was the right question to ask. It required an honest answer, and Ruan Feng had wanted an honest answer, not reassurance. Wei Liang had given him the honest answer because Ruan Feng deserved it, and because reassurance would have been condescending to someone of his caliber. The truth was that rebuilding from the ground up was not a punishment. It was an opportunity that most practitioners never received, the chance to rebuild on a better foundation while still retaining everything of genuine value from the work already done. Ruan Feng's technique was real. His discipline was real. His observation skills were real. None of those things would be discarded when he rebuilt. They would be applied to better material. His grandfather had spent 30 years without recognition, without public acknowledgement, working in a compound that used his output without understanding his process. He had built toward a future he could not see. Ruan Feng had trained toward a ceiling he had not known was artificially constructed. Both of them had worked hard toward something incomplete. The tribunal was the moment the incompleteness ended. Wei Liang read the myriad origin formula's opening pages. The language was dense, denser than any of his grandfather's other formulas, more compressed, as if his grandfather had been writing for a reader who already understood the full framework and needed only the specific application details. It was a formula for someone who had done all the prerequisite work. He was that reader now. Chapter 53. The victim's physician Ru Dao had been the one to maintain the patient contact through the tribunal period, corresponding by letter with the 47 documented cases and the 6 who had abandoned cultivation. He had also, on Wei Liang's request, communicated before the emergency session, reached out to 12 cases beyond the original documentation that had been identified through the council's formal investigation process. The full count was 61 patients, 45 with residue accumulation that was still reversible with the correct jade marrow condensing treatment, the real formula, not the approximated version. 10 with significant restriction requiring more complex treatment over several months. 6 with long-term structural damage who would need the original jade marrow formula at its highest potency, possibly supplemented by additional meridian repair work, possibly involving the new myriad origin pill for the cases where the spirit root itself had been affected. Wei Liang he was not producing at the scale the 61 cases required in 5 days. That would take months. What he was doing was treating the most urgent cases, the 10 with significant restriction and 2 of the 6 structural cases who had been identified as having the highest medical urgency, while documenting the specific treatment protocol clearly enough that any alchemist who trained on the real formulas could replicate it. Part of what these 5 days accomplished was establishing a standard of care that would persist after he returned to Iron Petal. He was also doing something he had not expected to find himself doing, presenting the treatments publicly, with patients consenting to observation by council-appointed witnesses, so that the results were on the record. The face-slapping, his grandfather's voice might have observed, was cumulative at this point. Every treatment that worked was a demonstration of the stolen formula's failure, not through argument, but through visible result. He did not make this argument explicitly. He didn't need to. The witnesses could see it. Ru Dao was present for every session. He had been corresponding with patients for weeks, and several of them had traveled specifically because they trusted him. He introduced each case to Wei Liang with the careful thoroughness of a physician who has been thinking about their patients through a long period of waiting and wants to make sure nothing is missed, the dosage history, the specific symptom presentation, the way each patient had compensated for the restriction over months and years. On the 4th day, a man arrived who Wei Liang recognized from Ru Dao's description. Chen Baiping was in his late 30s, strongly built, with the forge worker's hands that Ru Dao had described, thick across the palm, with the specific hardening of someone who handles hot iron regularly, small burn scars in the characteristic places. He had traveled for 3 days. He had brought his son, a young cultivator of about 16 who had his father's steady bearing and his father's careful eyes, because, he said simply, he had wanted someone with him. My physician says you may be able to help, Chen Baiping said. He had the directness of someone who has been through enough disappointment to have stopped hedging his expectations. Not cynical, careful. There was a difference. Yes, Wei Liang said. I know what happened, and I know how to treat it. I want to examine you first. If your channels are in the state I expect from your history, the jade marrow condensing pill I'll give you will dissolve the accumulation within 1 week. Within 3 months of the dissolution, your advancement to foundation should be accessible. Chen Baiping was quiet for a moment. His son was watching his father's face. 6 years, Chen Baiping said. I spent 6 years thinking I'd hit my ceiling. You haven't, Wei Liang said. Someone sold you something broken. That is not your ceiling. It was someone else's mistake, and it's correctable. He paused. The pill you were taking, the ones from the Wei family pharmacy, they were made from an incomplete formula, not through negligence, through theft. Someone took my grandfather's original formula and copied it without the most important part, the part that prevented what happened to you. Chen Baiping looked at him for a long time. The old man who wrote the original, he said. He died. 2 years ago, Wei Liang said. He died knowing what had been taken. He couldn't fix it himself. He left what he could so that someone else could. Chen Baiping absorbed this. He looked at his son. Can you fix it? He said. Yes, Wei Liang said. He examined Chen Baiping's meridians carefully, noting the specific accumulation pattern and the stage of restriction, calibrating the jade marrow treatment to his specific case. The degree of accumulation, the channels most affected, the precise concentration required to dissolve it cleanly without causing secondary disruption. The calculation took 20 minutes. He refined the pill that same afternoon and administered it himself. Chen Baiping sat with closed eyes for 4 hours while the pill worked. His son sat beside him and did not move. He was the kind of son, Wei Liang thought, who had learned to keep still in difficult hours. He had probably been keeping still for 6 years. At the end of the 4 hours, when the primary dissolution phase was complete and the meridian channels showed the first signs of clearing, the chi flow indicator responding to touch as it had not responded in 6 years, Chen Baiping opened his eyes. He didn't say anything. He looked at his hands, the hands of a blacksmith and a would-be cultivator, both things at once, and then at his son. His son had the expression of someone who has been hoping for something for a long time and is in the first moment of allowing himself to believe it arrived. Not celebrating, just allowing. The careful permission of the cautiously hopeful. Ru Dao, from the corner of the room, made a note in his physician's book without looking up. Wei Liang watched and said nothing. The work had been necessary. He had known it was necessary. And still, watching this specific quiet moment in a specific rented workshop in Xianfeng City, he felt the weight of everything the stolen formula had cost settle and then, slowly, lift. The 6 years of redirected expectation. The son who had grown up watching his father accept a limitation that had not been real. The life shaped around a false ceiling. This was why. Not the tribunal, not the certification, not the historical record, though all of those mattered. This moment, multiplied 61 times, scattered across 12 cities and 4 years of Ru Dao's records. This was why. He turned back to the furnace and began preparing the next day's refinement. Chapter 54. The final formula 3 days before the formal council hearing. Wei Liang closed the workshop, thanked Xinyu for the inventory management, and went back to his lodging with the myriad origin formula and the intention of spending the 3 days studying it without interruption. He had read it several times already. Since the opening of the blood cipher seal, he had returned to it repeatedly, working through its structure section by section. It was the longest and most complex formula in the entire archive. His grandfather had labeled it, in the header line, "The work of my final 20 years." Below the title, in smaller writing, "For whoever comes after. Finish it." The formula was structured differently from everything else in the notes. Where his grandfather's other formulas had the characteristic tight, functional structure of an experienced refiner. Minimal annotation, trusted to be understood by the reader's existing knowledge base. The myriad origin was extensively annotated. Almost every line had an explanatory note in the margins or below the technical instruction. His grandfather had known he might not live to teach this one directly, and had taught it on the page instead. The annotations were not just clarifications, they were transmissions of intention. Why this temperature? Why this ingredient sequence? What the formula was trying to accomplish at each phase and why that specific approach was the correct one. The formula's effect was what the outline had described, temporarily unlocking any cultivator's original pill path affinity, regardless of root suppression. The mechanism his grandfather had developed was a complete chi path recalibration at the spirit root level, using the pill as a catalyst to access the root's original configuration rather than its current suppressed state. The effect lasted 12 hours. The pill fragmented into 12 doses upon completion, a characteristic of its internal structure that his grandfather described as an aesthetic satisfaction, the formula's own way of distributing what it carried. The refinement time, 16 hours minimum. His grandfather's notes cited 18 hours for his own completed attempt and noted that he had produced the pill successfully exactly twice, both times in the last year of his life, when he was already weakened by the illness that would kill him. The first successful attempt had taken 22 hours. The second had taken 18. He had been improving, the notes implied, when the time ran out. Wei Liang studied the technical description of both successful refinements. He noted where his grandfather had made adjustments between the first and second attempt. The temperature modulation in the seventh phase that had shortened the refinement by 4 hours, the binding agent introduction timing that had improved the fragmentation quality. He noted the specific points where the formula was sensitive, where a deviation of even half a degree in temperature, or a timing error of more than 2 minutes, would cause structural failure. There were 7 such points. He cataloged them. He studied the mirror technique requirements. The myriad origin required a version of the mirror technique more demanding than the spirit anchor. Instead of mapping his own cultivation as a reference, he needed to map a generalized model of the spirit root structure, representing the full range of potential original configurations. His grandfather described this as holding a map of all possible paths simultaneously, without selecting one. It required not narrowing attention to a specific configuration, but expanding it to hold all configurations at once, the opposite of his normal technique. He had never done anything like this. He sat at the small writing desk in the lodging on the first day and worked through the theoretical requirements, making pages of notes. On the second day, he ran partial technique simulations, not at furnace, but in meditative practice, working the qi distribution technique his grandfather's notes described. He would achieve the distributed state for 12 minutes. Hold it. Feel it begin to slip. Try to extend it. 20 minutes. 25. The form had its own demands that practice could not shortcut, only time and repetition. On the third day, he ran a complete non-furnace simulation of the mirror technique's advanced form, sustaining the generalized spirit root mapping for 47 minutes before the form collapsed. 47 minutes. The fourth phase of the myriad origin required approximately 60 minutes of sustained mapping at the advanced level. He made a note, 13 minutes short, addressable with 3 to 4 more practice sessions. Then he remembered the hearing was in 2 days. He did not have 3 to 4 more practice sessions before the hearing. The hearing was the case presentation and historical authentication. The myriad origin refinement, the actual production of the pill for the healing assembly, would come after. He had time to prepare. The hearing was not the refinement. He breathed out slowly. He had time. He was not behind. The hearing came first. The refinement came after. He had been confusing the timeline of the legal process with the timeline of the alchemy. He put the notes away carefully and went to find Xinyu and eat something. She was already at the restaurant. She had a bowl of soup and a collection of seed catalog pages she had sourced from somewhere. She had been planning the herb stall's spring inventory since Xianfeng, in the quiet hours between case-related demands, as if the future of the stall was simply assumed and required only logistics. The seed catalogs were annotated in her precise hand. Notes on yield projections, notes on supplier preferences, a small question mark beside a variety she hadn't worked with before. He sat down and told her about the 13-minute shortfall. She listened without interruption, her soup cooling in front of her, the seed catalogs set to one side. "You'll get it by the time the refinement begins," she said. "You always do." He ordered soup. "The hearing is in 2 days," he said. "The refinement is after." "I have time." "You do," she said. He looked at the seed catalogs. She had been doing this, planning for the future of the stall, sourcing suppliers, preparing for spring, while carrying the full operational weight of the past months. The Xianfeng trip, the tribunal, the treatment sessions, the patient logistics. She had managed the workshop inventory during the treatment period with the same methodical attention she brought to everything. She had been present at every significant moment without requiring acknowledgement of it. "Foundation 4 is real," he said. "I told you it was." She turned a catalog page. "The stall," he said. "When we return, I've been thinking about what it becomes. Not just a herb stall with a refinement operation attached. Something with a formal teaching structure. An actual practice, not just a storefront." She looked up from the catalog. "You want to establish a hall," she said. "An independent practice," he said. "Not affiliated with any existing hall. Using the notes as the foundation, but not just working from the notes, developing them further." He paused. "My grandfather's concurrent meridian resonance theory points towards something he called shared meridian field in one notation. Theoretical only," he wrote. "But I've been thinking about it. If a practitioner can use the mirror technique to map their own meridian structure as a reference, if they can use it to map a specific cultivator structure for the spirit anchor effect, The question is whether the technique can be extended to map the interaction between two cultivator structures simultaneously. Whether it's possible to create a resonance between two practitioners' chi fields that each benefits from the other. She was very still. That's entirely new, she said. Yes, he said. My grandfather reached the edge of it and didn't have time to go further. He looked at the empty notebook in his pack. I have time. He ordered soup. She was probably right about the 13 minutes. Chapter 55. The Blood Cipher. The full council hearing opened at the second morning hour. 21 elders at the central table. A gallery full of observers, practitioners, investigators, journalists from the alchemy trade publications, representatives from pharmaceutical interests, people who had simply heard what this hearing was about and come to watch. Elder Hua Songling's authentication board presenting first, with the full authentication package laid out in its structured sequence. Then Zhao Mingzhu presenting the case summary. Then Wei Liang presenting the notes. He stood at the presenting table for the first time before the full 21 and felt the particular weight of the room. Not intimidating, not hostile, but present. These were the people who governed continental alchemy. The decisions made at this table shaped the alchemy world. The record entered here would persist for generations. He placed the first notebook on the table. He spoke from memory, not a prepared statement, but the technical content he had been living with for 8 months and knew as well as his own cultivation. He described each section of the notes, what it contained, why it was significant, what it changed about the alchemy world's understanding of what was possible. He did not lecture. He presented, in the manner of a practitioner explaining their work to colleagues who are capable of understanding it. He watched the elders' faces. Elder Nian Boisjou was taking notes with the focused attention of someone who is recording for the purpose of thinking, not just for the purpose of documentation. 3 of the elders he did not know were asking colleagues low questions and receiving careful answers. 2 from the Greybeard faction were watching with expressions that had moved over the previous hour, from adversarial to something more complicated. The expressions of people who are confronting evidence that has closed the argument they plan to make. At the 90-minute mark, he reached the final notebook. The final section of these notes, he said, was sealed by my grandfather with a bloodline chi cipher at the time of composition. He sealed it knowing the rest of the notes might be taken. The seal was designed to ensure that the final and most advanced work could only be accessed by his blood descendant. He paused. The seal was authenticated by the council's review board 2 days ago, in the presence of a certified chi examiner whose report is in the documentation package. I would like to demonstrate the seal's opening to the full council. He placed the final notebook on the table. He touched the sealed section's page division with 2 fingers. He directed Wei bloodline chi into the contact point. The room was completely quiet. The seal recognized his bloodline. The warmth, the specific warmth of recognition, of something that has been waiting finally completing, moved through his fingers into the room's ambient chi field in a way that 21 elders trained to read chi signatures could feel. Several of them leaned slightly forward without appearing to notice they had done so. The sealed pages separated cleanly. Elder Hua's report had been read into the record. The bloodline authentication was documented. The chi examiner's certification was part of the package. What happened in the room was something beyond procedure. The 21 elders had been watching a legal and historical proceeding. At the moment the seal broke, at the moment Wei Zonghe's bloodlock released, and the sealed pages opened to a living representative of the lineage they had been designed to protect, the proceeding became something else. It became the thing it had always been underneath its legal structure. The moment a theft of 37 years standing was undone. The moment a legacy came home. Elder Nian Boisjou set down his writing brush. Wei Liang looked at the letter from his grandfather. He had read it already, 2 days ago. He knew what it said. He had spent 2 nights with it. He read it aloud to the council. He read it steadily, in the same tone he would use for a formula's technical description, not performing the emotion of it, because the words themselves were sufficient. His grandfather had written clearly and had not needed embellishment. The letter said what it said. He let it say it. When he read the last line, finish what I started, then start something I never could. The room was still. Then Elder Nian said, without looking up from his record book, Wei Zonghe's complete works, entered into the Continental Alchemy Archive, formally and permanently attributed to Wei Zonghe, Pill Sage. He looked up, and to Wei Liang, his direct heir and the source of this presentation. Wei Liang looked at him. My grandfather's authorship, Wei Liang said. My name in the notes as custodian. He did the work. I carried it here. Both, Elder Nian said. The standard requires the custodian's identification as well as the author's. Both names. Both roles. Wei Liang looked at the notebooks on the table. All 37 of them, plus the cipher-opened final section. 30 years of work, in a stack. He had spent the previous 2 nights with the letter. He had read it enough times that he had it by memory, not as a studied recitation, but in the way that something read with full attention becomes part of how one thinks, present without effort. He had spent the first night processing the factual content, what his grandfather had known, when, what decisions had followed from that knowledge. He had spent the second night processing something harder to categorize. His grandfather had written, "I am sorry for that," in reference to the longer path Wei Liang had walked. It was a short phrase. His grandfather was not a man who used phrases carelessly. The apology was genuine. Wei Liang was certain of that, reading it in the careful characters of a dying man composing a final message. But an apology for a path that Wei Liang had walked, that had made him what he was now, that had produced everything that had brought him to this room. It was an apology for something that could not be apologized for in any simple sense. The path had been difficult. It had produced him. He could not wish it away without wishing himself away too. He had not known what to do with that, and he still did not, entirely. He held it the way he held problems that were not yet resolved. Present, noted, continuing. Both, he said. The gallery applauded. Not immediately. There was a moment's delay, the kind of delay that happens when a room absorbs something significant before it can respond, when the audience needs to complete the processing before the response can begin. Then the applause came, and it was not the competitive applause of a tournament crowd, but something more sustained and less certain. The sound of people who are processing the full scope of what they have just witnessed. Carpenter Foam was in the front row of the gallery. His eyes were open now. He was looking at the table where the notebook sat. Wei Liang looked at him. The old man nodded once. That was everything. Chapter 56. The myriad origin pill. The refinement happened 1 week after the formal hearing, in the same council workshop space that had served the treatment sessions. Wei Liang had spent the intervening week in mirror technique practice, the advanced form, the generalized spirit root mapping, extending the sustainable duration methodically each day. By the 6th day, he was holding the distributed attention state for 71 minutes, safely above the 60-minute requirement. He had also prepared every ingredient with a thoroughness that exceeded even his usual standard. 6 days of preparation for a 16-hour refinement, each ingredient processed through the specific pre-treatment steps his grandfather's notes described. Some of the pre-treatment steps were time-consuming. A 3-stage purification process for the primary binding compound that took an entire day by itself. But his grandfather had noted in the annotations that shortcuts in the preparation phase produced failures in the refinement phase, and the myriad origin was too important for failure. The 12 doses his grandfather's formula predicted, he had calculated, from the patient list, that 12 was exactly what was needed. Not coincidence. His grandfather had designed the formula to produce exactly the number required for the specific harm the stolen version would cause. The calculation was in the notes, tucked into a theoretical appendix that he had read 3 times before understanding what it was doing. His grandfather had modeled the downstream damage of the incomplete formula and calibrated the remedy accordingly. His grandfather had known, in some form, through some combination of analytical reasoning and the specific kind of foresight that a decades-long practitioner develops about the consequences of incomplete alchemy. He had known what the incomplete formula would eventually do and had designed its remedy to be precisely proportioned. Xinyu, Ru Dao, and Tan Xiuwen watched in 3-hour shifts. Xinyu took the first watch, from the opening through the 4th hour. She sat by the window with her cultivation practice notes and monitored the furnace temperature at 15-minute intervals, recording each reading in the temperature log with the same precise handwriting she applied to the herb inventory. She did not speak. The room had the quality of a space where serious work is being done, and she understood that quality and maintained it. The first 4 hours were the grounding phases, establishing the base meridian resonance that would support the later, more complex work. Wei Liang moved through them with the practiced steadiness of someone who has prepared thoroughly enough that the first stages are simply execution rather than navigation. The formula's opening structure was demanding but not unfamiliar. The grounding phases drew on the same foundational technique his grandfather's earlier formulas had developed. Ru Dao took the second watch, from the 4th through the 7th hour. He had his physician's book and he read in the intervals between temperature checks, making occasional notes that Wei Liang assumed were patient-related rather than refinement-related. In the 6th hour, the myriad origin's initial structural formation began, the complex layering of chi types that would form the pill's capacity to hold all possible spirit root configurations simultaneously. The furnace produced a faint, irregular sound, not the steady hum of simpler formulas, but a shifting, multi-tonal resonance as different chi layers built their relationships with each other. Ru Dao looked up from his book at this sound. He listened to it for a moment, his physician's attentiveness hearing something he recognized without being able to name. He went back to his book without speaking. Tan Xiuwen took the third watch, from the 7th through the 10th hour. The mirror technique's generalized spirit root mapping began in the 8th hour, and Wei Liang felt the full demand of the technique at scale. Not the theoretical practice, but the real thing, the living formula asking for what his months of practice had been building toward. Holding the generalized map with the sustained precision that 71 minutes of meditation had given him, but applied now to actual refinement, where the map's maintenance was only one demand among several. The abstract map was required to be real, not a mental exercise, but an active chi field configuration that the formula structure was reading and using. He had to hold all possible spirit root configurations without selecting one, without the map collapsing into any particular cultivator's root structure. It required a kind of attention he had no good word for, broad and precise simultaneously, distributed and controlled. He found the still point at the 9th hour. Later than with the spirit anchor, the advanced mirror technique was harder to achieve the distributed attention state in, but he found it. The same quality, the sense of the work proceeding through him rather than from him. The formula's logic running clean because his own processing wasn't in the way. From the still point, the 10th through 14th hours were the most technically demanding refinement he had ever done, and also the most coherent. Everything he had built in 8 months of practice was present in his hands. The flame sequencing from the Scarlet Phoenix, the dual-process chi management from the Spirit Anchor, the precise calibration from the Jade Marrow, the theoretical innovation from the Memory Pill. Each element had been a practice run for this. Each formula had taught him something he was using now. His grandfather had spent his final 20 years building this. Wei Liang had spent 8 months preparing to inherit it. In the 14th hour, the pill's internal structure achieved what his grandfather's notes called the original state threshold, the point at which the formula could express its effect. He felt it as a shift in the furnace's feedback, a deepening of the multitonal resonance into something more unified, all the chi layers finding their relationship with each other in a configuration that was stable rather than iterative. Like a chord resolving. Xinyu had come back for the final phases. She stood by the window. Ru Dao and Tan Xiuwen were both present, having not left after their watches ended. In the 15th hour, Wei Liang introduced the final ingredient, the spirit thread completion compound, a material that his grandfather's notes described as the formula's closing word, the element that told the forming pill's structure that the description was complete and the manifestation could begin. The furnace's multitonal resonance reached a brief, singular clarity, one tone, all the layers in unison for 3 seconds, and then contracted. In the 16th hour, the pill completed. It was, as the notes had predicted, small. Smaller than the spirit anchor, smaller than the memory pill, smaller than anything Wei Liang had produced. It was a deep, warm gold. Not the translucent gold of the spirit anchor, but a solid, sun-colored gold, dense with accumulated qi. It pulsed with a subtle physical quality. Everyone in the room felt it, but slower, steadier, like a heartbeat. Then it fragmented. 12 pieces, each perfectly proportioned, each carrying the same solid gold color as the whole. The fragmentation was silent and clean, like a crystal finding its natural cleavage planes. The 12 pieces arranged themselves in the evaluation dish in the precise circle pattern his grandfather had described in the theoretical notes. Wei Liang looked at them. 12 doses for 12 patients. Exactly what was needed. Designed 30 years ago by a dying man who had calculated the need before it fully existed. He set the sealed container with all 12 doses on the workbench. He turned to his 3 companions. "That's all I've ever been able to do," he said. "Make the pill correctly." Tan Xiuwen, who had been standing in the corner for the final hours with his arms folded and his expression somewhere between professional assessment and something more personal, said, "That is not a small thing." "No," Wei Liang agreed. "But it's not enough by itself. Never was." He looked at the container. Tomorrow, 12 people would receive these doses. Their spirit roots would unlock. Their original pill path affinity would be restored. Some of them had not cultivated in years. They would be able to cultivate again. He was going to watch Chun Beiping's administration. He had already asked Ru Dao to schedule it for the second session, on a day when he could be present from beginning to end. He had thought, during the refinement, about what it meant to complete his grandfather's work at this level. The spirit anchor had been the tournament demonstration, the proof of concept, the visible validation. The myriad origin was different. The myriad origin was what his grandfather had been building toward before the theft made it necessary to build toward anything else. His grandfather had developed the concurrent meridian resonance theory because he believed there was a unified principle underlying all pill cultivation, a framework that could make the practice more effective, more precise, more genuinely useful to the people it served. The myriad origin pill was the most complete expression of that framework, a pill that could address the deepest level of cultivation damage, the spirit root itself, and restore what had been lost. 12 people, 6 of whom had stopped believing, as Chun Baiping had said, that restoration was possible. His grandfather had spent years working on this formula, knowing that somewhere, people were being harmed. He had never known about the specific 61 cases. He had known about the principle, that his work, if it had been shared and used correctly, would prevent this kind of harm. The theft had prevented the sharing. The tribunal had ended the theft. The 12 doses completed the circle his grandfather had not lived to see closed. Wei Liang looked at the sealed container for a long moment. Then he went to sleep, because the morning required him to be rested, and he intended to be present for every minute of it. Chapter 57. The Healing Assembly. The 3 sessions were held in the council's formal medical wing, a large hall designed for mass clinical events, with observation galleries for witnesses. Ru Dao had organized the logistics, patient scheduling, the sequencing of administrations, the medical supervision protocols, with the same thorough competence he brought to everything. Wei Liang attended all 3 sessions, though he had told himself he would only attend one. He could not stay away. The first session held 4 patients, all with the pill path suppression damage that the stolen formula's flawed production had caused over years of use. 2 of them had stopped cultivating 18 months before. One had stopped 4 years ago. One had stopped 7 years ago. When the first dose was administered, the room was quiet in the clinical way of a medical procedure. Then the patient, a woman named Li Fengxia, 44 years old, who had stopped cultivating 4 years ago when a final diagnosis had told her the secondary channel damage was permanent, went still. Her qi signature, which had been the flat quiescence of a cultivator in forced cessation, the dampened field of someone who has sealed their cultivation against the pain of trying, began to move. It moved slowly at first. The original pill path affinity awakening was not explosive. It was a gradual brightening, the qi channels finding their original resonance the way a hibernating animal finds its movement patterns returning in spring. The dormant pathways warming. The suppressed configuration remembering itself. Li Fengxia's expression shifted from the careful blank she had worn walking into the room, the mask that people who have stopped hoping develop to avoid the cost of hoping, to something more alert, more present. She said, "I can feel it again." The room made the sound a room makes when everyone in it responds to the same thing at once. Not applause, not exclamation, just the collective breath adjustment of many people feeling something at the same moment. The second and third sessions, over the following 2 days, unfolded with similar specific intensity. Each patient was a different person with a different history and a different face and a different way of receiving what the pill gave them. Wei Liang noted each one, not cataloging them clinically, but simply watching, being present for what happened. He was learning something about what the work was for, one administration at a time. Chen Baiping's administration was in the second session. He sat across from Wei Liang in the small examination anteroom before the session. His son was with him again, the same young man, who had been doing his own cultivation work in Xianfeng City during the tribunal period and had reached Foundation 1, which he told Wei Liang about in the matter-of-fact way of a young person who has done something they're pleased about, but doesn't want to make too much of it. Foundation 1, Wei Liang said. Steady work. You'll be Foundation 3 within the year. My father will catch me, the son said. There was something in the way he said it. Not certainty, not bravado, but a simple expression of what he wanted to be true. Chen Baiping looked at his son. I don't know that, Chen Baiping said. Not sadly, practically. He was a man who did not permit himself to anticipate what was not yet real. The original pill path affinity restoration does not directly grant cultivation advancement, Wei Liang said. What it does is remove the suppression that has been blocking your natural advancement capacity. After the dose takes effect, over the next several weeks, you'll find that your cultivation advancement responds the way it was always supposed to. The foundation threshold has been accessible to you for 6 years. Now the door will open. Chen Baiping was quiet for a moment. You're saying I'll advance to foundation, he said. I believe so, Wei Liang said. Based on your meridian examination from the earlier treatment and the profile of your spirit root restoration. I can't promise specific timing, but the ceiling that has been above you is not real. It was constructed by a flawed pill. Removing the construction removes the ceiling. Chen Baiping looked at his hands. I stopped believing it was possible, he said. After 3 or 4 years. I still wanted it. But I stopped believing. He paused. My son doesn't know I stopped believing. I tried not to let him see it. Wanting something for 6 years when you've stopped believing in it, Wei Liang said, is harder than believing and wanting. You did both. Chen Baiping looked at him. The administration happened in the main session room. The pill dissolved quickly. The 12 fragmented doses dissolved faster than full pills, another characteristic the formula's notes had anticipated. Within 20 minutes, Chun Beiping's chi signature had shifted to the warm, building quality that marked original pill path affinity awakening. His son was watching from the observation section. He was sitting forward in his chair, both hands on the railing, watching his father's face. Wei Liang, standing near the session room's back wall, watched Chun Beiping's face during the awakening process. The moment a person recovers something they had given up believing in does not look like triumph. It looks like the face of someone confronting a thing that is real, which means all the giving up was real too, which means there is grief in the recovery and not only joy. The grief is not louder than the joy. They are simply both present simultaneously, the way winter and spring exist in the same weeks. Chun Beiping's face had both. Wei Liang looked away, at the ceiling, for a moment. Then he looked back, and Chun Beiping had opened his eyes, and the grief and joy had settled into a simpler expression. A man who knows where he is going now, who has a direction, who can move. Ru Dao made a note in his physician's book. The session concluded. Wei Liang walked out of the council medical wing into the Xianfeng afternoon and found Xun Yu waiting at the entrance, as she had been waiting after each session. How did it go, she said. All 12, he said. All 12 doses administered. All 12 patients in restoration. She looked at him. Your grandfather's last formula, she said. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. What comes next? He thought about the fresh notebook he had purchased the previous week from a stationery shop in Xuanfeng's eastern district. He thought about his grandfather's letter. Start something I never could. I have an idea, he said. I want to tell you about it over dinner. She fell into step beside him. Foundation 4, she said. He looked at her. I've been at Foundation 4 for 2 weeks, she said. I thought you should know. Foundation 4 in less than a year, he said. From Qi Condensation 9. The ceiling was artificial, she said. You told me that yourself. Turns out it was. I did, he said. The Xianfeng afternoon was clear and cold, the kind of cold that smelled of winter coming. They walked through the administrative district toward the quarter with the better restaurants, and Wei Liang began to talk about the fresh notebook and what he was thinking about filling it with. He talked about the concurrent meridian resonance theory, the framework his grandfather had developed and which had been the engine of every formula in the real notes. He had been thinking, since the council hearing, about extensions of the framework. His grandfather had applied it to individual pill formulas. What if it could be applied to treatment protocols, sequences of formulas designed to work in resonance with each other rather than independently? The patient data from the myriad origin sessions had given him preliminary observations about how multiple administrations interacted in the Qi field. There were patterns. Patterns were problems. Problems had solutions. He had pages of early notes already. Not systematic, intuitive observations captured in the moment, not yet developed into anything formal. The fresh notebook was where the development would happen. Xun Yu listened while they walked. She asked 2 questions. Both were exactly the right questions, the ones that identified the weakest point in his current thinking and forced him to either defend it or revise it. He revised one position and found a better version of it in the revision. He would not have reached the better version without the question. This, he reflected, was the thing he had not had in the Wei compound, someone to think alongside. His grandfather had thought alone. Wei Liang was not going to. Chapter 58. The public reckoning. The trial of Hui Yuanpeng ran for 9 days and concluded on the 10th. Wei Liang attended the final day, at which the verdict was delivered. He sat in the public gallery with Xun Yu. Zhao Mingzhu was at the prosecution table, her documentation stacked in the precise, ordered arrangement she had maintained throughout the proceedings. Ru Dao was in the gallery with his patient documentation, which had been entered into evidence earlier in the proceedings and which he had presented in person on the 4th day with the quiet, exact testimony of a physician who has spent decades keeping records. The verdict was delivered by the tribunal's presiding judge, a senior legal official named Magistrate Yun, who had the kind of careful precision in her presentation that came from having done this work for many years. She had presided over every day of the proceedings without visible fatigue or visible bias, a professional doing difficult work correctly. Hui Yuanping's charges, read in full. Intellectual property theft sustained over 15 years of knowing usage. Distribution of fraudulent pharmaceutical products. Harm to 61 documented patients. Conspiracy with Wei Songlong to suppress evidence of the theft. Use of criminal means. The coordinated attacks in Iron Petal and the attempt during the memory pill refinement to attempt to prevent the investigation from concluding. The verdict on each charge. Guilty, 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 guilty. The sentence was specific and, in the alchemy world's terms, severe. Complete stripping of all alchemy credentials. permanent ban from continental alchemy practice, mandatory restitution at twice the patient harm documentation amount to the council-administered compensation fund, and the labor assignment. Hui Yuanpeng was sentenced to serve as a non-cultivating laborer in the Yanfeng iron mines, the mines whose alchemical output his sex-flawed pills had been contracted to enhance for the past 12 years. He would work there without cultivation access, subject to standard laborer welfare provisions, for 20 years. The sentence was read in a voice without drama. Sentences delivered in voices without drama are often the most final. Hui Yuanpeng stood in the defendant's position and received it. His control did not break. He had been a practical man for 60 years, and being a practical man at the end of everything he had built was apparently still possible for him. He looked straight ahead. He did not look at Wei Liang. Wei Liang watched. He did not feel satisfaction, exactly. He had told Zhao Mingzhu that satisfaction was for when the patients were treated and the formulas were in use and the record was set right. Those things were happening. He could see the shape of them happening from where he sat. The 12 restored patients, the case documentation that would become a precedent, the 412 archive requests for his grandfather's notes in the 3 days since the hearing. He thought about Hui Yuanpeng in the iron mines. Not with triumph. With the particular complicated awareness one has when a long-sustained threat has been resolved and what's left is simply the aftermath. Hui Yuanpeng had built something over 60 years. He had built it on a theft and had known for 50 of those years that he had. He had made the practical decision every year to maintain the stolen foundation rather than dismantle it, because dismantling it would have cost him everything and the risk of exposure had seemed manageable. The risk had not been manageable. It had been a 17-year-old alchemist with his grandfather's real notes and 8 months of systematic preparation. Wei Liang was not inclined to feel this as triumph either. What Hui Yuanpeng had lost was proportionate to what he had taken, and what the taking had cost 61 patients over the years of the flawed formula's distribution. The mines were not justice exactly. No sentence would give 6 years back to Chen Baiping. But they were an acknowledgement that the taking and the cover-up and the 47 patients and the attempted murders during the investigation all had a weight, and that weight had been measured, and Hui Yuanpeng was now carrying it. That was not triumph. That was the alchemy world operating correctly, which was a different thing. What he felt was more like completion. The completion of something that had begun in a ceremony in the Wei compound 8 months ago, when he had been 17 and had been told he was blind to what he had spent his whole life learning to see. Elder Wei Shuyi received a lesser sentence. Conspiracy after the fact, 2 years of supervised practice suspension, mandatory patient harm restitution from his personal assets. He had cooperated fully after his capture, and the cooperation had its procedural value, which the tribunal's verdict reflected. Wei Songlong's sentencing was separate and was scheduled for the following week. His cooperation agreement would reduce the charge classification. He would likely lose the Wei family's independent certification and face supervised production requirements for a period of years. His position as family head was already untenable. 3 of the 4 family elders had publicly distanced themselves from him in the weeks after the emergency session. The Wei family alchemy clan would survive. Diminished, supervised, operating under council oversight, producing pills against the original formulas that would now be in the public archive. The clan would survive because clans are structures that outlast individuals, and the structure had some value independent of the person who had been running it badly. Wei Liang had no feeling about the clan's survival one way or another. The clan was a context he had grown up in. He was not growing up in it anymore. The gallery dispersed. The tribunal ended. Zhao Mingzhu gathered her documentation with the efficient satisfaction of someone who has concluded something they invested years in and found the result commensurate with the investment. She crossed the gallery floor and found Wei Liang. 18 months, she said. I know, he said. It was the right case, she said. I knew it was the right case from the first time I saw the formula discrepancies. I didn't know if it would be completable. It was, he said. She looked at him for a moment with the specific expression she sometimes wore, the one that was not exactly warmth, but was something in that family. The expression of someone who has worked alongside another person through a difficult undertaking and has developed, through that work, a kind of regard that would be called respect if it were between colleagues of equal standing, and was something else between people whose paths had intersected for a specific purpose. The council has a position, she said. Investigative consultant for formula authenticity cases. Given the amount of precedent this case created, there will be more cases like it. Not theft at this scale, probably, but formulaic fraud at various levels. Having someone with your range of technical knowledge advising the investigation division would be, she paused. I am not offering you a job. I am telling you it exists if you want it. Wei Liang looked at her. I have a stall to reopen in Iron Petal, he said. I know, she said. And a notebook to fill. I know that too, she said. The offer is standing. Take it or don't. It will be there. She walked away with her documentation, moving through the dispersing gallery crowd with the efficient purposefulness she brought to all of her movement. He looked at the now empty tribunal floor for a moment. Then he went to find his friends. Chapter 59. The legacy acknowledged. The formal ceremony was held in the Continental Alchemy Council's main hall on the last day of the month, the same hall where the emergency session had been held 6 weeks before. The ceremony was simpler than the emergency session and more carefully formal than a legal proceeding. This was the historical acknowledgement, not the criminal trial and not the administrative determination, but the record of what Wei Zonghe had accomplished and who was responsible for the preservation of that accomplishment. It had the weight of the things that get written down and stay written. The new council leadership, the post-Greybeard faction leadership, in which Elder Nian had been elevated to the primary presiding position after the 3 Greybeard elders resigned in the week following the emergency session, had arranged the ceremony with the deliberateness of people who understood that they were correcting a record, not just making one. The ceremony format was traditional, the same format used for posthumous attributions when a practitioner's work had been misattributed for significant time. It had not been used in 40 years. Elder Nian was the presiding elder. He was not, Wei Liang had learned over the past months, a man given to ceremony for its own sake. He was efficient, precise, and slightly impatient with the purely procedural aspects of institutional life. When he used ceremony, he used it because the occasion required it. This occasion, in his view, required it. The formal citation was entered into the Continental Alchemy Archive, read aloud in the full text before the assembled practitioners and witnesses, and co-signed by all 17 of the remaining active council elders. Wei Zonghe's complete works, authentic, complete, attributed to Wei Zonghe as sole author, with the historical note that the works had been held in private preservation by his grandson Wei Liang following the family's expulsion of Wei Liang from the clan, and that Wei Liang had presented them to the council for formal archiving following the conclusion of the criminal proceedings relating to their partial theft. Wei Liang was formally titled Wei Liang, Hill Sage's legitimate heir, Grandmaster Alchemist of independent standing, Continental Council Independent Certification Class 1. He accepted the certification document. It was a piece of paper. It was also the difference between a practitioner who practiced at the tolerance of institutions and a practitioner who was an institution of his own standing. The distinction would matter in the years ahead, in ways he was only beginning to see. Independent Certification Class 1 gave him authority over his own assessment, his own practice scope, his own formula registry. No hall affiliation required for any refinement at any tier. He could operate anywhere in the continental system without seeking endorsement from any institution. His grandfather had not had this. His grandfather had worked within the Wei family's institutional structure until the end of his life, always subject to family approval, never formally independent. The work had been his. The standing had depended on the family. Wei Liang's standing depended on the council. But the council was the continental system, not a family with its own interests. The distinction mattered. He looked at the certification document and thought, here is something my grandfather could not give himself. Here is something I can carry forward that he couldn't carry. Then Elder Nian looked at him from the presiding position and said, not as part of the formal proceedings, but as something else, in a different register that everyone in the room heard. You have done something most people in your position would not have done. Wei Liang looked at him. Most people build a case and present an accusation, Elder Nian said. You built a case and presented evidence so complete that the accusation was unnecessary. The evidence made itself. He paused. That is a quality your grandfather's notes describe, in the theory sections, as the foundation of authentic alchemy, the result that speaks without requiring the refiner to speak for it. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. He wrote that, he said. He wrote it in the 23rd notebook, Elder Nian said. I've been reading the archive copies. Wei Liang looked at him. The archive copies are accessible, he said. Since 3 days after the formal authentication, Elder Nian said. Public access, no institutional restriction, per the condition you proposed at the hearing. He paused. There have been 412 archive requests in 3 days. 412. Wei Liang was quiet. He held this number. 412 practitioners across the continental system, within 3 days of the archive opening, reaching toward his grandfather's work. Not because they had been told to, because they wanted to know. They wanted to know what he knew, Elder Nian said. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's what he would have wanted. Tin Xiuwen was in the gallery. He had been at every significant moment of this process. The first audience at the Alchemy Hall, the quintuple flame refinement in the storage room, the tournament, the emergency session, the myriad origin refinement. He had said, before the ceremony, "I'm not going to make a speech." He was not making a speech. He was standing in the gallery with his arms folded, watching, in the pose of someone who has seen many things over a long career and is watching one of the best ones. When Wei Liang looked up at him from the floor, Elder Tan Xiuwen did something Wei Liang had not seen him do before. He bowed. Not a small functional bow. A full bow, the kind that a senior practitioner gives to another practitioner whose work has exceeded their own. The form of acknowledgement in the alchemy world that carries the most weight precisely because it is rarely given and cannot be compelled and cannot be performed without meaning it. Wei Liang stood at the ceremony floor and received it. He did not know what expression was on his face. He hoped it was adequate to the moment. Shen Yu was in the gallery beside Tan Xiuwen. She was not bowing. She was watching him with the evaluating attention she applied to everything, and she was, for the first time since he had known her, smiling. Carpenter Feng was in the far section of the gallery, small and still. He had not come to the ceremony for the ceremony's sake. He was not a man who moved for ceremonies. He had come because the thing that he had held for 2 years was now finished, and he needed to see it finished with his own eyes. He was 74 years old. He had known Wei Zonghe for 40 years. He had been a carpenter in the Wei compound since before Wei Liang was born, a man who made things that lasted and said very little about it, and who had known, without being told explicitly, through the intuition of someone who had worked alongside a man for decades, that the work Wei Zonghe was doing in the evenings was important in a way that the family did not understand. He had kept the cipher key because Wei Zonghe had asked him to. He had pressed it into Wei Liang's hand because the moment required it. He was sitting with his hands on his knees, looking at nothing in particular, with the stillness of a man who has done what was needed and has no use for anyone's acknowledgement of it. Wei Liang looked at him for a moment from the ceremony floor. Feng did not look up. He did not need to. He had known what the moment would look like before it arrived. He had been waiting for it for 2 years. Wei Liang looked away. Later, not at the ceremony but in the quiet afterward, in the corridor outside, with the city's noise beginning to return through the windows, he thought about the full chain of what had made this possible. Tan Xiuwen's decision to sponsor him, Shen Yu's decision to travel with him, Zhao Mingzhu's decision to take the case, Ru Dao's records, the 3 independent archivists, the 47 patients who agreed to be documented. Every link in the chain had been a person making a decision to be part of something because it was right, not because it was safe. His grandfather had worked alone for 30 years. Wei Liang had not needed to. That, he thought, was the thing his grandfather had not been able to give him, the context in which the work was not solitary. The work was still his. The carrying of it had not been. Chapter 60. The new path. He found the memorial stone on the afternoon 2 days after the ceremony. He had not forgotten about it. He had known it was there. Zhao Mingzhu's investigation had turned up the record of its removal from the Wei compound during one of the earlier evidence reviews. Wei Songlong had ordered it moved 3 years ago, citing compound renovation, which was a very thin cover for what it was. He had not wanted the memorial visible. He had not wanted anyone in the compound to have occasion to think about Wei Zonghe. The stone had been moved to a roadside location approximately 7 li from the city walls, placed in the earth at the side of the road with no particular ceremony, face down. Left there in the rain and the seasons, unseen. Wei Liang had arranged, through the city administration, to have it recovered and restored. The restoration work had been completed the previous week. The stonecutter who had done the restoration was a man who had matched the original style from archive records. Precise work, done with care. It stood at the edge of a small garden area just outside the city wall's western gate, a location that had been, according to the city archives, a public alchemist's memorial garden for 300 years, where practitioners' contributions to the alchemy world could be formally commemorated alongside the road that carried travelers and scholars and practitioners in and out of the city. Wei Zonghe's memorial stone was at the garden's northeastern corner, under a pine tree that was old enough that it had certainly been there when Wei Zonghe had walked past it on his own travels. Wei Liang stood before the stone. The inscription was as his grandfather had written it. The pill is not the destination. The path is. He read it in the late afternoon light, and let the words be what they were. Not a lesson, not an instruction, just the thing his grandfather had believed and had chosen to have carved in stone because some beliefs are worth carving. Because some things should outlast the person who held them. He heard footsteps behind him. Shen Yu arrived first, with the quiet directness of someone who had known where he was going and had not felt the need to announce that she was following. She stood beside him and looked at the stone. Foundation 4, she said quietly. Foundation 4, he agreed. Ru Dao came next, having walked from the city with the unhurried pace of a physician who has learned that most things worth attending to are worth arriving at without rushing. He stood on Wei Liang's other side and looked at the inscription with the expression of a man who has spent his career trying to live up to the thing it said. Zhao Mingzhu arrived last, having diverted slightly from her return journey toward the council offices. She stood behind them, slightly removed, the position of someone who is present without claiming membership in the inner circle. She was there because she had been part of this from 18 months before Wei Liang arrived, and because some things deserve a witness. Ruan Feng came from the West Gate path, walking alone, and stopped at the garden's entrance when he saw the group. He hesitated for a moment. He was still learning how to be present without armor, still figuring out where his edges were now that the sect's walls had come down. Then he walked to the garden's edge, not joining the group, but not leaving either. Present at a distance, which was its own form of acknowledgement. Wei Liang looked at the inscription. He thought about the path. Not the metaphorical path of his grandfather's inscription, though that too, but the literal path. From the compound ceremony to the loft to the herb shop to the stall to the competition to the tournament to this garden. 8 months and a very large distance between the beginning and here. He thought about the 61 patients. About Carpenter Feng, who had been settled into comfortable accommodation in Iron Petal with a stipend from the compensation fund, and who had, according to Xinyu who had checked on him, been spending his days in the herb shop's front room watching the stall operate and apparently finding this satisfactory. The old man had spent 2 years waiting to give a cipher key to the right person. He had given it. The wait was gone. He thought about the fresh notebook in his pack, the one he had purchased and had not yet written in, because what he intended to write in it was not copying or transcribing, but something his grandfather had told him to do. He reached into his pack and took out the fresh notebook. He opened it to the first page. The page was blank. He had a pen. He had an idea that had been building for weeks, a theoretical framework that extended from his grandfather's concurrent meridian resonance theory in a direction his grandfather's notes had pointed toward but not reached. His grandfather had documented the direction in the 27th notebook's theoretical appendix with a single line, beyond concurrent resonance, the possibility of shared meridian field. Theoretical only. Theoretical only. His grandfather had written the signpost, but not had time to walk the road. Wei Liang had been thinking about what shared meridian field might mean since he had first read that line. He had been thinking about it through the tournament, and the tribunal, and the treatment sessions, and the 16-hour refinement. The idea had been growing in the background of all the necessary work, waiting for the moment when the necessary work was done and there was space to begin. He had a theory. He had not yet tested it. He had the blank page in front of him and the intention to begin. The pill is not the destination, he said, quietly, to the inscription. He sat down on the stone bench at the garden's edge, opened the notebook across his knees, and began to write. Not copying, creating. The late afternoon light came through the pine tree overhead and fell on the blank page in a way that changed it from simply white to something luminous, a color that reminded him, unintentionally, the way things remind you of other things when you're not trying to remember, of the jade white of the first pill he had ever formed, in the storage room of an herb shop in a city where no one knew his name yet. That pill had been a beginning. This blank page was a beginning. He wrote the first line of his own theoretical framework. The pen moved across the paper in his grandfather's notation style, the cipher system, the compact, precise script, because that was the language he had learned to think in, and because it was the right language for this kind of work. Not imitation. Inheritance. Xinyu was reading over his shoulder. Not intrusively. She was standing a step back, at the angle that allowed her to see without hovering, in the way she had stood beside his furnace work for 8 months. What are you beginning? She said. He looked at the first line he had written. Something I can't complete alone, he said. I think that's the point. My grandfather worked alone because he had to. I don't have to. She was quiet for a moment. Foundation 5 by spring, she said. By spring, he agreed. The garden was quiet around them. Ru Dao had found the bench at the other corner and appeared to have settled in with his physician's book. Zhao Mingzhu had moved to the garden's entrance and was watching the road with the specific attention of someone whose professional habits don't fully turn off. Ruan Feng had sat down on the low wall at the garden's edge and was looking at the pine tree with an expression that might have been thought or might have been rest. The pine tree was very old. Wei Liang turned the page and wrote the second line. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.